Lin Yu shook his head. The two mechs in front of him had already drained any desire to fight. When the gap was that absurd, you couldn't even be bothered to go through the motions. With a casual tap, he activated auto combat. This function was one of the War Machine's special systems. It wasn't just a feature added for convenience, but a capability born from the Weapon Master's craftsmanship. In a way, it was the peak expression of skill made into a mechanism. Auto combat wasn't true artificial intelligence. It was a semi-intelligent battle module, assembled from the highest-level combat manuals and tactical data gathered across nations, then refined into an automatic fighting routine. It couldn't think like a human. It couldn't create infinite possibilities on the fly. But within its designed range, it was terrifyingly efficient, precise, and relentless. Normally, Lin Yu wouldn't rely on it. But these two? Too weak. Too trash. Not worth his attention. He planned to end this quickly, then return to himself and push deeper into Noxus. Boom! The heavy scrape of metal echoed as the two enemy mechs lunged forward. They didn't fire shells or machine guns. Not because they couldn't, but because they were inside their own base. No one sane turned their own camp into rubble with explosives. So they went for cold weapons. Two laser swords flashed out, drawn from their backs, slashing down in sharp, tricky angles. The strikes were clean, practiced. These pilots clearly had combat foundations. In this world, ordinary people didn't get to pilot mechs. But the War Machine didn't dodge. Under auto combat, it didn't move like a cautious human. It moved like a calculator with fists. The system's analysis had already judged the outcome. Those blades could not breach its armor. They wouldn't even leave a mark. Dodging would be wasted motion. Clang! A harsh collision rang out as the laser blades struck the War Machine's body and stopped. The two pilots froze. Their laser sword were supposed to cut through almost anything, the condensed violence of pure energy. Yet here, they might as well have been ordinary steel. The blades pressed, sparked, and screeched, but the enemy's armor didn't split. It didn't even scratch. For a second, disbelief filled their cockpits. If it wasn't vibranium, then what was it? Vibranium was legendary, rare enough to be locked in the hands of a few, rare enough to shape the future of top-tier armor. And yet this War Machine wasn't built with vibranium at all. Lin Yu almost laughed. His mech's body was only a highly concentrated blend of special steels. But the Weapon Master's creations had always been like that, twisting what should be impossible into reality. The materials might be ordinary, but the result was anything but. The two enemy pilots were still stunned, and the War Machine didn't waste the opening. Ignoring the laser swords burning against its armor, it surged forward. It didn't even draw its own blade, the one on its back that was sharper and deadlier than anything these two carried. Instead, it closed the distance brutally and reached out. 5 metal fingers clamped onto one enemy mech's chest plating. Against humans, the head or heart would be the kill point. But this wasn't a human. For a mech, the cockpit was in the chest. A crushing sense of danger exploded in their minds. The two pilots snapped out of their shock the instant they saw the War Machine's movement. As veteran mech operators, they understood immediately what Lin Yu was trying to do. He wasn't aiming to destroy their machines. He was going straight for the cockpit. Once the cockpit was breached, nothing else mattered. A mech could be rebuilt. A dead pilot could not. Most mechs in this world relied entirely on human operators. They didn't possess semi-intelligent combat systems. Once the pilot died, the battle was over. Final. Absolute. Live? I have to live. Blood rushed into their eyes. Veins burst visibly across their sclera as panic and survival instinct took over. No one wanted to die here. Not them. They forced their bodies beyond their limits, squeezing out every last drop of strength. Inside the cockpits, they frantically manipulated the controls, desperately trying to shift their mech positions. They didn't care if the machines were torn apart, as long as the cockpit wasn't pierced, as long as they survived. But their resistance was meaningless. To Lin Yu, it was nothing more than a final, pitiful struggle. His expression was cold, emotionless, as he watched the two mechs thrash in desperation. From the moment auto combat activated, The outcome had already been decided. A semi-intelligent war machine was terrifying enough. Paired with armor and systems that far surpassed their own, the gap between them was obscene. This wasn't a fair fight. It never had been. Too ordinary. Barely a second passed. Two massive crashes echoed through the base as the enemy mechs slammed into the ground. The result was clear. Both machines had gaping craters torn into their chests, each nearly 2 meters wide. Inside, twisted wiring and shattered joints were exposed, along with smeared blood and fragments of bone too broken to identify. The pilots were dead, obliterated inside their own cockpits. Lin Yu switched control back to manual and continued forward. With the threats eliminated, there was no reason to linger. But as he passed the wreckage, he paused. Then he took 2 steps back. With a ruthless kick, he smashed one of the destroyed mechs again, crushing it into a mangled lump of metal beyond repair. Cutting grass meant removing the roots. Lin Yu knew too well how some organizations operated. Many liked to hide large quantities of explosives inside their mechs as insurance. A trap meant for whoever dared to destroy them. If the mech remained intact, the explosives stayed dormant. If it was destroyed, they became a final gift for the killer. His caution paid off. The moment the wreckage was crushed, a sharp cracking sound rang out. A small explosion followed, flashing briefly before his eyes. Lin Yu's pupils contracted. The war machine's radar instantly confirmed it. There had indeed been a massive amount of explosives hidden inside, enough to be lethal under normal circumstances. But he had moved too fast. The bombs were crushed and deformed before they could fully detonate, mixed with twisted steel and shattered components. The resulting explosion had almost no power at all. Good thing I stayed alert. Lin Yu let out a breath and patted his chest lightly. Even if the explosion couldn't truly threaten him, trouble was still trouble. And he hated unnecessary trouble. The people of Noxus are really asking for it. Anger crept across his face as he drove deeper into the base. Originally, he had come to Noxus for his own purposes. Destroying the organization was never the main objective. But now, that had changed. No one who tried to calculate his life deserved to walk out alive. Lin Yu was furious. Deep within Noxus, a man dressed in black stared silently at the screen. The image of Lin Yu filled his vision. For a long moment, he said nothing. He didn't understand what mistake they had made, what line they had crossed to provoke someone like him. Because he recognized Lin Yu instantly. That wasn't surprising. Lin Yu wasn't some unknown figure. He was the president of one of the 2 most powerful groups in the world. To the public, he was a name without a face. But at the highest levels, everyone knew exactly who he was. And Noxus stood at the top of another circle entirely. They knew him very well.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just 1 step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
We Noxus are not soft persimmons either. The black-clothed man murmured. He knew what identity Lin Yu was, and naturally knew what power the other party had. Especially he knew that the other party had joined the SHIELD organization in the recent period. The SHIELD organization plus the Lin group, well, what level of strength the other party has reached when these 2 add up, the blacks know better than anyone. But so what? He was already afraid and afraid before. And then he had no such emotions in his heart. And now the only emotion he has is to kill the other party. After all, the other party is too much to pick his feet and destroy all his efforts in one breath. Now, deep in her heart, only the emotion of revenge appears. This is another emotion that the man in black has replaced after the emotion of dazedness has passed, an extreme revenge emotion that wants to destroy everything in the world. Lin Yu's strength is very strong, where the war machine he controls is very powerful. No wonder he could be selected by SHIELD. So how can I win? The man in black began to speculate about Lin Yu's current strength, because only by clarifying the strength of the other party can it synthesize its own strength, and only by accurately positioning the strength of both sides can he win. Otherwise, he can only rush out and stop all like those guys before. It's just that the black man doesn't know one thing. That is, the reason why Lin Yu was really selected by S.H.I.E.L.D. is not because of the war machine he is driving now, but because Lin Yu's own strength is extremely strong and excellent. And today he drives the war machine. The fundamental purpose is only to test how powerful the product created by the ability of a weapon master is. If he really has the ability to break this war machine, then maybe what he will face next is more terrifying. After all, Lin Yu's real strength is much more terrifying than this mecha. And at the same time, you must know that there is a thunder god Thor next to him. This task belongs to Thor, but this time most of the main force is Lin Yu. After all, he's going to try how powerful his war machine is at this time. So he has basically made a big move so far, and Thor has not made a move at all. This made Thor see a little itchy in his heart. After all, he is also quite eager to fight. In the celestial realm has the nickname of the god of war, Thor. Although, in his opinion, the gang of people in front of him are a bunch of garbage, but she inevitably has some excitement in her heart. After all, his current strength has not returned to the state at his peak, and the current cosmic cube is on Lin Yu's body. And, as a last resort, Tully does not plan to use it. He wants to rely on his own efforts to restore his ability to the peak level. Or do you just choose to leave the base and detonate all the explosives? The man in black had an idea in his mind at this time. This was the safest plan he could come up with, but soon he shook his head because he felt that this could indeed kill the other party. But it was too much to lose. Because the price he paid was too much, exchanging the entire property of an entire base for the life of the other party. The other party's life was really too valuable, right? To tell the truth, the man in black said that he had a strong reluctance emotion. He is not willing to choose to do this. He plans to choose a completely new method, and this method will soon appear. And this method also has certain risks, but compared to the previous one, the man in black is more willing to bet on the last method. After all, if he chooses the former, he will have nothing. But if he chooses the latter, he still has a certain chance of being able to kill the other party. No, or the probability that he can kill the other party is very high. Because of this genetic deed, they have been studying it for so long, and now it has quite some products. That's right, the second way that the man in black thought of was to inject the genetic reagent himself, and then his body would change, and he himself would gain extremely terrifying strength. And by that time, it can be imagined that everything in front of him is no longer a thing. He already has terrifying strength, and he can easily solve everything. Thinking about it like this, the man in black naturally did this. After all, at this time, Lin Yu was approaching the most core range of their base, coupled with the speed of the other party. This road was simply a one-sided slaughter, although there were still many hidden dangers within the area of its most core base. But it can be imagined that it could not stop the other party for much time. The man in black naturally had to speed up his hand quickly. After all, he didn't dare to guarantee that after he injected the genetic reagent, his transformation process would not take a lot of time. Although he had done many similar experiments before, and most of the changes only took a few seconds. But this is ultimately an experiment on yourself, which is fundamentally different. Nothing in this world can guarantee a 100% success rate, but under normal circumstances, 50% is enough to give a try, not to mention that this reagent has a 90% probability. In front of the man in black is a tube after tube of genetic reagents. The number is about 12. Their colors are mostly different except for a small part of the same. At this moment, the man in black is holding a reagent in his hand. He holds the needle to his shoulder. There is hesitation in his eyes. After all, no matter who encounters such a thing, it is impossible to make a direct and decisive decision. Hesitation is the most basic thing, but soon his emotions completely disappeared, replaced by unprecedented decisive emotions. He no longer hesitated and directly pricked the reagent in his hand and his arm at the moment, and then he directly injected the substance in the reagent into his body. The body produced a strong reaction at this time, and the man in black felt a feeling of dizziness in his brain, as if someone had slammed a stick on his head at this time, and he forced one hand against the wall at this time, so that his body was not easy to fall, and at the same time bit the tip of his tongue fiercely to keep himself awake. He knew that at this time, he was undergoing a transformation. Doc Tai sang tak viet. TK. At this moment, in the body of the man in black, a earth-shaking change is occurring, and the genes in his body that were originally encoded according to the normal sequence are constantly reorganized and destroyed at this time. And finally, a special coding form that is strange and different from the current human beings is formed. And in this process, the face of the man in black is basically in a gray state throughout the process. Most of the blood in his body is necrotic in this process, and his whole person seems to be walking towards the last road of life, and he is on the verge of death in this process. Nothing necessarily has a 100% success rate, and the same is true of the genetic reagents injected by the man in black. He cannot guarantee that he can successfully produce it again and survive. He has only a 90% chance to guarantee himself at most. Although this possibility is large enough, there is still a 10% uncertain element. It is obvious that the man in black is successful, otherwise he will not be in a state of near death, but a situation of certain death, although his body is basically completely necrotic, and the blood has shown a gray septic state, but he is still alive. In which direction am? We Noxus are not soft persimmons either. The black-clothed man murmured. He knew what identity Lin Yu was, and naturally knew what power the other party had. Especially he knew that the other party had joined the SHIELD organization in the recent period. The SHIELD organization plus the Lin group, well, what level of strength the other party has reached when these two add up, the blacks know better than anyone. But so what? He was already afraid and afraid before. And then he had no such emotions in his heart. And now the only emotion he has is to kill the other party. After all, the other party is too much to pick his feet and destroy all his efforts in one breath. Now, deep in her heart, only the emotion of revenge appears. This is another emotion that the man in black has replaced after the emotion of dazedness has passed, an extreme revenge emotion that wants to destroy everything in the world. Lin Yu's strength is very strong, or the war machine he controls is very powerful. No wonder he could be selected by SHIELD. So how can I win? The man in black began to speculate about Lin Yu's current strength, because only by clarifying the strength of the other party can it synthesize its own strength, and only by accurately positioning the strength of both sides can he win. Otherwise, he can only rush out and stop all like those guys before. It's just that the black man doesn't know one thing. That is, the reason why Lin Yu is really selected by SHIELD is not because of the war machine he is driving now, but because Lin Yu's own strength is extremely strong and excellent. And today he drives the war machine. The fundamental purpose is only to test how powerful the product created by the ability of a weapon master is. If he really has the ability to break this war machine, then maybe what he will face next is more terrifying. After all, Lin Yu's real strength is much more terrifying than this mecha. And at the same time, you must know that there is a thunder god Thor next to him. This task belongs to Thor, but this time most of the main force is Lin Yu. After all, he's going to try how powerful his war machine is at this time. So he has basically made a big move so far, and Thor has not made a move at all. This made Thor see a little itchy in his heart. After all, he is also quite eager to fight. In the celestial realm has the nickname of the god of war, Thor. Although, in his opinion, the gang of people in front of him are a bunch of garbage, but she inevitably has some excitement in her heart. After all, his current strength has not returned to the state at his peak, and the current cosmic cube is on Lin Yu's body. And, as a last resort, Tully does not plan to use it. He wants to rely on his own efforts to restore his ability to the peak level. Or do you just choose to leave the base and detonate all the explosives? The man in black had an idea in his mind at this time. This was the safest plan he could come up with, but soon he shook his head because he felt that this could indeed kill the other party. But it was too much to lose, because the price he paid was too much, exchanging the entire property of an entire base for the life of the other party. The other party's life was really too valuable, right? To tell the truth, the man in black said that he had a strong reluctance emotion. He is not willing to choose to do this. He plans to choose a completely new method, and this method will soon appear, and this method also has certain risks, but compared to the previous one, the man in black is more willing to bet on the last method. After all, if he chooses the former, he will have nothing. But if he chooses the latter, he still has a certain chance of being able to kill the other party. No, or the probability that he can kill the other party is very high. Because of this genetic deed, they have been studying it for so long, and now it has quite some products. That's right, the second way that the man in black thought of was to inject the genetic reagent himself, and then his body would change, and he himself would gain extremely terrifying strength. And by that time, it could be imagined that everything in front of him is no longer a thing. He already has terrifying strength, and he can easily solve everything. Thinking about it like this, the man in black naturally did this. After all, at this time, Lin Yu was approaching the most core range of their base, coupled with the speed of the other party. This road was simply a one-sided slaughter, although there were still many hidden dangers within the area of its most core base. But it can be imagined that it could not stop the other party for much time. The man in black naturally had to speed up his hand quickly. After all, he didn't dare to guarantee that after he injected the genetic reagent, his transformation process would not take a lot of time. Although he had done many similar experiments before, and most of the changes only took a few seconds. But this is ultimately an experiment on yourself, which is fundamentally different. Nothing in this world can guarantee a 100% success rate, but under normal circumstances, 50% is enough to give a try, not to mention that this reagent has a 90% probability. In front of the man in black is a tube after tube of genetic reagents. The number is about 12. Their colors are mostly different except for a small part of the same. At this moment, the man in black is holding a reagent in his hand. He holds the needle to his shoulder. There is hesitation in his eyes. After all, no matter who encounters such a thing, it is impossible to make a direct and decisive decision. Hesitation is the most basic thing, but soon his emotions completely disappeared, replaced by unprecedented decisive emotions. He no longer hesitated and directly pricked the reagent in his hand into his arm at the moment, and then he directly injected the substance in the reagent into his body. The body produced a strong reaction at this time, and the man in black felt a feeling of dizziness in his brain, as if someone had slammed a stick on his head at this time, and he forced one hand against the wall at this time, so that his body was not easy to fall, and at the same time bit the tip of his tongue fiercely to keep himself awake. He knew that at this time, he was undergoing a transformation. Doc Tai sang tak viet tk. At this moment, in the body of the man in black, a earth-shaking change is occurring, and the genes in his body that were originally encoded according to the normal sequence are constantly reorganized and destroyed at this time. And finally, a special coding form that is strange and different from the current human beings is formed. And in this process, the face of the man in black is basically in a gray state throughout the process. Most of the blood in his body is necrotic in this process, and his whole person seems to be walking towards the last road of life, and he is on the verge of death in this process. Nothing necessarily has a 100% success rate, and the same is true of the genetic reagents injected by the man in black. He cannot guarantee that he can successfully produce it again and survive. He has only a 90% chance to guarantee himself at most. Although this possibility is large enough, there is still a 10% uncertain element. It is obvious that the man in black is successful. Otherwise, he will not be in a state of near death, but a situation of certain death, although his body is basically completely necrotic, and the blood has shown a gray septic state, but he is still alive. In which direction am? Lin Yu found that he couldn't understand the man in black in front of him. Obviously, he had just entered the very core of this base, and the other party put on clothes in front of him. Well, he actually wanted to ask the other party more what he meant. Why did he wear clothes in front of him? To know the other party's appearance, coupled with the other party's words just now, discerning people can see that the other party is the owner of this Noxus and the most core person in charge of this base. So Lin Yu believes that the other party knows one thing better than anyone. That's when Noxus is invading at this time. And the person who is invading Noxus is an existence that the current Noxus can't resist at all. So it's only a matter of time before he enters the core of this base. As the general leader of Noxus, why did the other party not go to prepare for battle and escape at this time, but took off his clothes before and then put them on in front of him after he came here? And he was still very confused about what he was doing here. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched at this time, and he didn't know what to say. He just put his gaze on the other party's body, as if he was looking at a fool. But Lin Yu didn't plan not to speak. After all, he came here for his own purpose. Not simply came here and wiped out the entire Noxus, only to see him say at this time, "What am I here for? I think you know better than anyone what you were studying in Noxus. What am I here for this time?" Lin Yu directly exposed his purpose, and he did not hide his purpose. Hearing such words from Lin Yu's mouth, the pupils of the man in black contracted slightly, although he had already guessed in his heart, but he did not expect that the other party would directly say the answer, which made him not know how to answer for a while, because the other party did not play cards according to the routine at all. It's just that soon, he didn't get entangled in this matter. The corners of his mouth hooked up at this time, and he didn't hide the killing intent that he had already condensed in a substance now. He spoke. "Since you want to get our research results and genetic reagents from me, then I am more curious about one thing. Why do you want to directly enter our base? Do you know? If you do this, we are on the opposite side of absolutely. How can I give it to you? If I ask you directly, you will give me the same, not to mention that this world is originally the law of the jungle. My strength is stronger than you, naturally yours. I have to rely on strength to obtain, not to listen to your opinion." Lin Yu looked at the man in black in front of him and spoke again. His domineering arrogance at the moment was not concealed, as if he was a villain. And after Thor on the side heard his words, he also nodded very seriously, and he thought so in his heart, even more extreme than Lin Yu. You know, the heavenly realm is a world where the law of the jungle is really strong. The so-called laws on the earth still exist. What Lin Yu is doing at this moment is simply a normal thing. Plus, every living creature is a double-standard existence. At this moment, Thor looked at Lin Yu more and more, the more he looked at the idol. "In that case, then you will die here. What you said is indeed not wrong. The law of the jungle. Since you have offended me, then I will solve your life today." Hearing what Lin Yu said, the black-clothed face opened his mouth with a flat face. He did not show too much emotional anger at this time, but the intense killing intent showed that his mood was not as calm as it seemed. After all, Noxus was the brainchild of him alone. He spent half of his life to cultivate it, and now it is so dissipated. On whose body no one can stand such a blow. He took a step at this time. His body began to change wildly at this time. His figure began to expand little by little, unexpectedly from the original 1.78 meters. At this time began to grow wildly in the direction of several 10 meters. Soon became so tall. In the war, the height of the machine is almost so tall. The man in black at this moment, his height is about the same as the height of the war machine. Lin Yu saw this scene and was basically sure, even if it was not an ordinary person, because the other party's body could be larger, this was not an ability that ordinary people could master, and the other party should be a superpower. And looking at the other party's current appearance, the other party's mastery of the power should be able to make his body change. Such a person is generally awakened to a certain power in his body. Lin Yu was very curious about what kind of power the other party possessed. The black man didn't know what Lin Yu was thinking in his heart. He was curious about what power he had mastered, instead of thinking about how he would defeat himself next. But he knows he will not be much entangled. After all, a living person does not need to care what is going on in the heart of a person who is about to die. And the reason why the man in black is still in place and does not immediately break out is because he is feeling the power in his body. The man in black used to be a very powerful warrior, but only once when he was old and his strength was weakening. He did not kill anymore, but let this matter be done by his subordinates, which was his powerful power again after many years. It's a great feeling to have power. The corners of his mouth cracked, allowing him to clearly feel the new body produced by his body after metamorphosis. Compared to him, there seemed to be a special power in his body that he could control, and that power could make it stronger. That power seems to allow him to be animalized and his body grown. Now he is using the force in his body, but he simply makes his body bigger and stronger and does not directly use beastification. Just as the so-called killing chicken with a cow slaughtering knife. His current state is enough to kill the other party. So there is no need to waste more. If someone observes here at this time and knows that he still has the ability to transform into a beast, this is not very good. Give Lao Tzu death. A huge steel pillar supporting the core base of Noxus was drawn from the base next to it, and a man in black rushed towards Linyu at this time. And he picked up the steel pillar, and the target was the head of the war machine. He actually planned to directly blast the war machine. Lin Yu's pupils shrank. He could keenly feel that something was wrong, and the other party seemed to be a little vicious and vicious. This is his first impression of the other party now. Noxus is not a simple organization. He is involved in research not only in genetic reagents, but even in terms of mecha. His achievements are extremely powerful. So, as one of the core leaders of Noxus, how can you not know this? You must know that the most dangerous place for mecha is his chest cavity, because that is where the driver is, but the part you attack is the head of the mech. Looking at this, you plan to completely destroy the mecha's head and then grab me, right? In that case, in your opinion, I should not have any resistance, as if I can only be tortured to death by you obediently. This should be your deep thought, right? Lin Yu's indifferent words came out of his mouth at this time, as if he was saying something that was no longer normal. But these words fell into the heart of the man in black, but it surprised him in his heart, because the man in black was doubting whether the other party had mind-reading skills at this time. After all, the other party's words just now were exactly what he thought in his heart, and everything that Rainey said just now was completely in line with his current heart. However, before he could speak at this time, Lin Yu continued to speak. Your idea is very good and vicious, so it is not unreasonable that you can cultivate Noxus to the strength it is now. It's a pity that the most wrong thing you did in your life was to leave a file bag and shield, and it happened that I received this task, and everything you have done will be replaced by an end again. A faint voice sounded from Lin Yu's mouth, full of confidence. It was as if he looked down on everything the other party was doing now. Also, his own strength, but it is strong enough, basically belongs to the strongest group in the entire Earth, and the current Captain America is not his opponent. So, a leader of Noxus in front of him is even strong in his opinion. But how strong can it be? Such a guy, he still doesn't want to hang at will. He can hang the existence at will. What's more, he is now surrounded by Thor, who is not fully awakened. Thor's strength is very terrifying and perverted. With the existence of the other party, it is undoubtedly a whole card tied to his body, and under the support of so many terrorist forces. You tell me, even a pig can do it, let alone Lin Yu? Arrogant. A sneer came out of his mouth. The man in black did not expect that there was such an arrogant person in the world. You must know that he did not think that this world was such an arrogant person. After all, such an existence. This world is basically impossible to have. But anyone who is one in age has a certain understanding of the extraordinary of this world. It will be gradually, all the unruliness will be worn to a smooth. It's really funny to let the other party look like this rampant extreme. The man in black intends to let the other party understand that these thoughts of the other party are all bullshit. He wants to let the other party experience a nightmare that he cannot experience in this life. And he wants to make this day the last day of the other party. He wanted Lin Yu to bear all the price for what he was doing now. The Lin Group, even if it seemed to him to be a behemoth. But after all the destruction of everything he had created at this time, he no longer cared about all this. After he had fallen into a state of madness, he now has only one goal. Take your blood today to wash everything here. The weapon casually picked up in his hand, smashed directly into the other party's head, and a terrifying wind burst out, which seemed to be able to completely destroy everything, and the face of the man in black was arrogant, domineering, and various emotions appeared, like thousands of masks in the world. The power in his body completely exploded at this time, and it came out terrifying and terrifying. Lin, you can also feel that something is wrong at this time. He found that the other party's strength seems to be a little too strong. You must know that the current Marvel Universe is in an early state. Most of the creatures on the Earth are not particularly powerful. They are hovering below the world. But the strength of the other party in front of him was already able to stand on top of the world. To know that such strength, in a sense, can walk sideways on the Earth. Therefore, how can an organization like Noxus make its home here? Of course, he only sensed that something was not quite right, a little unbelievable. The other party's strength is obviously so strong. Why hide here? Well, his emotions are only this. After all, although he can feel that the other party's strength is strong, but his strength is not weak. His strength is also perverted horror. So how to use the other party's strength so strong? Is it not impossible to beat him? Since he can't beat him, the other party is a dead man. No matter how powerful a dead man is, what is the use? One step at this time. Lin Yu drove the war machine at this moment and directly wanted to find the opponent's body to fight with a fist, and he decided to take the other party's life now. After all, there has been too much nonsense before, and now it can finally put an end to everything. He didn't care about the other party's attack on his skull, because maybe the other party's idea was indeed right. After all, the general robot brain is a nerve center. Its design is the same as that of humans, and it is also necessary to destroy its nervous system center. Naturally, the mecha is useless. It is not fundamentally different from a scrap piece of scrap iron. However, Lin Yu's war machine is not an ordinary mecha. And if the head of an ordinary mecha is exploded, it is indeed like that, but it's not like this at all. Even if his head is exploded, his war machine can still move and fight as usual, which is the essential difference between his mecha and too many mechs. The man in black was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other side attacked him. To the other party's head, there was no reaction at all. The other party just broke out the other party's attack towards his own body. This filled the hearts of the black people at this moment with surprise. At this time, the deep emotions of the man in black are very unstable. He really wants to knock open the other party's head and see how the other party's brain circuits are formed. Otherwise, why does the other party do this at this time? Shouldn't it be a defense of itself? After all, if the other party does not prevent their own head from being destroyed, in that case, if the other party's head is destroyed, won't the other party lose all the strength that can resist? Did you send me more ruthlessly? If you compare me, then I will compare you at this time. At this time, the man in black did not intend to retreat when he saw this scene in front of him. On the contrary, it aroused the fighting intent in his heart even more. He let out a roar in his mouth at this time. The power was fierce, and at this time it accelerated by 3 or 4 points. His target was the other party's head, and the purpose at this moment had been determined and could no longer be determined. It was the one that never stops. Lin Yu was still very indifferent at this time. After all, he knew that even if the head of the war machine was broken, it still had no effect on him, and the war machine was still that war machine. Sometimes, even if the entire war machine is destroyed, it still doesn't have much impact on him. After all, his own strength is not fake, but the real one. The other party broke the war machine in a sense and pushed himself to death. His real strength is more terrifying than the war machine. I don't know how much. Although the opponent in front of him is relatively strong, it is only like this. And at this time, Lin Yu had lost the mood to continue to fight with the other party. In his words, he had just seen the reagent on the side with the afterglow of his eyes, so he felt that he didn't need to talk to the other party now. The reason why he said so much to the other party just now is to find out where the reagent is, although the result is not what he thinks, but he finally knows the place in the reagent. This is enough. He naturally does not need to be verbose. So in the next moment, the other party in front of him instantly flew out upside down. After all, the reason why the war machine is called the war machine is not just a code name. He can really destroy everything in the robot, in addition to those real artificial intelligence life. The war machine is definitely the leader level. If he can have such a title, he naturally does not need to use it in terms of strength. The strength of this robot is indeed very good, but I'm very curious about what good it is for you to do this. Do you have to rely on your deep happiness and damage the head of this robot to give me a punch? Although you do this, although it will cause me to suffer some injuries, your combat power will disappear in an instant. After all, the center where you control the entire robot was completely destroyed by me. The body of the man in black trembled slightly at this time. He raised his head slightly. There was a sad smile on his face, as if he had just won a great victory. He looked at Lin Yu's war machine, who was now standing in place. He said, "Next, I'm going to give you a good look at what torture is. I will give you back 1,000 times more than everything you have done to my Noxus and to me before. Not only do I want to torture you, but I also let you see how the Lin group was destroyed by the way. Lin Yu's face gradually changed from indifferent to cold. His mood would not change too seriously. After all, he was already in a state of cold from a high place. But even so, he was still at this time by the words of the black man, resulting in a big change in his face. Because of the other party's words, it was a naked threat. No one will easily accept it indifferently, and everyone will have a deep anger in their hearts. Not to mention that he is originally a young man with a square of blood. You will pay a very heavy price for it. Lin Yu's voice came out in the body of the war machine, and then in the disbelieving eyes of the man in black. The war machine at this time changed instantly, directly changing in front of the black man, and fiercely kicked towards the other party's face. Boom! A huge and incomparable collision exploded at this time. The man in black, who was more than 10 meters, actually flew upside down at this time, and the distance of nearly 100 meters or so violently collided with a wall of the base. A huge and incomparable mark instantly appeared on that wall, and the man in black instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The originally very strong aura of the man in black actually shrank at this time, and what Lin Yu did just now obviously caused a very serious injury to the other party. But this is not the point. The point is that the man in black at this time looked at Lin Yu in front of him in disbelief, and he said in disbelief at this time, "This is simply impossible. Ordinary robots. If the head is destroyed, the control center is useless. Why is your robot still able to move, instead of simply paralyzing?" A questioning look appeared in the black man's eyes, and he seemed to have fallen into a spell. Lin Yu didn't explain. He wasn't the other party's father. Why did he help the other party explain so many things? He and the other party are enemies, and the most important thing he should do now is to ask for the other party's life. Explain something, or let the other party go to hell. Let the King of Yin explain it to him. The war machine broke out again at this time. His laser sword was pulled out and directly changed towards the head of the man in black and chopped over. It was obvious that Lin Yu at this time planned to end this battle, as long as his war machine's laser sword could cut the opponent's head. No one in this world wants to die, and the man in black is the same. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to use reagents in the desperate situation just now. In the eyes of many people, if there's no 100% success rate, they will not conduct experiments at all, because that 90% success rate is also likely to fail. No one wants to gamble on that 10% of failures, because everyone has only one in their hearts, and they can't afford to gamble. But for the sake of their own lives, there are also people who are willing to gamble. The man in black belongs to this kind of person, although he is more afraid of failure and likes revenge more than death. But to tell the truth, he cherishes his little life more. Therefore, when he sensed that the other party's sword was about to cut into his head, he did not hesitate to burst out at this time the power in his body that could make himself animalized, and he directly pushed his strength to the peak state. His body seemed to instantly become a huge and incomparable launching field. Every organ of the body was moving wildly at this time, and then you could see the speed of his body. A layer of hair grew on his body, and within a few seconds it covered the whole body. In a few seconds, it grew to about 4 or 5 centimeters long, and then his eyes expanded wildly at this time, about twice as large as before, and a pair of wolf pupils appeared. He grew a huge tail at this time, and his teeth also became much longer at this time, and he actually directly grew 2 huge fangs. His momentum changed instantly at this time, as if he had chosen someone to eat, and when he entered the state of beasthood, his strength increased by a great level, and he fled the place in an instant. The laser sword that the war machine wielded in his hand did not cut his head. Not even his hair hurt, even the slightest. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he always felt that the scene in front of him was a little paradoxical, a little familiar, like some domestic animation. In his words, it's a little bit like, he's like a big villain. In the process of killing the protagonist, the other party exploded, actually increased several levels, and then the other party brutally killed himself. Well, Lin Yu said that in addition to saying that the other party did not look like a decent person, the rest was completely in line with the plot, so that he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He had to say with some crying and laughter at this time, "You'd better stop resisting desperately, because I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. After all, you will eventually die." After saying that, he drove the war mecha to disappear in place at this time, and then appeared behind the opponent. In this extremely fast situation, the weapon directly slashed at the opponent's back, directly causing a terrifying wound to appear on the opponent's back. Roar, roar. The mouth emitted a painful wail similar to that of a wolf monkey. At this time, the man in black, the emotions of wisdom in his eyes are no longer there, as if he is transformed into a fierce beast, and those eyes are terrifying here. Basically, 100% of them are blood red. At this time, he rushed towards Lin Yu fiercely. Just know, because there were still any fluctuations in the other party's words just now, Lin Yu knew that this was not because the other party could not listen to what he had just said, but because the other party at this time was no longer the other party to a certain extent. After all, the blacks at this time have turned into beasts. All the landmarks of his whole body show that he is not a human anymore. I didn't expect that people who have taken genetic reagents, the strength will indeed become more terrifying, but it seems that the strength cannot be fully expanded, otherwise it will fall into such a state, although the strength of such a state will become more high, but the enemy and friend are not distinguished. Such a state of affairs is not a good thing on the battlefield. Lin Yu fought with the guy in front of him while commenting on the other party. At this time, he can basically determine why the other party's strength has become so strong. After all, he does not believe that the other party's strength is cultivated little by little, and the current Marvel Universe can truly say that his strength is cultivated little by little, and it does not exist at all. Most of them inherit the power obtained by the previous generation, or mutation, or banknote ability. Coupled with the other party's organization, it is to study this genetic reagent, and there is probably only one way to show that the other party's strength has been so improved and so terrifying. Therefore, Lin Yu suddenly felt that this reagent was a little good. First of all, in the state where this reagent makes itself stronger, it will be completely animalistic, regardless of enemies and us. But looking at the current appearance, it seems that this gene reagent should be extremely large for the improvement of strength. As long as he can introduce it and improve it well, I think he can definitely produce a large number of strong people for him in batches. This is simply a good thing for him. Lin Yu didn't think about what he would do if he couldn't improve such a genetic design. After all, he has the ability of a weapon master in his hands. And you must know that the weapon master does not only contain weapons, but the scope of everything in this world is the intelligent existence. In addition, he is now one of the richest people in the world, and the most expensive thing to study is money. And these things happen to be the things he does not lack now. Lin Yu believes that he can inherit everything that the other party has given him very well. Although looking at this series of performances of the other party in front of him, it seems that he is not particularly happy, and he can inherit all these things, but Lin Yu is really happy for the other party. So something is over after all. Lin Yu's voice was a little indifferent. At this time, the cockpit of the war machine was opened. Lin Yu walked out of the war machine little by little. He looked in front of him, looked at his eyes, saw the Scarlet Man in black. After seeing himself, he slowly extended his index finger. Then he clicked directly at the other party, and then a huge explosion sounded. Boom! Thundered. Thundered. 3 loud explosions, the power of which does not belong to ordinary long-range aviation missiles at all. A huge pit appeared above this earth. Everything around began to collapse. After all, this is not above the ground. A huge, deep pit does not have any chain reaction. This is an iceberg, where any slightest damage can cause a huge collapse. Hence a huge pit. What he was able to cause was an absolute 100% huge collapse. Everything caused by Lin Yu's gaze began to collapse, and the previously impregnable base periphery, the steely hideousness at this time, did not last for a few seconds. It was distorted to the extreme, and it was instantly submerged by countless ice blocks, turning into pieces of broken iron. Ordinary ice blocks naturally do not have such high strength, can twist steel, but the ice here is different. The environment here is originally extreme. There are minus hundreds of degrees Celsius, so at such a temperature, the ice condensed by the water here is also hard into steel. In a sense, the ice here is several times harder than steel. Coupled with this collapse change, it seems that weight and mass are combined, and because of this, it seems impossible that steel is not distorted. Lin Yu stood here with a slight frown. He was now in the deepest part of this base. In other words, it was in the very core of this collapse site. So it seemed that he was about to be buried by this rumbling giant, and completely regarded this place as his resting place. You must know that even if his body is extremely hard, but if he's buried by this constantly collapsing ice, it will take a certain amount of time to come and go. To be honest, he is not willing to go through all this, so he will do something at this time. Let's say its power exploded at this time. A terrifying force formed an air shield around his body, abruptly counting its radius of 10 meters. The ice blocks that kept falling were directly supported, and the countless ice blocks were suspended in mid-air, as if they were no longer on Earth, giving people the feeling of being in outer space, and an invisible gravitational force filled the air. Thor, who saw this scene on the side, shouted in disbelief. He felt that Lin Yu's means at this moment had exceeded his imagination. You must know that he was a heavenly god from the celestial realm. His insight was extremely broad. Rao was so, he still couldn't see what Lin Yu was doing at the moment. It was as if everything the other party had performed had already exceeded his imagination. Thor felt that he was now more like a salted fish next to him, who would only shout 666. It's terrifying. Thor could only spit out so few words in the end. Lin Yu didn't pay attention to him, because there was something more important to do at this time, that is, to find Noxus's experiments, those genetic reagents. Lin Yu didn't really care too much about these things before, but the body changes of the man in black he saw just now, he had a strong emotion about the genetic reagents and wanted to explore. Because this thing seems to be stronger than he thought. I don't know how much stronger. If he could get it, it would be a huge help for him, and he stepped forward and walked towards this side, where there were several genetic reagents, which were very good in that small box, and they were very well protected. This is because Lin Yu deliberately protected just now. Otherwise, everything here would have collapsed, and these final experiments that cost Noxus, I don't know how many years, would eventually turn into nothingness, so in a sense, Noxus had to thank Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu was destined to carry forward their experiments. Although it seems that this experimental product can also be put into production as long as it has been experimented for a period of time. By that time, Noxus will also be able to carry it forward. It's a pity that this matter is not something Lin Yu should think about. What he should think about should be how to take these things for himself. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected by natural selection. There are a total of 6 genetic reagents. One is given to Nick Fury, and the rest will be taken back and given my Lin group for research. Coming to this small box, Lin Yu lifted this small box, and then he pulled out a reagent from it and threw it directly to Thor. This is the product that this final mission should obtain. Okay, take this reagent back. This mission will be over, and you'll be a member of the Aegis level. Lin Yu turned to look at Thor and said. Thor nodded. His face was a little embarrassed. After all, this time the task was his next. But it was Lin Yu who finally completed the task. In this process, he didn't even help a little. How could such a thing not be embarrassing on the proud heavenly god? Even a mortal wants to find a seam to drill into at this time. Let's not go back next. Forget it. It's better to divide the soldiers into 2 ways. After all, it's not convenient for Nick Fury to see me with these genetic reagents now. You return to S.H.I.E.L.D. alone, and then you call me again, and I'll send someone directly to pick you up. Lin Yu thought for a while, looked at Thor in front of him, and said. Thor nodded seriously. He didn't say anything else about this matter. He still had this self-care ability. So in the next moment, it was huge, as if it could tear the entire heavenly dome apart. The iceberg that originally wrapped the original base of Noxus actually cracked. It was Thor's fist just now. It directly created this scene in front of him. When Lin Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, and he muttered in his heart, "It is worthy of being a heavenly god from the heavenly realm." And this state of full awakening of strength destroys the heavens and the earth. Then after Thor tore this iceberg apart, he did not hesitate to move towards S.H.I.E.L.D. As a celestial god, his memory is simply in the series of good to explode. So although he has only been to S.H.I.E.L.D. once, he has remembered the past path. Lin Yu also returned to the Lin group. His face was very excited at this time, very happy. He now thought that after he sent the genetic reagent back to the Lin group for research, the results came out. One exhilarating and uplifting result he will get. Being able to make a person with ordinary or slightly stronger strength rise to a mythical level powerhouse in a short period of time. Noxus really hasn't eaten white rice for so many years. Leaving aside the situation on Lin Yu's side, Thor's side did encounter something, only to see that Thor was outside the huge ship of S.H.I.E.L.D. at this moment, and he stood alone in the air, looking at the man in front of him who was suddenly wearing an indescribable outfit, and his brows frowned slightly. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" Thor looked at the other party and asked. In fact, it was definitely impossible for him to ask this question before, but a hammer directly slammed into the other party's face. But he has been with Lin Yu for a while, and he has also learned something to a certain extent, some basic behavior. Plus in S.H.I.E.L.D. before, Nick Fury had also told him these things. "This is not where you should be. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. Otherwise," said Captain America, looking at Thor in front of him. He always felt that Thor in front of him didn't look like a good person, which came from his tempered instincts, because otherwise, why would this guy be sneaky around S.H.I.E.L.D.? In his opinion, if the other party wanted to go in, he would have already entered. And the other party did not go in, but sneaked around. Was the other party sent somewhere? Is it to monitor S.H.I.E.L.D.? He thinks this is a possibility. Well, there's only one reason why Thor did this. That is, he can't find the door to S.H.I.E.L.D., and he can't directly smash S.H.I.E.L.D. into it. So he had to go around, but he didn't expect to be directly considered a hostile force by Captain America. I have to say that sometimes fate is such a coincidence. Perhaps Captain America, as the pillar of the future Marvel world, belongs to the people of the Earth. He ends up colliding with something else from the front. This should be fate, a fate that cannot be changed. Thor naturally didn't know what Captain America was thinking in his heart, and he didn't know either. In fact, they both misunderstood each other. The former regarded him as a sneaky hostile force, and the latter at this time he thought that the former was extremely unfriendly to him. Unfriendliness, to a certain extent, is already equal to a definite fact. "Do you mean to get me out of this place?" With his eyes narrowed slightly, Thor looked at Captain America in front of him at this time and said, "I've been allowed to step out of this place, and I'm curious about what qualifications you have to let me leave this place. Your boss asked you to check on the situation here, but I didn't agree." In fact, if Captain America did not misunderstand Thor's words just now can largely explain the facts. After all, as long as he is not a fool, he can hear what he means, but in his subjective sense, just now, he has determined that the other party is an enemy. Therefore, he directly heard a different meaning. At this time, he took out a shield, looked directly at Thor in front of him, and said, "It seems that you don't want to leave here. In that case, then I will grant your desire to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. But if you want to enter, you can only be caught by me and sent in. I think this person should be you." Thor responded coldly. After all, the clay man still has 3 points of anger, and he has repeatedly retreated, but the other party is still aggressive, so that he is not in a good mood, and he wants to rub the other party on the ground at this time. Thor took a step at this time, and directly threw out his own Mjolnir. The lightning on the Mjolnir began to diffuse, and the terrifying power emanated above, and suddenly the strength at this time was not a fully awakened state, and had returned to a degraded state. His current strength is F level, that is, the level of combat effectiveness of the hero level, which is the same level as the Captain America in front of him at the moment, but because his own seed is very special, it occupies a great advantage to a certain extent, of course, only to a certain extent. Because the Captain America in front of him is also not a vegetarian existence. The strength of the other party also belongs to that extremely terrifying type. Only to see that Thor threw out the quake in his hand at this time, Captain America's face remained unchanged. Even if Captain America's heart was secretly surprised at the moment, the other party's strength was so strong. After all, he can feel the terrifying power from the hammer thrown by the other party just now. And this force instantly makes it alert because he knows that this force has been broken. His defense makes him unable to resist if he is attacked. The consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Such dangerous elements need to be locked up in S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America did not stretch out his heart to retreat because of this. On the contrary, he wanted to catch the other party, and his mind and S.H.I.E.L.D. became more and more serious. In the final analysis, because of the genetic agent that made him stronger, you must know that the previous Captain America was an ordinary soldier. His body is not strong. Relatively speaking, it is still very weak, but by chance he set up reagents. He was willing to become a test product and finally had this achievement, became a spiritual pillar, became a superhero. However, there is no way in this world that can make people quickly become without side effects. And the genetic reagents he uses naturally bring him side effects, which are more special, and the effect is not on the body, making him irritable and destroying everything. That kind of power acted on his spiritual aspect, making him change from an existence who could have a little sense of justice to an existence who sacrificed himself. This is his biggest change. Put it on his body now. Even if he has the power he has now, he will definitely not die with the guy in front of him, but will choose to be flexible, of course. It is just a metaphorical possibility because things that have long passed, but they are not allowed to change. Captain America, he raised the shield in his hand, and he directly rushed towards the entire Thor suspended in mid-air. Although he does not have the ability to fly, he has 2 flying machines on his back at this time, but he can fight with the other party in mid-air. Captain America intends to get close to each other and have a hearty flaw. After all, this is the way he does best to fight. The strength of Captain America belongs to the top group in the current S.H.I.E.L.D., and the current Marvel Universe is still normal. At least the kind of strong person who destroys the world at every turn has not appeared. That situation in Lin Yu's calculation, there's still about dozens of years. Therefore, Captain America, as the top of the current strength, naturally has his own deep pride. Yes, he's indeed a soldier, indeed has patriotic feelings, but therefore the same fact cannot be denied, that is, the other party is a person. People have emotions, and emotions can say a lot of things to a certain extent. For example, most people do not consider themselves weak beings, and no one wants to bow their heads, especially when he himself stands at the top of the pyramid, like Captain America. In a sense, he is standing at the top of the pyramid. In his current name, he's called Captain America. And these 4 words are not as simple as a simple title. He has precipitated too many things. These things are not so simple to obtain, but Captain America created it with a pair of hands little by little. And this time, he wants to prove something. For example, how to kill this guy in front of you and subdue it. Because Captain America can feel that the strength of Thor in front of him is extremely terrifying, which makes him feel the pressure from the few masters who are now hiding deeply. And he broke out again at this time, and he burst out with terrifying battle intent. It just so happens that I haven't fought for a long, long time. So let's go and see if my strength has dropped at this time. And this is just on the side of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, let them see how strong my strength really is. Captain America cracked his own mouth. Therefore, his body flew out and rushed directly to Thor. He pinched the shield in his hand with one hand, and without hesitation, he directly shot the opponent's Mjolnir, seeing that the purpose was to carry the opponent's Mjolnir head-on. Captain America didn't have the slightest fear. He's Captain America. Why is there such a feeling of fear? After all, he is a character who survived World War II. And his current age is not as simple as 20 or 30 years old on the surface, but he has lived a character of 150 or 60 years old. In a sense, he is older than Nick Fury. Boom, boom. A huge impact sounded, and the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. heard it. No matter which part of S.H.I.E.L.D. was, they all felt their ears at this time, as if a heavy object had fallen, and they were one after another, with a puzzled look on their faces. Because they don't know why there's such a sound in their ears. You must know that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a very quiet public place, and ordinary people dare not make noise. And most of the people with such emotions are inside S.H.I.E.L.D. They are not outside S.H.I.E.L.D. And naturally, they cannot see Captain America and Thor, who are fighting at the moment. However, this scene was seen by the Assistant Legion outside S.H.I.E.L.D., who saw Captain America and Thor, who were fighting at the moment, and they did not recognize Thor's identity, thinking that the other party was the god who was about to join their S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, when Lin Yu came here, He knew that there were not many people who came at all. They were just watching the excitement on the side at this moment, with an excited look on their faces, because Captain America had told them before that they didn't need to intervene in this battle. They just needed to watch from the side, and Captain America would personally catch each other. They will naturally be happy about such things. After all, being able to watch such a strong person fight is also an opportunity for them, because they can learn a lot from such a senior, and such things may be used in some places in the future. What's more, as long as it is a battle, there will inevitably be casualties. Now, that they can watch the play on the sidelines without worrying about casualties, doesn't it have to be something to be happy about? They can't wait to call Captain America 666 at this time. Therefore, they work harder and harder at this time, opening their eyes. After all, they were very confident in their eyes, so what happened in front of them just now was already shocking. One after another, they were staring at this scene in front of them with wide eyes. The source of the huge explosion before that. I saw that Captain America and Thor each stopped in midair, and between the two of them, a huge shield and a quake were colliding. The terrifying loud noise came from between this shield and Mjolnir. Captain America and Thor's faces were extremely solemn. They looked at each other at this time, and they did not hide that they regarded each other as a great enemy they had encountered now. Because they met each other before, they just thought that the other party was very strong, which was judged from their combat experience. But when they really met, they knew how strong the other party really was, and how terrifying the other party's strength was. No wonder you dare to call yourself Captain America. Your strength is indeed enough. Thor cracked his mouth at this time and praised. He could feel the strength of Captain America. That kind of strength is not the strength of the rank, the strength of the strength, but a kind of strength that gives people invincibility at the same level. You must know that he is not an ordinary person, although his current strength is in the F level. After all, he was once a D level, that mythical level powerhouse, and therefore its strength is not an ordinary F level can bear. And this guy in front of him, in the battle with him just now, not only successfully carried his attack, but even broke out the same not weak attack. This group has shown that the opponent's talent is extremely terrifying, and the combat effectiveness in the same level is extremely amazing. Thor admires this kind of person because he is also this kind of person. You are also very strong. I'm not willing to be an enemy with you until a last resort. If you choose to leave at this time, I will not blame you in the past. Captain America spoke at this time. He actually planned to reconcile at this time, intending to back down. Obviously, Captain America at this time intends to reconcile, too, although he just wanted to fight with the other party to wash away some things in his heart. But after the two of them really fight, he had a real assessment of the strength of the other party. He gave up. This guy's strength is too terrifying. If you put it in another place, it's not a big deal. I don't necessarily lose. Just put it here to fight. Captain America set his eyes on S.H.I.E.L.D. next to him, and he shook his head. He knows that this place cannot be used as a battlefield. The strength of the two of them is too terrifying. So S.H.I.E.L.D. is very unsafe on the side, and the battle between the two of them has a very high probability of touching S.H.I.E.L.D. next to it. And when the time comes, it will be a big deal. There's a 90% chance that S.H.I.E.L.D. will be compromised. And this scene is not wanted to be seen by Captain America. After all, he is a superhero of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the guardian of the entire United States, and he does not want to see this scene appear at all. So he chose to back down at this time, wanting to let the other party go. He personally thinks that the other party should nod and agree at this time. After all, no matter how to say that his strength is equally terrifying, the other party should not want to fight with himself after just sensing the horror of his strength, because the gain is not worth the loss. So at this time, both sides gave up fighting, which he thought was a very good thing. But Thor is a man who makes him not expect the ending. He does not let Captain America at this time. The answer to that idea appears. Thor at this time, his eyes looked directly at Captain America, shook his head. He refused without hesitation. Just now the hand itched. How can you say give up and give up, since you hooked the fighting intent in my heart? Then the battle intent must be solved here. Not to mention that the battle is not something you want to start and end if you want to end. Today, either you fall here or I fall here. Thor's eyes made no secret of his current attitude. At this time, he rushed up, so that the quake that was still colliding in midair and the shield of Captain America separated, he reached out and took the hammer directly. He looked at the Captain America, seemed to want to say something, naturally unwilling to listen. Because he didn't want this battle to end like this. The anger in his heart would completely subside, and his battle intent had boiled to the extreme, and now he just wanted to fight. Eat me with a hammer. Thor directly took Mjolnir and smashed it in the other party's face. Captain America took his shield. With a helpless look on his face, he didn't expect that the other party would not listen to his advice at this time, and had to fight with himself. Knowing this, he did not conflict with the other party before, even if he knew the other party's purpose from the beginning. Just to know that they are now fighting near S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain America is very unhappy in his heart. After all, he has determined the strength of my other party. That is a real sense of fighting. It will definitely affect S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America knows better than anyone that if something goes wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D., he will definitely be blamed. And in addition, he is even more reluctant to see any bad situation in S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason is because of his heart that contains great righteousness. However, although Captain America did not want to fight with the other party, he would not let himself stand in place and be beaten by the other party. And the other side attacked him, and he quickly grabbed his shield and hid into the distance. He tried not to have a frontal hardbar with the other party at this time. In this way, I think that S.H.I.E.L.D. will not be damaged too much. After all, the two of them did not fight, and there were no traces of battle scattered at all. And this scene made those who watched the play before on the side dumbfounded. Because why did the original battle between the two people change so drastically at this time? Why did Captain America, who originally seemed to have a slight advantage, begin to frantically dodge the opponent's attack at this time? And it seems that he has to flee into the distance. They had doubtful emotions in their hearts. And then after hesitating for a few seconds, they all moved at this time. At this time, they took out their weapons, and they actually attacked Thor madly directly on that shield. After all, Captain America is their shield person, and the current situation of Captain America is obviously not good. And that Thor is like an enemy. They will naturally choose to attack Thor. Eileen, didn't I tell you to stay on the side? Just watch the play. We'll let you make some action at this time. Captain America originally planned to deceive Thor into a distant place at this time. In that case, when they fought after they were a certain distance from S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain America would not be restrained, and he planned to teach the young man in front of him to be a man at that time. It's just that he didn't expect that such a situation had not yet appeared, and when he was still a little away from success, the pair of soldiers above S.H.I.E.L.D. actually launched an attack on Nather, which almost didn't make Captain America mad on the spot. You seem to want to get into hostility with me. Thor could feel the bullets behind him at this time, and he gave up his idea of continuing to pursue Captain America. And at this time, he turned his head to look at the group of uniformed young men above S.H.I.E.L.D. with a calm and irritable mood on his face. A very subtle feeling was born at this time. Well, Thor felt that he couldn't understand S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. Obviously, the other party had agreed. He joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to become an Avenger. And he also took the task and successfully completed the task, intending to come back and become an Avenger in the true sense. But he encountered such a thing at the gate of S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. was playing him before? Deep in Thor's heart, such an idea suddenly appeared, and then a kind of anger surged madly at this time, and he seemed to feel something called deception at this time. You seem to want to get into hostility with me. He repeated this phrase for the second time in his mouth. It's just that when he repeated this sentence, one of his eyes had already turned blood red. Thor especially hates betrayal, which is due to some of his experiences in the celestial realm. So something similar will make him particularly angry, wanting to tear everything in front of him to pieces, such as the one he is encountering now. He wanted to destroy everything. While there is no doubt, at this moment, Thor already thinks that S.H.I.E.L.D. betrayed him, and who put such a thing on him, everyone will think so. Because I said yes before, and I also helped you complete the task. Just wanted to come back and tell you about the completion of the task, but I just happened to encounter such a thing at the gate. This feeling, no matter who it is, will think that the other party is unloading the grind and killing the donkey. So Thor is angry at this time. His anger is different from the previous anger. His anger this time is essentially anger, and he must be cleansed with something to be completely washed away, because he is now on the verge of rage. Why is he so angry in his heart now? In the distance, Captain America saw this scene. His heart was turbulent, and he looked at the scene in front of him with some disbelief, because he didn't expect why this guy in front of him would have such a great anger in his heart. And it was actually several times more anger than when he just fought against the other party, hurting the other party, and the anger generated. This seemed to him to be basically an impossible thing, because unless it is said that they themselves have an element of hatred in it, otherwise just that kind of injury, not to mention those soldiers' bullets did not fall on Thor's body at all, and did not cause even the slightest damage to the other party. Even if those bullets fell on the other party's body, there was nothing at all. Thor's physical defense, Captain America knew better than anyone how terrifying it was. That bullet fell on the other party's body, except to make some sounds. There was no use at all. Therefore, he couldn't understand why the other party was so angry. Captain America suddenly felt that something was not quite right at this time. He is not a fool. He can live until now, although his own strength is strong enough, but also its own wisdom is also super. He began to recall something at this time, something that he subconsciously ignored before. In this process, there are violent turmoil in the distance. After all, although Captain America is thinking, some things will not stop because of his thinking, such as at this time, Thor, who is self-denial and anger in his heart. At this moment, Thor is rushing towards that shield, covered by layer after layer of thunder power on his body. The terrifying power has made any creature that sees it terrified, and the weather that was originally a sunny day has also changed, and unconsciously layer after layer of dark clouds actually covered it, as if the wind and rain are about to come. What the hell is going on here? Why is this? The few people who attacked Thor before were stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They did not expect that just the bullet they had just said would cause Thor to react so violently, although this was indeed their fundamental purpose. It's just that they now seem to be very afraid of Thor in a state of rage in front of them, because they always feel that the other party will appear directly in front of them, and then put both hands on their shoulders, and then fiercely force to the sides, directly tearing them to pieces. The heart thumped at this time, and these people hesitated for a few seconds deep in their hearts, and they ran towards the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time, although they were S.H.I.E.L.D. people, and what they believed in their hearts was to be loyal to here. But the most complicated thing in this world is the human heart. When their lives are threatened, as long as they are people, as long as they are intelligent creatures, they will subconsciously flee to the place they think is safest. For them, S.H.I.E.L.D. is deep. After all, there's the best technology on the planet right now. There are layers and layers of fighter mech. There are terrifying armored vehicles that destroy the world, and even a few superheroes, and this extremely large number of legions. They think it's the only place that can save them in this situation. Want to go? Is simply impossible. Extremely cold words spit out of his mouth. Thor picked up the Mjolnir in his hand at this time and killed, since he killed these agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the spot, about half of them. And when he wanted to continue to attack and kill them all, a person blocked him. That guy was Captain America, who fought him before. The other party had already stopped thinking. He didn't think something was wrong, because there was obviously something more important right now. That is, he wants to prevent Thor in front of him from continuing to kill. Anyway, looking at your current appearance, the battle is inevitable to break out here. In this case, then there is no need for me to stay. So I will be full of combat power at this time, try my best to subdue you, so that the loss can be minimized. The lips split at this time, and Captain America smiled at each other. Ordinary people may think that this is a gesture of favor when they see this scene, but only those who really understand Captain America will know that this is his emotional excitement, and the blood inside begins to throb. In this state, only blood can relieve him and restore his calm. Give Lao Tzu death. His face was still very calm, and Thor directly turned the weapon in his hand at this time, and thought of the other party's head and smashed it. Captain America did not expect that the other party would sneak up on him. He quickly held up his shield at this time to carry the opponent's attack, and then his body directly fell back for a distance, and a little blood flowed from his mouth at this time. It was that when he collided with the other party just now, there were internal injuries directly in his body because the other party's attack was too terrifying. However, because of this, Captain America at this time became more and more excited. He looked at Thor in front of him, as if he saw prey. He crossed his hands at this time and said, "Let me try to see the first enemy after this long time without fighting. Alarm, alarm. There's an enemy attack. All staff pay attention. Take note." The alarm that belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. sounded at this time, and in an instant, it was all over S.H.I.E.L.D., and the sound of the battle between Captain America and Thor outside was too loud. So if S.H.I.E.L.D. did not react, he could not have the status he is now. Isn't it a joke that someone dares to attack my S.H.I.E.L.D. at such a critical moment? In the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury had a surprised look on his face. He had just signed an agreement, which was a cooperation plan with Stark Industries, which was very important. But he didn't expect that this agreement had just been signed, and someone came to attack them S.H.I.E.L.D. And next to him, Tony also got it at this time. He was the boss of Stark Industries, so he was naturally present for this plan contract. "Do you need my help to solve it this time?" Tony glanced at Nick Fury on the side and asked at this time. "There's no need for that. You don't have to meddle in this matter today." Nick Fury shook his head at this time. He did not agree. In his words, if it was in normal times, he was naturally very happy to let the other party help clean up these intruders. Only now it's different. The other party signed the agreement in a cooperative capacity, and therefore the other party has just signed the agreement, and you want him to do things for himself. Nick Fury said that he also wants to face. He naturally will not let the other party do this. He plans to clean up this matter himself. Next, let you see the capabilities of our S.H.I.E.L.D., so that your Stark Industries group can rest assured of cooperation with us. Nick Fury glanced at Tony and spoke. His words were full of confidence. After all, their current S.H.I.E.L.D. can be said to be stronger than before. I don't know how much, with a new Avenger joining, and the equipment update has also been greatly improved. So it is naturally easier to face the so-called enemy. And the alarm sound just now belongs to the 3-level alarm, which belongs to the general enemy, or not a particularly great danger. Well, remember the alarm. Such enemies can be easily solved before their S.H.I.E.L.D. becomes stronger. Not to mention that their current S.H.I.E.L.D. is already different from the past. Tony didn't speak. He was expressionless. Also, this is the state he shows in front of normal people. After all, he is the president of Stark Industries, a man who truly stands at the top of the pyramid. It's just that compared to ordinary people, he has some kindness in his heart. Let's see which guy who doesn't have long eyes comes to bother us at such an extraordinary moment. Nick Fury moved the button on the chair next to him, and then, in front of Tony and his eyes, a huge screen suspended in midair appeared. The top of that screen shows what is happening outside S.H.I.E.L.D. at this moment. In midair, the figure of Captain America fighting Thor, and above the ground of S.H.I.E.L.D., the legions that appeared one after another. They were helping Captain America with weapons in hand, but their attacks were slightly restrained, and they did not directly add firepower to the strongest. This is because they are afraid of hurting Captain America, who is grappling with each other. Of course, that's not the point, at least for others, who might focus on the battle between Captain America and Thor, or the role of the legions on the side. But what Nick Fury is concerned about has nothing to do with these. What he was focusing on was the guy named after the intruder when the alarm sounded. That Thor, who was defined as an intruder because of a misunderstanding, had just completed his mission. How can these two guys fight? In Nick Fury's mouth, an incredible voice sounded. You must know that Thor is the first celestial god to join their S.H.I.E.L.D., and may also be the last, which is cross-era significance. At the same time, the strength of the other party is also extremely expensive. In a word, it is a top powerhouse in the true sense. For them, S.H.I.E.L.D., the other party is definitely an existence worth absorbing. The other party also expressed goodwill before, not only joining them S.H.I.E.L.D., but also choosing to complete the task quickly. But why is it that only a few hours have passed, and such a scene appears in front of you? Thor said, well, before, directly got up with Captain America, and the siren just now? Could it be that Thor was the intruder? Truth be told, killing Nick Fury doesn't believe that Tuthor will be the intruder. You want to know this guy? Tony heard what Nick Slay said, and he turned to look at Nick Ford, who had a curious look in his eyes. How about understanding? This is the first celestial god who will join our shield, Thor said with a little cry at this time. And he was not idle at this time, because he had seen the seriousness of things on the field. Nick Fury is not a fool. He can achieve his current status and his intellectual ability. There's a very pay-ran relationship. Therefore, he can see that at this moment, the projection is projected on the fighting Captain America and Thor. Both of them have real fire. Especially neither, a pair of eyes have already turned a tyrannical blood red. And it seems that he knows that it is not easy to mess with, as if the other party wants to destroy everything in front of him. Therefore, Nick Freddy is thinking of a solution to the matter in front of him, although he does not know why this matter in front of him has become like this. But it is not important. The important thing is to calm everything down first. As for why there are so many situations, is there some misunderstanding? At that time, we will talk about this matter and solve it. And it is obvious that this matter is the most important thing at the moment. And obviously, there is only one person who can make the tyrannical Thor listen to the words. That guy is Lin Yu, who is now at the headquarters of the Lin Group. After all, Thor was brought over by the other party, and Thor was able to join S.H.I.E.L.D., or because Lin Yu wanted the other party to join S.H.I.E.L.D. That's pretty telling in a sense. Without hesitation, the phone was dialed at this time, and the phone was quickly connected after a busy tone, and on the other end of the phone, a voice that made Nick Fury feel relieved. "What's the matter with me?" Lin Yu's doubtful voice sounded on the other end. At this moment, Lin Yu was staying in the main building of the Lin Group. Bruce Wayne was standing in front of him with an excited look on his face, and he was holding the genetic reagent of Noxus in his hand at the moment. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely develop the finished product with a 100% success rate for you." Bruce Wayne patted his chest and directly showed his attitude. Lin Yu nodded and did not question the other party, because he knew that the other party would not lie. Bruce Wayne was not an ordinary shadow. The other party had mastered the Weapon Master, so he believed that the other party could increase the actual success rate of Noxus's genes by 100%. At the same time, on the basis of the original genetic reagent, a huge and incomparable improvement has been carried out so that it no longer has terrifying sequelae, at least not like before when he injected genetic design body changes. In the process of fighting, may be indistinguishable from each other. This kind of thing Lin Yu disdained because it was easy to hurt his own people. Since the Master is here, then I will report to you, by the way, what kind of income our Lin Group has looked like in the recent period, what kind of changes and reforms have there been. Bruce Wayne said at this time, and he reported to Lin Yu at this time some of the practices and changes he had recently taken over the Lin Group, as well as various income situations. Lin Yu did not show a gesture of boredom. He listened carefully, although he did not care very much about these things. In his opinion, this is a world above strength, and because of this, the strength of the strength is enough to allow him to obtain too many things, so some things do not need to be cared about. After all, those things can be easily obtained when he has strength. But no matter how he said it, the Lin Group is still quite important to him now, and the temporary group also has a very special meaning for him personally. It is the legacy left by his cheap father. He can protect it well and let it carry it forward. Time passes under such circumstances. About a few minutes later, after Bruce Wayne roughly described the current situation of the Lin Group at this time, when he was about to elaborate on some content, suddenly a phone call came in inexplicably at this time. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, because this time he remembered that it was his private phone number. You must know that not everyone has his private phone number, and there are not many people who have his private phone number, so he hesitated and chose to dial this number. After all, everyone who knows him knows that he hates to be disturbed, so no one will disturb him at all until last resort. And at this time, this phone suddenly pops up, and he still connects it. Otherwise, if there is something more serious, it will not be good. Then came a scene just now. Lin Yu, who looked confused, didn't know why he received a call from Nick Fury. Thor doesn't know why he fought with Captain America. The situation here is getting more and more dangerous. We can't persuade him. You hurry up and help us. Nick Fury's voice rang on the other end of the phone, very anxious. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment after listening to it. He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears, Otherwise, how could he hear these contents? The so-called Thor actually fought with Captain America. Aren't these two guys from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why would they fight? Could it be that their contradictions broke out at this time? This possibility is not impossible. After all, everyone is a superhero. It is inevitable that there is some pride in the heart. It is unpleasant to see each other for the first time, and it is possible to fight, but because everyone is not a child, basically there is still a little bit of pressure in the heart. Plus, the two of them met for the first time. It seems that this speculation is not true. Linyu, you better hurry up. The situation here really can't be stopped. The two of them have hit real fire. I suspect that if you don't come earlier, maybe my shield will be demolished. Nick Fury's voice sounded again, full of anxiety. Are you looking for that young man from the Lin group to help? On the other end of the phone, Linyu heard a voice that was extremely familiar to him interject, making his expression change slightly, because he could hear who the owner of the voice was, that is, the president of Stark Industries Group, Iron Man Tony. Okay, I'll go over now. If it really doesn't work, you can ask Tony next to you to stop it. Linyu opened his mouth at this time and said, after all, I also needed to consume some time in the past. If their things are too big, you don't have to hesitate to strike directly. Okay, you better try to come first. This practice is still settled. Nick Fury didn't agree. He just said so. The phone hung up, and Linyu's face had a hint of helplessness. Because his heart was also confused at this time, it was not clear why this situation occurred, which was too unexpected for him. Because Captain America is a very calm person, the other party is not a 10-point belligerent superhero who likes to cause trouble, so he is very curious about what caused the two to fight together, and heard Nick Fury say that both of them played really angry. Linyu smiled and said to himself, then let me see who is the reason for this. If you let me know that this matter comes from your shield, from Captain America, then you better give an explanation that I can accept otherwise. Linyu turned his body at this time. The roof of the high-rise building of the Lin Group headquarters above his head opened, and a fighter appeared in front of him, which is a flying machine developed by Bruce Wayne during this time, which could burst out at a terrifying speed for a long time. Linyu can use this flying machine to shorten his time to reach S.H.I.E.L.D. Next time, you can help me refine a more powerful set, the one that is best to carry with me. It only needs to take up a very small space. Linyu turned his head to look at Bruce Wayne and made his own suggestion at this time. The battle gradually heated up. Captain America and Thor both fought real fire, especially Thor among them, completely fell into anger because what he hated most in his life was betrayal. So when he thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. betrayed him, he even had to sacrifice him for it. He intends to make the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. pay the price in blood. It's just that there are always some little trash fish who want to block in front of me. But since you want to block in front of me, then I will clean you up first, and then go and clean up the back. Thor's clothes were already torn at this time, and there were many, many injuries all over his body, which were all kinds of blows inflicted on him by Captain America. Captain America is now in a similar state to him. His clothes are mostly shattered, and his body is full of injuries, but to some extent, it is more serious than it, because although their attack level is similar, it is completely comparable in this regard. But on the other hand, Captain America simply cannot be compared with Thor. That is the race, although this thing may not be important, but the descendants born directly from the Heavenly Father-level figures. Their qualifications are very terrifying, and their bodies are almost terrifying to my resilience. This is something that Captain America lacks. The two people are constantly creating terrifying injuries on each other's bodies, which is indeed evenly matched, but one thing is not. That is, Thor's recovery ability is far more than Captain America. So the injuries on Thor's body are more superficial injuries. The injury is like a little scar condensed on the surface of the body. It is not harmful at all, but Captain America's injury is completely the opposite. The injuries on his body are extremely terrifying. There are many Dao that have penetrated deep into his body, destroying its internal organs, and his current state is not good. If it weren't for the fact that his own physical strength was very amazing, his own strength was extraordinary, and he also had extremely amazing perseverance, he might have failed long ago. But even so, he still couldn't support it for too long. The Thor in front of him is too strong. His recovery ability is too shocking. so everything that follows will come to an end. The battle between the two people at this time is no longer in midair. They're already fighting on the huge ship of S.H.I.E.L.D. The surrounding environment has already been vividly destroyed. The steel-like giant has been distorted at this time, I don't know how much, and even said that there are many more corpses on the side. That is the death of the commissioner above S.H.I.E.L.D. Both of them are extremely extraordinary existences, and their battles naturally have aftermaths. And those aftermaths are not something that ordinary people can resist, and it is a very normal thing to have such a situation. And it should be surprising that there is no such situation. Die for Lao Tzu. The hammer of Thor in his hand smashed fiercely towards Captain America in front of him, and Thor looked at him with a little admiration in his eyes with anger, because he didn't expect that the other party's strength was so terrifying, and he could give him so long to fight. You know, as an existence from the celestial realm, as a celestial god, he naturally knows very well what his body looks like, and the other party can hold on to him for so long under such circumstances, which already shows how terrifying the other party really is. This time is really a place where the crouching tiger hides the dragon. I met Lin Yu. His strength and insight far surpass me. Then you're also extraordinary, although you will die after all. At this moment, Captain America, his body has been poor to the extreme, standing in place, barely able to move, barely able to fight. This is his state. Thor broke out at this time, and the Mjolnir in his hand was thrown at the other party fiercely, and the power above was filled with lightning, which could cause extremely terrifying damage. Obviously, Captain America at the peak of this force can naturally defuse and collide, but obviously Captain America at this state is helpless. A force appeared in the palm of his hand, and Captain America had a resolute look on his face. He knew that he really couldn't resist this force. But what could this do? He can't always choose to back down at this time, right? It is impossible for him to expose S.H.I.E.L.D. behind him to the sight of this guy, who obviously wants to destroy it in front of him, right? Even if it is death, I will let you die with me. With great righteousness in his heart, Captain America actually burst out his full strength at this time. He directly forged forward at this time and rushed towards Thor, one of his hands stretched out at this time, and he directly grabbed the opponent's Mjolnir. When Thor saw this scene, his face was extremely disdainful, because Mjolnir is not something that anyone can pick up in this world, but only an existence full of justice in his heart can pick it up, and in addition to these, unless it is an existence that is very compatible with this weapon itself. And such people, this world basically does not exist except for him. Lin Yu before was an accident. Well, or rather an exceptional existence. Thor was present at the time, and although he saw the other party pick up Mjolnir, he knew that the other party would definitely not be too easy to pick up, because after all, that thing needed certain conditions to get it. Although the other party was able to hold that weapon at that time, it actually had some special power blessing, and the Mjolnir hammer that was picked up had a terrifying huge force on it, which was very difficult. And as easy as him, it is completely impossible. Even if you have some special ability to pick up this Mjolnir, the terrifying power has already made you die immediately. Thor's inner fullness of self-confidence. It's just that all that happened in front of him in the next second instantly gave him a hard slap. That is the extreme speed of the explosion to destroy everything in front of Thor. But at this time, it was easily caught in the hands of Captain America, who reached out to block Mjolnir during the run. It seems that there is not much strength at all. Thor's eyes almost didn't pop out at this moment, because what happened in front of me is really amazing. Thor felt as if his three views had been subverted at this time, and his mouth murmured at this time, "It's simply impossible. It's not logical. The conditions for picking up Mjolnir are too harsh. In addition to a special identity like himself, the only people left in this world who can pick him up are righteous people." Thor knows that the other party in front of him picks up this Mjolnir and does not waste much strength at all, so the other party definitely does not have a special identity. If you look at it this way, the other party seems to be able to pick up this Mjolnir, which can only mean one thing. The other party is a righteous and awe-inspiring person. And it is a person who does not have a little bit of that kind of childish affection in his heart. Only such a person is qualified to pick up this Mjolnir hammer with a mortal body. But why did such a person attack me before? Thor's heart was puzzled. He was thinking about this question. Under his cognition, he was a person from this shield, and the same was true of Captain America in front of him. And since this was the case, then why did the other party attack him? For what reason? You must know that the other party is a righteous and awe-inspiring person, and it is impossible to do the chicken and dog theft. So for what reason? And the first time the other party sees him, he directly threatens himself, and even says that he will attack himself. Thor was puzzled deep down. Let's die together. A sound that was peaceful to the extreme resounded at this time. Captain America didn't know that Thor was already suspicious in his heart, and at this time he sensed that something was not quite right. He just knew one thing. At this time, he no longer has any combat effectiveness, and after he falls to the ground, who will stop the other party? Therefore, he intends to use his last remaining strength to die with the other party. And this matter has come to a perfect end. Well, if he hadn't killed the other party and hadn't succeeded in the same situation, but seriously injured the other party and made it convenient for S.H.I.E.L.D. to act conveniently, it would have been a good thing for him. The pupils shrank slightly, and Thor's heart secretly said something bad. He is not a fool. At this time, he already knows the other party's purpose, so he can't help but worry in his heart. After all, looking at his situation, the other party is indeed very likely to die with him. First, because of the other party's unchanging determination. In fact, it is because the other party actually carried the terrifying blow he had just now and approached his body at this time. The other party does have this opportunity now. Brush, brush, brush. The body is crazy backwards at this time. Thor at this time choose not to fight with it. After all, the other party this time is determined to die. Want to die with him? He is a brain convulsion. Only want to fight with the other party so hard at this time. After all, after what happened just now, he knows one thing. The other party's combat effectiveness is indeed terrifying, and compared with himself, it is not at all inferior, although the other party is now completely at a disadvantage. But if the other party takes his life in exchange, he can't get a little benefit at all. If you're not careful, you will die. And if you are lucky, you will inevitably be seriously injured and dying. Neither of these 2 points was what Thor wanted to see. So he chose not to go head-on, but at this time to distance themselves from each other, intending to slow down. The dark clouds and thunder that appeared in the sky before gradually dispersed, and a trace of light shone through. And the weather changes around were all caused by Thor's mood changes. And when Thor noticed that something seemed different from what he thought, something would change. How can there be things that you can avoid if you want to? As if sensing what Thor was thinking deep in his heart, the other party wanted to avoid his deadly attack, and the corners of Captain America's mouth were slightly hooked, looking disdainful. Also, since he dares to burst out all his strength at this time and kill the other party, then naturally he is 100% sure that he can hit the other party. Otherwise, he does not dare to make a desperate bet at this time. Otherwise, nothing is done, and he will die of shame. Your combat power is indeed amazing, but after all, you are not my opponent. With a wistful sigh in his mouth, Captain America could clearly feel that one of his hands was holding Mjolnir, and Mjolnir really kept breaking free from his hand. He knew what the reason was, and therefore, although he didn't know why he could control this Mjolnir so easily, he still squeezed it tightly. The purpose was to, don't let this Mjolnir return to Thor's hands. After the previous battle, he has already made it clear that this Mjolnir is a big weapon for the other party's battle. This thing returns to the opponent's hand. The opponent's combat power will definitely be doubled several times. In that case, in the case that he can kill the other party, there is little hope. This possibility is going to drop a lot, which he does not want. There is a shield flying out behind him. That is his exclusive weapon. At this moment, there is a special power pervasive on his shield. That power is a special power that his body has refined after obtaining the mutation, and it can burst out extremely terrifying power in a short time. Of course, this is not a killing move, because although the internal power can burst out in a short period of time, it is extremely terrifying and devastating, but it is still limited. The final killing move he hides in the deepest part of the shield, where there is a compressed, explosive package comparable to the power of 5,000 tons of explosives. Captain America believes that the power of this killing move is 100% enough. As long as this attack can burst a hit, the shield was under the control of Captain America, and the swish flew directly to Thor. Thor's heart had a bad emotion. Everyone in this world will have a sixth sense, but strong or not. Some people are extremely obvious. Some people are extremely deep. Some people are extremely sensitive, and some people's perception seems to be not possessed. It is clear that Thor belongs to the category of perception that is obviously extremely sensitive. Therefore, a terrifying sense of crisis hit his heart at this time, almost subconsciously, and his body rose up into the sky at this time, rushing towards the heavenly dome. One of his hearts seemed to be whispering, telling him never to approach this shield, which was dangerous. If he chooses to get closer, there's a high probability that he will die. This feeling has saved him I don't know how many times. Thor is extremely convinced. And then, time passed about 0.01 seconds. The shield had caught up with Thor, who was rushing toward the sky, and then clinged closely behind the opponent. The speed of this shield far exceeds Thor. The sense of crisis exploded instantly at this time, and Thor felt some tremors in his body, and he knew what it was like. The feeling of stepping into the abyss. This feeling had been felt once in his life. That time was when his father was fighting another Heavenly Father-level opponent, when he was watching from the sidelines by accident, and was almost killed by the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. That was the first time he had felt this way, and this will be his second feeling. There's not much difference between the two, of course, if there's really a difference. Thor believes that he is closer to the feeling of death this time. Almost without hesitation, Thor's hand stretched out at this time. One of his hands directly behind his back picked up the shield behind it, and with a fierce force, he actually intended to directly wrench it off, which was the only means he could use to improve his probability of survival now. Otherwise, he thinks that he is certain to die, because the sense of crisis this time is too amazing, and even he does not think that he has much chance of surviving. You only have 3 seconds because the bomb will explode in 3 seconds. Captain America's voice sounded at this time. He did not hide anything. He directly said his last means to kill the other party. Thor's heart trembled after listening to it. He knew what the bomb in the other party's mouth was. It was a product developed by humans, capable of huge explosions. It was an extremely dangerous thing. He had seen their power. Although most of the room is relatively weak, but some of them are indeed extremely powerful. He has seen a nuclear bomb explosion. The power of the explosion, even at the peak of his, can barely resist. Now, naturally needless to say, cannot resist at all. Even if the bomb load this time is definitely not worth the nuclear bomb, the result is similar. Are you a lunatic? Do you know you'll die if you do this? Looking at Captain America, who was not far away from him, Thor couldn't help but scold. He was curious. His injuries were not as serious as the other party. So what was the other party's operation? You must know that the distance between the two of them is very close, and the other party will inevitably be affected. In this case, the possibility of death of the other party is comparable to his own. It is even said that the death of the other party is almost a 100% possibility. After all, the injuries on the other party's body are extremely serious now, and the internal organs have been damaged to a certain extent, and the other party is really dancing on the edge of death. Captain America was silent, and he did not choose to reply to the other party's question. He just tacitly raised his head at this time, controlled Mjolnir with one hand, so that he did not return to Thor's hand, and then quietly waited for the bomb to explode. Not a single person will die today. 3 seconds of time is basically a blink of an eye. So 3 seconds of time quickly passed, but then there was no terrifying explosion, but an indifferent to the extreme sound that seems to be from the ancient whisper, the roar of heaven and earth. I saw that in the sky above their heads, a voice appeared, and at this moment, Lin was floating in the air. His eyes were actually ruthless. His pupils looked directly at the two people in front of him, and faint words came out of his mouth. Because what I said will inevitably come true, and no one will die today. Captain America didn't care about his words. He just shrank his pupils at this time. He put his gaze on the other party's hand, and he found that Lin Yu's hand was actually holding a shield. He didn't understand this very much because he knew that Lin Yu was an avenger, a superhero from their shield. So why should he stop him? Could it be that the other party knew that he was going to face such an enemy, so he came to help? But if this is the case, why did the other party say it? No one will die today. A guess also sprang up in Captain America's mind. But soon this speculation was dispelled by him, because his heart was replaced by another shock. That is, he desperately wanted to know why the bomb he had detonated earlier did not explode at this time. He has definitely successfully detonated the bomb. That's because I have a space gem in my hand. Lin Yu looked at the undisguised, thick puzzlement in the eyes of the two people under him, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and his heart. But he didn't say this sentence directly, because that would roll up a huge storm, and once such information flowed out, the Earth would suddenly become a bright focus in the universe. I think there may be some misunderstanding between you. So this time we have to die together. I will help you erase it. You could talk about why you want to fight. Lin Yu urged the space gem in the cosmic cube at this time, and the power of Xuanji Xin burst out at this time, and a new space appeared in this space, which was a space of overlapping elements that could be called parallel planes. I saw that in front of their eyes, a gap opened in the midair, and then a world that was completely different from this world, but obviously exactly the same, appeared. Lin Yu threw the shield in his hand without hesitation. The bomb in the shield had indeed been completely triggered, and the explosion was inevitable. But because Lin Yu's strength was extraordinary, he forcibly suppressed the time of the explosion, so that it was hard to delay the explosion for more than 10 seconds. However, this is already the limit of what he can delay, and now he can't delay the time of this explosion, so he chooses to throw this shield into the other world and let this shield detonate on that side, so that the final killing move from Captain America is naturally solved. And this scene can actually not let the two of them see. After all, the space gem is very special. It is best if it is not exposed, not a trace at all. It's just that after careful consideration, Lin Yu still intends to let them take a look. After all, there are advantages to doing this, and this benefit is not small. I use shield as a springboard, and naturally the whole shield has to be convinced of me, so that it will be much more convenient for me to do things in the future. Lin Yu murmured in his heart. Boom! Thundered. Before Thor and Captain America could react, a huge roaring explosion occurred in front of their eyes, which was extremely loud, as if it was about to freeze the sky dome apart. Their pupils shrank slightly, because this scene appeared in their line of sight. A space that was obviously different in color from a space on their side, where Captain America's shield changed dramatically. One radioactive substance after another emerged from it, and then in such a situation, about a few seconds later, a huge change appeared. A trace of blue smoke comes out with a trace of fire, and finally it explodes. The power of this explosion was amazing, since it covered a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. Any creature in that area would be annihilated in an instant. And beyond the core of the matter, the situation is no better, basically to the point of being broken, and the land is full of huge potholes. SHHHHH. In their words, the explosive power in this shield is really too powerful. They did not expect such a strength, although they probably have a number in their hearts, but when they really saw it, they were still very surprised. Among them, especially Thor's heart was even more shocked. He turned his eyes to Captain America next to him. His face was complicated, because he couldn't imagine that the other party would use such a fierce means against him. Although it seems that the other party's means are also used against himself. The other party's purpose seems to be to plan to die with him. But anyway, he feels that he has some coldness. As a last resort, this guy must not provoke in the future. Thor muttered in his heart. He decided not to have a conflict with Captain America in the future. Otherwise, if the other party fought with him in the future, he would have no good fruit to eat. In his opinion, at least when his strength recovers to the peak, dumping the other party does not know how many levels. At that time, he will fight with the other party. He will let the other party know why the flower is so red. Captain America was actually quite shocked in his heart. He just knew how terrifying the explosives in his shield were. But when they really walked in front of their eyes and broke out, the destruction of everything in heaven and earth still made his heart unable to stop shocking. Lin Yu stood in the middle of the air, looking at the performance of these two people, was very satisfied. He deliberately let these two people see all this, just to polish their hearts. Otherwise, these two people will not be disciplined in the future. He will be in charge of all superheroes to a certain extent in the future. He doesn't want to have a thorn in the way of taking charge of a superhero. Although it seems that this possibility is not high, Lin Yu actually does not care about this, because what others cannot do does not mean that he cannot do it. Okay, then I'm curious. Why do you two fight? Both of you are from S.H.I.E.L.D. Come and tell me. I hope you give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, everything you did today will have to pay some price. Lin Yu fell from midair, and the cosmic cube returned to his hand, his gaze staring straight in front of him, accompanying his fall, while his gaze followed his own Thor and Captain America. Captain America looked at Thor, and at this time began to speak, saying all the thoughts and speculations in their hearts before. In this process, Tony and Nick Fury also rushed from the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, in their words, the danger outside has been lifted, and they can come out without fear of being accidentally injured. Of course, Lin Yu believes that only Nick Fury should have such an idea. Tony is Iron Man, the courage and strength used by the other party. Even if the other party joins this battle, there is no problem, the so-called fear of being besieged by danger. There is no existence at all. It turns out that the fight between the two of you is completely due to a misunderstanding. Tony and Nick Fury, Lin Yu, three people arrive at the scene. They stood in place and listened. The two of them began to explain this matter in detail. About 15 minutes or so later, Lin Yu and the three of them couldn't help it. The corners of their mouths twitched, because they had many assumptions, but the current assumption caused everything just now because of a misunderstanding which they did not expect. You must know that the movement here just now was very large, and the heavens and the earth were almost destroyed. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't as just now, the speed was faster, and the shield was detonated in another world, then this huge ship of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be directly destroyed. After all, the power of the S.H.I.E.L.D. explosion just now is very amazing. Although this S.H.I.E.L.D. base is extremely extraordinary, but it may not be able to bear it. Actually, Thor has already joined our S.H.I.E.L.D., but he is in a hurry to complete the task, so I didn't say it. I plan to tell you about this matter after he completed the task, but I didn't expect that this caused you to have a misunderstanding. Nick Fury said with some embarrassment after listening to it. Both Thor and Captain America couldn't help but blush, because the two of them didn't expect that they would fight like just now because of a misunderstanding, dimly, almost paid for their lives. How to see that both of them are a little like fools. It's okay. Anyway, these things have passed, and everyone will be colleagues in the future. Lin Yu on the side said after hearing their explanation. In fact, he originally planned to teach the two of them a lesson. After all, it was too much to pick his feet, and he felt a little brainless, and he actually fought directly because of such a broken thing. But thinking about looking good, he decided to forget it. No matter how to say that one of the two in front of him is a god, and the other is a soldier who has guarded the United States for many years, it seems that the identities of both of them are quite awesome. Anyway, they have not violated his interests because of their own affairs, and he seems to have no reason to care too much. Neither, I officially announce now that you have joined our S.H.I.E.L.D., and I will publish this matter when I turn back, and at the same time explain this matter. Nick Fury also said at this time, he is also showing his attitude. After all, this matter has some relationship with him. It is his practice that has some negligence. Some people died in the previous battle. Those people were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the death of these people must have a saying. And this statement must be made on Captain America and Thor, otherwise a poor handling is likely to cause riots within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury intends to deal with this personally. After all, this is very important. The slightest mistake, they will have to pay a huge price. It is clear that everyone present does not want to see this scene, especially Captain America. If he knows that because of his previous actions, the next situation will occur, he will inevitably regret and blame himself. Everyone present knows better than anyone that Captain America's deep righteousness is one of the pillars for the other party to survive. For the country and the people, even if you sacrifice yourself. Okay, you guys should be busy next and go about your business. I'll go back to my own business." Nick Fury added at this time. The others nodded, all intending to leave at this time. After all, each of them is not an idle person. They all have their own affairs and tasks. How can they stay near this shield all the time? If it weren't for the fact that something so big happened here just now, related to the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as Thor and Captain America, it just so happened that Tony also came to S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time to sign a contract between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Stark Industries. Otherwise, they would not have come this time. This is not nonsense, but a fact that is too simple to be simple. The chief is a green giant who is murdered on the street in Washington. Suddenly, at this time, an agent reported to Nick Fury at this time that is on the Washington side of the United States, there were people who were murdering on the street. Everyone present frowned slightly. They naturally knew what this news represented. That is, in Washington, someone was breaking the law and doing evil. And they can't leave this alone. After all, as superheroes, these things are what they should manage. Of course, this matter does not mean that they have to deal with it, but it is impossible for them not to accept this task at this time. After all, now Nick Fury is in front of them. Don't you say you're joking not accepting the task in front of the director? As for such a person to hand over to the police in Washington, well, it is not impossible to do so. But the case that can be reported by the agent at this time is obviously not something that ordinary people can solve, and they must be superheroes to solve. A green giant. How to listen is not something that ordinary people can handle. Which of you is going? Or do you mean to go personally? Sure enough, Nick Fury, who had just planned to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to do his own thing, turned his head after hearing the agent's report, looked at the people in front of him, and spoke. Captain America and Thor both have injuries on their bodies. They're both in poor condition now. Obviously can't go. Tony's words, if I'm not mistaken, should he just be signing some kind of contract with you? This time you guys just stay, and I'll deal with it this time. Captain America just opened his mouth. He just wanted to say I'm coming. Lin Yu interrupted him at this time. Lin Yu stepped out of the crowd at this time, and he spoke. After all, it seems that I'm the only one in the field who can go. The corner of Nick Fury's mouth couldn't help but twitch, because what you said in front of you was completely without any problems, and the other party seemed to be the only one who had time to go now. Okay, then this time the mission will be handed over to you. This time after the mission is completed, you can get points, you can turn back and exchange them for weapons and S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury said the reward at this time, and his face was slightly embarrassed. After all, he knew that everyone present should be the one who was most disdainful of this reward. Sure enough, Lin Yu's face didn't change at all, just nodded. Then he walked directly onto the flying machine that had just brought him over. Tell me where the green giant is in Washington. The target is moving fast, and I can't calculate its exact target, but he's making a lot of noise. And if you go to Washington, you should be able to discover it. After hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, the agent hurriedly said at this time. The faces of everyone present changed again. It was a little curious. After all, listening to this agent open his mouth like this, you can imagine what the green giant did. Everyone present seems. Is that guy a fool? Why do I do this? I don't know if I do this. Sooner or later I will be sanctioned. After all, Washington is not an ordinary place, and there is an extraordinary power lurking there itself. Among the people present, only Lin Yu had a flash of joy on his face, because he could basically vaguely guess the identity of the green giant at this moment. Dr. Banner, he whispered at this point. Finally, the aircraft moved at this time and disappeared in an instant, and the amazing speed of this aircraft was displayed in the eyes of the world for the first time. Everyone present was full of brilliance in their eyes. They were all extraordinary people, and naturally they could see at a glance how against the sky this flying machine was, especially Tony among them. He saw that this flying machine could erupt at such a terrifying speed, and it could be so stable. He couldn't wait to go directly to Lin Yu at this time. Because he really wants to obtain this technology, he firmly believes that as long as he can combine this technology with his Iron Man, then its combat effectiveness will rise several levels. It's really no joke that the Lin Group can stand side by side with Stark Industries, and his degree in some aspects is far beyond my imagination. Tony couldn't help but think deep down. Nick Fury's state is similar. His eyes are slightly red-stained. It is a kind of eyes that wants to take it for himself. The research results of this flying machine, he now very much wants to obtain, because he can see the value of this thing better than Tony. If this aircraft can be widely used in warfare, it is definitely a war artifact. Washington is located in the most prosperous place in the United States, where the lights are singing day and night, and it is one of the top places in the world. So in this world that speaks with power, in this world where extraordinary power exists, he is also often the first place to be targeted. After all, no one will destroy that kind of barren place, and some people choose to destroy it. The fundamental purpose is to let others see what he is doing. He is destroying everything. It's not that he himself silently hides in a small place to destroy. Then there is no point in doing it at all. So for police in Washington, it is a familiar thing to often encounter the kind of crazy people who want to commit crimes and at the same time make enemies of them. It's just that today is slightly different because the criminal guy they're facing today seems to be too strong. He is different from ordinary robbers or murderers. The other party seems to have lost his sanity and is constantly enjoying destruction. Let's try to stay as far away from him as possible. His strength is too terrifying, and he can easily overturn our police car. In Washington, near the east, it is a famous street in Washington. This street is extremely prosperous, the daily flow of about hundreds of millions. But today here is unprecedented chaos, because there's a huge green giant running around here. His hand frantically smashed into the vehicles on both sides at this time, smashed into the high-rise buildings on both sides, and there were police cars parked around here, and there were police inside. The faces of the policemen are not particularly good. After all, they know better than anyone. They are on the edge of life and death. This huge green man in front of them, who has obviously gone crazy, can easily kill them. No one likes to put their lives in danger. They, too, try to open the distance, shoot with a machine gun, and, at the same time, start mobilizing tanks. Someone gave order at this time. It was an officer. His rank is very high. To be able to mobilize such a military force in a prosperous place like Washington, although under normal circumstances such a transfer is basically impossible. But after all, these are extraordinary times. If they didn't choose to mobilize this force, it was very likely that the Green Giant would completely destroy this place, and they would have no way to resist the other party in the slightest. This officer's face is still quite confident, although he knows that the giant in front of him is very strong. But he will not think that the other party is invincible. After all, he's not the first time to encounter such a thing. Just as the so-called practice makes perfect, he can also see something to a certain extent. This guy is obviously sane. Such an enemy is actually quite easy to face compared to the previous enemy. The officer made his own judgment at this time. He has been on Washington's side for more than 20 years. So it is a place with a high crime rate, and on this basis, there will also be crimes of extraordinary power more than once, and officers have seen things like this once or twice. Although he said it less, he was able to explore some experience. It's just that everything that happened next made his mouth can't help but open slightly, and he couldn't believe that what was happening in front of him would be so terrifying and shocking. I saw that the machine gun and the tank were quickly transferred in large numbers, and the tanks were some distance away from this street, and they made a rumbling noise at this time, one cannon after another, attacking the Hulk at this time. The purpose was very clear. In a slightly closer, and at the same time more than 99% sure that they will not be accidentally injured by the cannon, the rest of the soldiers are holding machine guns in their hands, pointing at the Hulk at this time, and shooting wildly. Try to use this means to make the other party injured or even dying. Under normal circumstances, when encountering such a means, even if the other party is an extraordinary power, it is impossible to be intact, unless the other party has an extremely terrifying agility ability and can avoid these dangers. But no matter how the officer looks, he does not think that the Hulk in front of him has such ability. The speed of the other party is indeed extremely amazing, but the opponent's eyes is also extremely huge. So under this situation of increasing error tolerance, the other party cannot dodge some attacks. The cannon fired from the tank attacked the opponent. which is basically more than 80% likely. But this body is too terrifying. After the first round of artillery bombing and machine gun fire passed, looking at the Hulk standing in place and scathed, except for a pair of eyes that were more blood-red than before, the officer's mouth couldn't help but say at this time, he seemed to be a little unable to believe the scene in front of him. Roar, roar. A roar came out of Hulk's mouth. The officer's ignorance could not act on him. He now had only one angry emotion in his heart. After all, he was bombarded by a number of pay rance bombs just now, and if you know who such a thing happened to, it is impossible not to be angry, and you will have a mind that wants to kill the other party, even if the root cause of this matter is caused by their destruction. And because of this, it seems that they're also more prone to anger. After all, people who can do such things don't seem to care particularly about this, right? The Hulk turned his head, his eyes looking in the direction where the cannon had just been fired. His eyesight was extremely sharp, and he could easily see something. It was one parked police car after another, and this tank after tank. Cracking his mouth, the Hulk casually grabbed a car from the side, and at this time, his speed increased sharply, and he rushed directly towards them. He decided to destroy all these police cars and tanks. The officer was a little timid when he saw this scene, and an emotion called fear surged madly in his heart, because the place where he was now standing was next to the tank. In other words, in his current line of sight, the Hulk was rushing towards him. This officer is not a fool. He naturally knows that if the other party rushes over and comes to his eyes, what kind of things the other party will do, it is really death. The officer was absolutely unwilling to accept this, so he had a tormented emotion in his heart, and he wondered if he was running away at this time. After about 3 seconds passed, he gave up on the idea, because the Hulk at this time has appeared in front of his eyes. The car that the other party was holding casually had already smashed towards him. The officer has some regrets. He thinks that if he didn't think about it before and chose to run away directly, he should still have the possibility of living. After all, there's so many tanks and so many police cars here, and the opponent's target is not necessarily himself in the escape. In that case, he would have this chance to live, and perhaps in that case, it was still not a good situation, but at least it was much better than not knowing at the moment. The other party now appeared directly above his head, holding a car and smashing directly at him. He is not a copper and iron bone, and there is no invincible defense. It can be imagined that if this car hits him, the probability of his death is as high as 100%. And it can be imagined that the dead suit should also be extremely tragic. After all, being directly smashed to death by a car, in the opinion of the officer, becoming a meat paste is basically a sure thing. But when he closed his eyes and planned to meet death, about 3 or 4 seconds passed, and the officer was a little confused because he did not feel the pain in his body. He still seemed to be standing in place, and there seemed to be a figure standing opposite him. The other party didn't seem to perform the previous action at this time. No, the other party is not unfulfilled. It's that the other party can achieve it at this time. His eyes opened instantly at this time, and there was such a scene in front of him, and in the extremely shocked eyes of the officer, he found that under the abandoned car, there was a person standing in the void. That person had one hand on the scrap car at the moment, and he was actually fighting with the Hulk. It was this guy who just stopped the other party's attack and saved his life. The officer's heart was full of gratitude. He decided that if he had the opportunity in the future, he must help the other party well. After all, the other party saved his life, although the other party did not care about this. But he could not care. He is a military man. Lin, you didn't know. Just because of his actions just now, he unintentionally let a person return to his heart. But he knew that he would not particularly care because this person was too ordinary and his strength was too weak, and his return to his heart was useless. On the contrary, at this moment, Lin Yu put all his energy into the Hulk in front of him. I really didn't guess before. In Marvel, it looks like this. It can only be you, Hulk. Looking at the Hulk in front of him, who was about 5 or 6 times taller than himself, Lin Yu did not have a little fear in his heart. On the contrary, he was very excited, because the Hulk is his most optimistic guy. After all, the other party is a very powerful existence. The combat power is also extremely amazing, And it is also a wisdom responsibility, although the other party's wisdom and combat effectiveness cannot coexist at the same time. But even so, it is already extremely amazing, especially the growth power of the other party after the radiation of gamma rays. It was simply terrifying to the extreme, and Lin Yu once thought that it was a sure thing for the other party to become a strong person at the level of the Heavenly Father. And if others knew, he thought so that the Hulk would definitely be shocked. After all, a strong person at that level is an existence that trembles when he moves the universe. However, the current Hulk is still relatively weak, and his strength is barely a semi-mythical level powerhouse. But even so, it is still an existence that cannot be ignored. After all, there's basically no one who can be stronger than the other party on the Earth recently. Except me. Lin Yu looked at the Hulk in front of him and said secretly in his heart at this time. Then the next second the Hulk in front of him moved, and there was anger in the other party's eyes since he stretched out his other hand at this time and hit Lin Yu directly. Lin Yu saw this scene, naturally dodged quickly at this time. The strength of the Hulk is too terrifying. Lin Yu does not want to withstand the other party's punch, although he can indeed withstand the other party's punch, and even say that there's a hand-to-hand combat of the other party. But what can be done? Lin Yu is not a pervert, and he doesn't want to fight with the other party. Or maybe he wouldn't choose to fight hand-to-hand with the other party. The main reason for his coming here this time is to try to form a good relationship with the Hulk under such circumstances and strive for the opportunity to recover the other party in the future. After all, a superhero with such a terrifying growth rate, if it could be used by him, this must be an extremely good thing, and many people hope that such a thing will happen. So how do you form a good relationship with him? Lin Yu looked at the Hulk in front of him, who only knew about continuous destruction, and couldn't help but say at this time, because he found that the other party didn't seem to have any reason at this time, and only knew destruction. Therefore, he did not know how to form a good relationship with the other party at this time. The other party can't talk without a little sanity. How can he form a good relationship? Forget it. Let's subdue him first. After all, no matter what, he is destroying this city now. I can't see this scene indifferent. Otherwise, Nick Fury will turn back to me to nag. Lin Yu quickly made a decision at this time. That is, at this time, no matter how to form a good relationship with the other party, but at this time, beat the other party first. Let the other party honestly sit in place. Do not destroy. Otherwise, looking at the current speed of the other side, it is only a matter of time before Washington is completely destroyed. And Lin Yu thought about it, and he found that he did this. And there seemed to be some hidden benefits because he suddenly remembered that the Hulk in his awake state, that is, Dr. Banner, did not seem to want to destroy everything when he was angry. He did this, but to a certain extent, he could win the favor of the other party. Although it seems that he really beat the other party violently. Since that's the case, let's look at the move. Since he had made up his mind in his heart, Lin Yu naturally would not be his mother-in-law. He directly rushed towards the other party at this time. The power in his body was pervasive, and the terrifying power of flame burned madly at this time. It was as if he wanted to turn everything in this world into dust and burn everything out. Doc Tai Seng Tak Viet TK. The terrifying power of the flames was pervasive, as if to burn a hole in the heavenly dome. Such a terrifying power was the embodiment of the power of the flames being compressed to the extreme. Lin Yu controlled this force very carefully, allowing them to permeate within 1 meter of their bodies. He didn't want this power to waste too much before he subdued the Hulk. Well, there was another reason besides this. That is, he didn't want this force to hurt the innocent people behind him. After all, his power was too terrifying. A little distraction of power can cause harm to others. Of course, he can only control it when this battle will be completely fought. And when the battle is fully started, he will not have the energy to control this force. The Hulk's mouth let out a roar. He rushed towards Lin Yu without fear at this time. Lin Yu chose hand-to-hand combat at this time, just to go with his wishes. After all, the most powerful thing about the Hulk is that his body is extremely hard, indestructible, and infinitely powerful. Just do you really think I'm going to be that stupid? Colliding with you in your most awesome field? Seeing the Hulk quickly approaching his body, the incomparably hideous and terrifying giant fist directly smashed into his head. Lin Yu's face showed a hint of a smile. I saw that the power of the flames on his body was actually much stronger. And at this time, against the Hulk who approached him and roared up with a punch, it seemed to transform into a very vicious snake and directly realized the other party's body and rushed up. The power of this flame is extremely terrifying, but comes from shadow. The strength of the two of them is also comparable. So in a sense, the shadow is equivalent to a strong person of the same level of power to burst out in full force, and the damage that can be created is naturally extraordinary. One roar after another came out of Hulk's mouth. Sure enough, Lin Yu's guess was not fundamentally wrong. His flame power was not something that ordinary people could withstand, so although the Hulk was extremely extraordinary, but in this force, after all, he was subjected to a trick, and there was a layer of flames that could not be extinguished. At least Lin Yusher at this time thought so. He thought that this layer of flame could not be extinguished by the other party at all. This force was too powerful, and like a poisonous snake, it was simply targeted, and he couldn't hide at all. There was simply nowhere to escape. However, in the Hulk's dictionary, there is no such thing as running away at all, and there are only a few words floating in his heart. That is, battle, never-ending battle. The flames on the body are extremely hot, but so what? There is nothing in this world that cannot be adapted. The severe pain, the burning like flames. The Hulk stayed in such an environment for a few seconds, and then he initially adapted. After all, his life intensity is a very terrifying existence. Even Thor can't be compared with it. The life of the Hulk is close to immortality to a certain extent. Therefore, although the Hulk could not extinguish this layer of fire, it continued to roar. His gaze looked straight at what was in front of him. The murderous intention in is unabashed. He knew that what happened to his body, just now, was all from the other party. Therefore, he next plans to teach the other party to behave well. After all, that kind of pain, even if he does not have rational emotions now, but he can still feel the pain. Worthy of the Hulk. Seeing the scene that happened in front of him, Lin Yu did not panic, but his eyes lit up because through this incident, he found more terrifying growth from the other party, which strengthened his determination to subdue the other party. Then subdue you first. After all, if you want to be your leader, if you want to be your master, if your own strength is not as strong as you, how can you be obedient? The two hands needed crossed at this time. Lin Yu smiled, and then his body instantly disappeared in place, and his hand took a huge hammer in the next second. It was the Mjolnir he borrowed from Thor before leaving. This Mjolnir can actually change size, and his appearance is not fixed. And although this Mjolnir can't be held by ordinary people, Lin Yu is not in this range, although he needs to exhaust a lot of strength to pick up this weapon. But it is worth it. After all, the increase in the power of this Mjolnir is extremely huge. It can be called a combat artifact. Let you taste the power of this Mjolnir. Lin Yu took this Mjolnir to the other party's waist without hesitation. He was also very, very confident in the power of Mjolnir. He thought that even if the Hulk in front of him had extremely strong eyesight, extremely strong flesh, and life was basically close to immortality. However, this hammer can definitely temporarily weaken the opponent's activity power. Boom! The sound of a huge collision sounded at this time. What happened in the next second exceeded Lin Yu's imagination. That is, although he did not underestimate the power of Mjolnir, the power of Mjolnir this outbreak was extremely terrifying. But no matter how terrifying it is, it has to hit the target before it can show its effect. Without hitting the target, no matter how terrifying he is, it is useless. Therefore, Lin Yu saw the barely well-behaved Hulk holding 5 or 6 abandoned cars in his hands at this time, constantly smashing into Mjolnir. At this time, he had decided that the other party was indeed too smart. Even now, that reason has been completely lost, and the second personality begins to gradually occupy this body. The other party still has such a terrifying learning ability and can make countermeasures as soon as possible after suffering the first loss. It is worthy of being able to develop the existence of gamma rays. Lin Yu wanted to give the other party a like, but that's all. After all, you can resist this Mjolnir once. What about the second and third times? There is no defense in this world that is safe to death. You will inevitably be hit by me. And as long as you are hit by me once, then you will not be happy. Not to mention, this is not my only means. It's just one of my many means, and it's still a relatively ordinary one. Lin Yu looked at the other party's faint opening at this time, and then he disappeared in place, and directly came to the front of Mjolnir, who was smashed by 7 or 8 speeding cars in a row. Underscore. Doctai Sang Tak Viet. TK. The terrifying power on Mjolnir has disappeared. The Hulk's attack before is not vegetarian. His attack is extremely terrifying, and the power attached to it is also very powerful. So it has completely offset the power exerted by Lin Yu on Mjolnir just now. In a word, this is the first confrontation between the two sides in the true sense. In this case, it should be said that neither side took advantage of anything. After all, they're not facing simple characters, and their talents in the entire universe are extremely terrifying. Lin Yu suspected that the Hulk had a terrifying combat factor buried in his bones, because he had just come to the eyes of this Mjolnir at this time, and just picked it up. The Hulk actually attacked him again, just like at the beginning, directly throwing a punch at him. This is definitely an extremely terrifying combat factor hidden in the bloodline. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart because the other party's reaction was too fast, so fast that even he himself hadn't had time to react. If it weren't for the fact that his body was strong enough and had a body memory, maybe the opponent's first punch, he could definitely only be hard and rigid head-on. This also gave birth to a sense of caution in his heart. The enemy in front of him is not a third-rate product, but the most talented existence in Marvel, and the other party's current combat effectiveness is also extremely terrifying, comparable to him. However, passive enemy acceptance is not Lin Yu's habit. He prefers to quickly take down the enemy. After all, the other party wants to hurt himself. He can't stand in place and be hurt by the other party. So after quickly dodging the Hulk's attack, he quickly counterattacked at this time, and the Mjolnir in his hand smashed toward the other party again. It's just that this time, after the Thunder God Hammer in his hand smashed towards the other party, Lin Yu's hand movements did not stop. He directly reached out at this time, picked up one car after another on the ground, attached extremely terrifying frost power to it, and smashed it fiercely toward the other party. His fifth shadow, he obtained the power of terror to control nature. This power positive mysteries, including too much power. So controlling the power of frost was not a difficult thing for Lin Yu. Then I don't believe it. You can still carry it. Lin Yu's face had an excited look, and he threw over a total of 7 or 8 cars, and a terrifying cold aura appeared on each car, which was caused by the power of the frost he attached to it. Lin Yu's plan is as follows. At this moment, the Hulk has a terrifying flame. So at this time, he applied the power of frost on the car, so that under the violent reaction of ice and fire, these two E's can definitely cause more terrifying damage than the original damage 1+1. At the same time, add Mjolnir covered with thunder on the side. Lin Yu didn't believe it. The other party could still suffer a little injury on his body. After all, the other party is also a human no matter what, and the strength of the body is also limited. Even if the other party's physical self-healing ability is extremely terrifying, but it is obvious that the trauma of being combined by the power will definitely take a long time to recover. And this stage is definitely a good time for Lin Yu to be able to submit the other party. It's just that I also have to pay a little attention to the next. That is, if he is extremely terrifying trauma, I have to help him treat as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was beaten to death with too much force. After all, the gap between our strengths is not particularly large. With me fully expanded, the possibility of his death is not particularly small at the same time. Lin Yu put a lot of thought on the other party at this time, a little bit of something unexpected to him. He had to start immediately, didn't want to work so hard, and in the end he was replaced by a corpse that fell to the ground and was hot and bloody. The Hulk also sensed something at this time. For example, he also thinks that he can't resist the attack in front of him. And this attack gives him a sense of extreme urgency, and someone in his heart whispers to him to leave quickly. Therefore, almost without hesitation, the Hulk fled directly to this side after hesitation. He was not a fool. How could he not run away when he knew that the enemy was not his opponent? Now is not the late stage of Marvel, and he is not fighting for all mankind. Now he is just a wreak havoc being, and it is normal to escape. This is not a place to come and go whenever you want. I don't want to stop you, but do you really think that escaping will dodge my attacks? When Lin Yu saw this scene, he didn't make any movement where he was, because he knows better than anyone that even if the other party chooses to turn around and flee away without hesitation, he still can't change the fact that his attacks have already locked the other party, and the other party can't avoid being attacked by these attacks. And the other party can only choose the frontal hardbar, unless the other party is some hero who is extremely agile, such as the Flash or something. In that case, Lin Yu still thinks that the other party can dodge some of his attacks. But the huge giant of the Hulk is also 100% unable to dodge his attacks, so the other party chooses to run away at this time, which is an extremely stupid thing in Lin Yu's opinion. After all, in addition to reducing the probability that it can withstand these attacks, don't use it for him. I haven't seen such an appetizing guy for a long time, so I'll help you today. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu's brows frowned slightly, and an extremely bad emotion appeared in his heart at this time. After all, listening to the meaning revealed in the voice that just came out, it seemed to be planning to help the Hulk in front of him, and then the next second, Lin Yu angrily wanted to hit someone at this time, because he found that the Hulk who was fleeing in the distance, behind him, the place that was supposed to be attacked by Mjolnir and the 6 or 7 cars covered by the power of frost. At this time, several huge walls made of steel appeared. His attacks only hit this huge wall that had just formed. Doc Tai sang tak viet tk. Is it a good thing that you ruined Lao Tzu? Lin Yu couldn't wait to pinch the other party at this time. He was able to leave the Hulk today, but at this critical moment, someone came out to stir up the situation, controlling the steel behind the Hulk to form a steel giant wall to resist his attack. This filled him with anger deep inside and wanted to break everything up. After all, the duck that is about to arrive is going to fly away. Who is it on to put such a thing on and not make people angry? He turned his head at this time. Looking towards the place where the voice had just been made, he saw a relatively tall figure. This height is relative to him. Lin Yu's height is 1 meter 8, and coincidentally, the other party's height is about 2 meters, a little taller than him. The other party was a strong man, covered in something similar to armor. I just looked at him more pleasantly, and I helped him just now. This guy looked at Lin Yu. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he looked down on Lin Yu very much. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say about the other party, because he felt that this guy in front of him was weak. The other party's overall strength is very weak. Probably in the world class, this realm may be definitely a master for the earth, but standing in front of him, not even a fart, he can easily kill the other party. So he didn't understand very much. Why was the other party so arrogant? Is that such a reason? Lin Yu repeated the sentence after hearing the other party's reason. Indeed, this guy also opened his mouth to say a word. So can I know your name? My name is Magneto. You don't even know me, but what are you going to ask my name for? Magneto looked at Lin Yu, who looked at his eyes at this time, and said with some curiosity, I don't have a dead name on my hands. Lin Yu looked at the other party's faint opening. After all, the other party did such a thing just now. How could he easily let the other party leave? He just asked the other party's name. It does have such a meaning. His hand is not dead and nameless. The other meaning is that he can speculate what ability the other party has through the other party's name. After all, looking at the other parties means just now, there should also be some status in Marvel. Magneto, control the power of this world containing iron. Is this power so weak? It's not just that you have mastery, you can't tap the power of this force. Also, almost subconsciously, something came out of his mouth. These words are the words that some comments said below him in his previous life tour of Marvel, which probably means that if Magneto is a physicist, then the strength of the other party is definitely the strongest in the walk, because magnetism is the most powerful force. The power I control, especially what you can say. When Magneto heard Lin Yu's words, his heart was furious. He is not a kind person, he is a villain, and killing people on the street is a normal thing. But he just held back this feeling abruptly. After all, he felt that Lin Yu in front of him was not an ordinary person. But no matter how generally it is, it is useless because the other party is going to die today. He took a step at this time, and the power in his body frantically attracted to the surroundings, and everything around it that had something to do with the iron element was surging towards him at this time. Make you instantly turn into an iron pimple, Magneto said imposingly at this time, and then he controlled these steels and directly rushed towards Lin Yu, unexpectedly intending to completely wrap him in steel. His method is extremely fierce. It can be said to be one of the most painful ways to die. After all, it is squeezed into meat paste by steel. How can this feeling not be uncomfortable? It's a pity. Do you treat me like an ordinary person? Lin Yu sneered. For the other party's attack, he didn't choose to dodge at all. After all, his current cultivation has surpassed the other party's unknown amount, and therefore, for others, the terrifying attack is like tickling for him, and he has no fear in his heart. He stretched out his hand slightly at this time, and the power of the flames pervaded the steel that kept flying towards Lin Yu. The power released when it touched Lin Yu was actually directly melted in an instant, turning into a pool of molten iron. When Magneto saw this scene, he secretly said something bad in his heart, because he was not a fool. How could he not see how powerful Lin Yu really was? The other party can easily melt the iron he summoned into molten iron, which already shows the extraordinary nature of the other party, plus the big man that the other party just repelled. At this time, Magneto thought about it, as if that big man was also an extremely powerful existence. A feeling of regret suddenly surged in his heart, because he didn't think he should actually intervene in the battle between them. Now the result is good, the battle between them is over, and he has to come out to clean up the mess. Flee. Almost without hesitation, such an idea surged in his heart. After all, just now Lin Yu easily melted the steel he summoned into it. In this case, his most powerful means of warding off the enemy have already failed, so why don't he hunt for treasures now? Can he stay where he is, waiting to be killed by the other party? Magneto's power erupted again. He controlled one car after another on the ground, and this car after car flew towards Lin Yu, which Magneto planned to summon to stop the other party's footsteps. He wanted to buy himself a little time to let himself leave. Lin Yu's mouth made a sighing sound. He had a wide range of knowledge, and naturally saw the other party's thoughts at a glance. But he would not let the other party leave at this time, or he would not let the other party easily leave at this time. The other party always has to pay something. Of course, what is more important is that Lin Yu's cultivation is much higher than the other party. If the other party can escape under such circumstances, then Lin Yu is too wasteful, right? I remember, wasn't there a bounty in S.H.I.E.L.D.? It seems that there is you Magneto inside, and he will capture you back, and this time it just happens to be a mistake. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he disappeared in place in an instant, and his speed exploded to the extreme at this time, and he instantly dodged the cars in front of him that smashed towards him. Magneto panicked in his heart. Originally, he had already sprung up regret in his heart. At this time, this emotion was becoming more and more intense, and the figure that Lin Yu quickly moved towards him seemed to him like a killing god who asked for his life. After all, he had just seen the strength of the flame, and therefore, now Lin Yu's body was covered with a layer of flame, so whoever changed to it would panic deep in his heart. After all, against such an enemy, would his arm be burned directly in the process of fighting? Especially now that Magneto's most awesome means have been scrapped, the steel he can control has no way to pose any threat to the other party. And for the other party, resisting its steel seems to be a simple thing. Damn, I had a brain disease before. Why should I save him? Lean, now put myself in a dangerous situation. I really want to turn around and slap myself a few times. Magneto frantically fled into the distance at this time. His speed exploded to the extreme at this time. After all, he didn't want to die here. He wanted to live. It's just that no matter how fast it is extremely limited. Lin Yu behind him is not a vegetarian. The other party's strength is extremely against the sky, or even if the opponent's strength is not against the sky. But in the face of Magneto, the other party has an absolute initiative advantage. So Magneto felt a cool behind him, a touch called death, surging in his heart at this time, and the regret in his heart at this time was like the endless Yangtze River, the continuous Yellow River. I knew he wouldn't have done that stupid thing before. Pretending to be something, you must have to pay some price for it. Regret now. Regret, what's the use? If regret can change something, there won't be so many stories in this world. There was a coldness reflected in his pupils, and Lin Yu's power struck at this time. His speed itself is not much faster than Magneto. After all, the other party is not a supernatural who is good at speed, so he easily caught up with the other party. At this moment, he inexplicably has an iron piece on his hand, and this iron piece is attached to him with an extremely terrifying flame power. This flame power is extremely terrifying from the fact that he easily melted the steel in a molten iron just now. It can be seen that if this piece of iron he attacks Magneto, what will become of the other party's body, naturally needless to say. Magneto's heart was even more panicked, because he could clearly feel that there was already a burning sensation behind him. If he was not mistaken, either Lin Yu had approached him at this time, or the opponent's attack with attached power approached him. And none of these are what he would like to see. Really treat me like a soft heart? There was a flash of violence in his eyes. Magneto had a surge of anger at this time. He was not an easy, ordinary person, a kind person. He was a murderer who committed a great crime, a criminal who didn't know how many mistakes. At this moment, when he is pushed to the extreme, therefore, it is self-evident that he is in this society, and resistance is a normal emotion. I don't have the power to control steel. At this time, he hesitated in his heart. Magneto directly turned his body. In his personal words, if he did not continue to resist at this time, fate would really be so decided. The power that had not been used before in his body was used at this time, and a huge figure appeared behind his body at this time. That figure was exactly the same size as him, and even said that it was much larger to a certain extent. Lin Yu's eyes shrank slightly, because that figure was not a projection of power, but a real existence. And it was the other party who used a certain spatial principle to compress it in a certain place, and at this time the other party released that kind of thing. This guy's strength is not as simple as it seems. Lin Yu was a little surprised. He could feel that the real existence in front of him was forged from steel, and the steel on the other party's body was an extraordinary purification. Every bit was extremely precious, and he couldn't figure out how the other party obtained these products. This guy can also manipulate steel-formed robots. It's just this thing, and it's pure steel, and you seem to have some other minerals mixed in. The judgment Lin Yu made at this time, he identified certain characteristics. But Magneto doesn't care about this. He only cares about how terrifying the strength of this thing he can summon now, whether it can help him solve the situation in front of him. And in his consistent understanding, the product he summoned does have this ability. He has relied on this product many times in a row to help him get out of danger. This time, he is also extremely determined that he can succeed. Death to Lao Tzu. There was a loud cry in his mouth at this time, and the figure of the death manipulator rushed towards Lin Yu, and the steel formed a general hideous aggregate, as if he was not afraid of Lin Yu's flame power at this time, and he had an almost unfluctuating heart. No, he is a heart made of steel himself. Melt. In this regard, Lin Yu's mouth only spit out 2 words coldly. He still believed in the power of the flame he controlled. He thought that the power of the flame he controlled could easily burn the other party and turn it into pools of molten iron. It's just that all that appeared in front of him next gave him some surprises. That was the figure summoned by the other party, almost 90% of which was made of steel, and it was able to resist his flame power at this time. The strength of the other party is too terrifying. It is simply too amazing. How can a world-class powerhouse have such a product? Sure enough, in the Marvel Universe, the strength has increased rapidly, and it is absolutely crucial to opportunities. Lin Yu's eyes lit up at this time. He did not feel discomfort in his heart because of the strength of the other party. On the contrary, he was more and more happy in his heart because of this reason, because he thought that the other party had secrets. If he can dig up these things, they will definitely be treasures. This is from Lin Yu's intuition. _ Doc Tai Sang Tak Viet Dat TK. Magneto was not happy that he had summoned this figure, because he knew that this was his last whole card, and if this whole card was of no use, or was defeated by the opponent, then he would only have one result, and be captured by the opponent back to S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't want to be captured back to S.H.I.E.L.D. because he knew what he had done, so if he was captured back to S.H.I.E.L.D., he would inevitably enjoy that kind of death row treatment, and he couldn't help but shiver when he thought about it, and the look of escape in his eyes became more and more determined. It's just that this firmness quickly dissipated and was replaced by fear, a fear of awe to the extreme, because such a scene appeared in front of his eyes, and the steel figure he summoned was indeed able to withstand the power of the flames from Linyu. But then another force erupted in the other party's body, so that Magneto at this time instantly judged that he would definitely lose. Because no matter how stupid he is, no matter how foolish, he still knows one thing. That is, what will happen when two extreme forces collide together. When the other party summons the power of frost, he knows the result. The ultimate heat and the extreme cold touch. The power is not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Magneto murmured some dead silence. He knew that even though the strength of this steel figure he summoned was strong, I don't know how many times stronger than his own body, but the other party was still a body of steel. The power from the two heavens of ice and fire, the body of steel still could not withstand it, and 100% would be directly shattered. At that time, his results had already settled. The next thing was really not unexpected. When the words in his mouth came out, the scene in front of his eyes appeared directly. The two extreme forces hovered on that steel figure, and the next second, as if everyone could hear the sound sounded at this time. It was the sound of something curling and shattering, as if a large stone had crushed a decaying wood that was about to break, and as if a mill had crushed a dusty, stubborn stone. Snap! The sound of shattering sounded at this time, and the despair in Magneto's heart was even better. His regret had reached an unprecedented extreme. He thought that he should not be nosy. In this way, he would not face everything in front of him, facing the inevitable punishment of waiting for a while. Just such a little garbage strength. I don't know what guts you dare to let the Hulk escape, but since the Hulk is gone, then you stay here. Let me think about how to deal with you next, and bring you back to S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. It seems that it is not beneficial to me. Looking at Linyu, who had fallen in front of his eyes, put down the finger that he had just used to poison the other party. He looked at the other party at this time to speak, but the tone was meaningful, which made Magneto's heart tremble, thinking that the other party might have other intentions. He wouldn't be going to kill me outright. Can't remember what hatred there was with him, but why didn't he send me directly to S.H.I.E.L.D.? How could S.H.I.E.L.D. not reward him? Could it be that he was threatening me with this means to gain other benefits from me? Magneto had thousands of thoughts in his heart at this time, not to mention that what he guessed was not wrong. Linyu thought so in his heart. The sentence he just said was specifically for the other party, and the meaning could be said to be very clear. So, should I give it to him? That's an opportunity for me to rise. Magneto is also very complicated in his heart, so he chooses to avoid speaking. Compared to his chance to be obtained by the other party, he will also be locked up in S.H.I.E.L.D. He still chooses the latter. In this way, even if he is not happy, but this is already a certain result, he will definitely not give benefits to the other party. This is from a villain's last stubbornness. It's just that when he raised his head slightly, he saw Linyu with a pair of eyes scanning him coldly at this time, and heard that the other party seemed to be threatening at this time, and also seemed to be talking to himself. Or kill him directly. After all, he offended me just now. Don't. I have some hidden benefits here to give you. When Magneto heard what the other party said, he panicked in his heart, although he knew that the other party had a probability of more than 90% in order to get benefits from him. But to tell the truth, he really fell for it because no one would gamble with their lives at this time. Can't afford to gamble. After all, he only has one of this kind of things. So Magneto directly said such a sentence. Linyu smiled and glanced at it thoughtfully. He also stopped the movement of his hand and took the piece of iron full of hot iron from the opponent's neck. If you promise to release me. Magneto opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to take advantage of himself at this time, and he wanted to discuss with the other party so that he would not be locked up in S.H.I.E.L.D. What qualifications do you have to discuss this matter with me? You know, you're now like a fish belly on the board to me. And aren't you consulting with me to hide the tiger? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not hide his killing intent at the moment. He felt that the Magneto in front of him had gone crazy. Otherwise, why did he rush to give an opinion at this time? Isn't the other party afraid that he will slip his hand and let the other party go directly to hell? Magneto did not dare to speak. After all, this was a naked danger. He was afraid that if he continued to speak, the other party would directly stab himself, which would not be good. I really don't know how S.H.I.E.L.D. is looking for people. This guy doesn't look like a superhero. On the contrary, he looks like us guys who do evil. Magneto muttered deep in his heart. He couldn't help but spit on the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. But he is still very honest on the surface at this time. Directly say his chances, of course, he can't reveal them all, but has a large part of the reservations. He is also, for the sake of his own little life, say all of himself, directly killed. So, have you found the remains of a high-tech civilization? Lin Yu had an excited look on his face after listening to it. After all, this place should be a place with many benefits, and he planned to explore it, because what Magneto said just now, the scope of that ruins he explored was only about 20% in total. Underscore. The exploration range of about 20% has allowed Magneto to grow to the extent it is today, and you can imagine how many benefits he will gain if he can detect 100%. Although for him, these benefits are not particularly needed. After all, it has a shadow system. The rise of strength is simply not too simple. Eating and drinking strength is constantly improving. Although he can't cultivate, but shadow will, especially killing, he can also obtain valuable experience points, so the strength is improving fast. But although he is so awesome, he can't be alone. He always has to lead some of his subordinates to upgrade too. Right? Otherwise, there is no object to pretend, and there is no one to serve you. Therefore, Lin Yu still needs these things in some aspects, just like he went to get the genetic reagent of Noxus before, partly because of this. So this Magneto can't be handed over directly to S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, it won't be easy for me to explore that ruins next. Just in case we take him with me, and if you encounter any danger, let him top the bag in front. Lin Yu thought so in his heart. In that case, let's go straight out and take a look. Lin Yu glanced at Magneto, and then flew directly into the air in the other party's surprised and shocked eyes, flying towards the site of the ruins that the other party had just said, near the northern end of the Atlantic Ocean. The other party did not say the specific direction, saying that it could only be determined if he was present. How could Lin Yu not know the other party's careful thoughts? But this also happens to be in line with his heart, because in this way, he has a reason to take the place directly, even if the other party is full of refusal, but he'll let the other party be a fish belly on the board. There's no use in talking at all. Passive bearing is what the other party should do. Their speed is very fast. To be precise, Lin Yu's speed is very fast. It only took a short half an hour. They came directly to the sky above the Atlantic Ocean. The previous flying machine Lin Yu has let him go back. He feels that the guy is a little behemoth, not very convenient. After all, if the signal of the flying machine is captured by S.H.I.E.L.D., the other party wants a profit from it. Then Lin Yu has no way to refuse. Now Lin Yu is a S.H.I.E.L.D. person, but you are not happy about this. In order to prevent this situation, he deliberately did it. Tell me, where exactly is the point of that ruin? Lin Yu glanced at Magneto and said, they have now reached the sky above the Atlantic Ocean. He has a little excitement in his heart. After all, he is about to reach that high-tech ruin. This is the first time he has seen such a thing. It is inevitable that his mood will change. He is not a young man who has lived for an unknown number of years. He's a young man who has just mastered a lot of powerful power, and he is a hot-blooded teenager. Now Lin Yu has the thrill that he is playing with adventure. Magneto was a little painful because he didn't expect Lin Yu to be so anxious, and actually took him to the sky above the Atlantic Ocean on the spot, asking him to find the location of the ruins. He still planned to grind the other party again, so that the other party would pay some price. Just looking at the other party's current situation, he simply doesn't have time to do this. As for negotiating the price with the other party at this time, as soon as Magneto thought of the other party's sharpening knife, Hua's appearance, his heart was half cold, and he was more afraid that he would be directly hacked to death by the other party. Lin Yu definitely has this idea and this ability. Magneto is extremely convinced. After all, Magneto is not an ordinary person. He came out of various battles, and the sensitivity of capturing killing intent is absolutely unimaginable. Just now he can capture it from Lin Yu's body, so he knows. If he doesn't do what the other party says, he will definitely die. The one that'll die very badly. So he said without hesitation, "Let's get a little closer to the north. There's a small island with a rocky wall protruding outward. There's a very hidden path leading inward, and this is the first place to reach." Lin Yu nodded after listening. He listened to the other party's orders to look for that place, and then he saw that small island. That small island is not a desert island. There are life on it, and those lives are relatively powerful in Lin Yu's opinion. For example, he saw the shadow of some prehistoric giant beasts on it. There was a King Kong and some saber-toothed tigers or something, which made Lin Yu a little surprised, but this hesitation quickly calmed down and replaced it with calm, because he knew what it was for. Some of the products that Magneto brought out of this relic before were accidentally lost on this island, causing changes in some of the original animals on this island. Lin Yu judged that, after all, he had mastered the Weapon Master, and he still had this insight. He entered the island and turned a blind eye to these prehistoric behemoths, because he was still more interested in the high-tech ruins, and he was not very interested in these prehistoric behemoths. They also have similar projects in the Lin group, and he has seen these things before. Just entered the island. Lin Yu found the changes around him. This island looks like a very normal island from the outside. At most, there is the shadow of a fierce beast on it. But when you enter it, you will find that it is not as simple as it appears. Also, this may be due to some of the protection capabilities that come with this small island. Otherwise, it is impossible for this place not to be discovered by the state and used for research and protection, but it is still a desert island. Before entering the island, the rock wall mentioned in Magneto's mouth was discovered by Lin Yu, and he walked in that direction. The power of perception permeated the surroundings. He wanted to use this power to check the situation in the surroundings. He wanted to determine whether the surrounding area was safe. Although Lin Yu's strength has improved very quickly, the future can also be expected, but this does not mean that he is not vigilant. On the contrary, his mind is very heavy. After all, the death of so many predecessors has already told him these truths. So in this regard, he is more careful than ordinary people think. Therefore, he found danger around him at this time. There is a special power in this island. That is, it cannot make people fly, or this is a downward pressure of gravity, which makes it difficult to stay in the air. And Lin Yu can actually stay in the air. He can quickly reach there to make the rocky wall of the island. But he didn't do it. He chose to follow the rules here. God knows if he didn't adapt to the rules here, what terrible things would happen here. And he wasn't a fool. How could he do these thankless things? Therefore, walking on the ground is no longer a normal thing. The road ahead can be regarded as safe, in Lin Yu's words, even if there are some fierce beasts and some similar small traps, as if they were done by wild men. But for him, there is no crisis. Only at this time, when he completely approaches the rock wall. He stopped his steps, and there was killing intent in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Magneto, and directly slapped it fiercely. Lin Yu said at this time, "In my perception just now, I found that in a piece of grass in front of me, there was a product that could bring me danger. I'm curious if you buried this thing. After all, you seem to be the direct beneficiary of this ruin." Magneto's heart changed after listening to it. He didn't expect that the layout he used to have here was discovered by Lin Yu. And looking at the other party's current appearance, he still plans to find fault. I definitely haven't done anything like that. It's okay with me." Magneto hurriedly opened his mouth at this time and said, "He is not a fool. How can he stop these things? It's just that he just finished this sentence." Lin Yu made a new move at this time. Lin Yu stretched out his hand and put it directly on Magneto's shoulder, making a gesture wanting to throw the other party out. He said in his mouth while making this gesture, "In that case, then you go and help me see what danger is there." "Don't. Other. I know that place." Hearing the words in Lin Yu's mouth, Magneto quickly spoke at this time. How could he not know what the other party meant? Just so what? He didn't dare not bow his head at this time. After all, a small life is still very important, he quickly said at this time, I remember that every once in a while, this relic will burst out of power, ejecting those missiles buried in the depths of the ruins and landing around here. Just now you said that it should be such a product. Such things are generally very dangerous. Let's not touch it. Magneto chose to lie. He didn't dare to say directly, this is his own come. After all, it is not looking for death. So he chose to make up a reason on an ad hoc basis. After listening to this, Lin Yu's face did not move. The movements on his hands did not stop, and his mouth opened and said, since this is the case, then there is even more reason for you to experience it. Okay, I admit that this is what I did. This is what I used to do. Magneto was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the other party didn't play cards according to the routine at all. So he chose to admit it directly, because his whole person had already flown out at this time, and in a few seconds he would directly fall to the ground. The trap was buried there, so no one knew better than him what the power of that trap was, so he had to do it to survive. Deep in his heart, he wanted to scold Lin Yu half to death. The other party's approach was too tumultuous, and he actually let him dance on the edge of his life, constantly wandering. Wouldn't it be nice to say that earlier, I don't believe you won't clean up the surroundings in order to ensure the safety of this ruin. Lin Yu reached out and fished back Magneto, who was about to fall to the ground, and a smile was outlined on his face, very, very gentle, giving people a friendly feeling. But in the eyes of Magneto, he felt that the other party's laugh, as if it was a demon from hell. After all, it was the smile that the other party maintained just now, and threw it towards a trap. Just a little distance, his little life today is accounted for here. Then let's go straight to this high-tech ruin. Lin Yu knew that Magneto must hate himself in his heart, but he was not panicked about this. In his words, this was exactly what he was willing to see, because the other party could hate himself to such an extent, and on the surface he was honest, then the other party would dare not do it easily in the next process, which was like an extra life safety for him. Okay, I'll lead the way. Magneto added, in the first 25% of the high-tech ruins, there's basically no danger in the developed places, and there are many dangers in other places, as I said before. There are all kinds of bombs buried everywhere. It seems that there has been a war inside, but that world does not seem to belong to our world. It seems to be a small space divided in a parallel world. Lin Yu's face became interested after listening to it. He nodded. He agreed to let the other party lead the way. Even if he knew that what the other party said was not all the truth, there must be a large part of the other party's heart to want to free himself. But so what? It's normal to give a sweet date with a stick. Lin Yu is the highest president of the Lin Group. Even if he doesn't care about this, he is a little forced in his heart, and he knows how to use such a mentality. The two of them came directly to the rock wall, and then under the leadership of Magneto, both of them entered a very hidden path inside, towards the so-called high-tech ruins. In this process, Lin Yu had to sigh a little. That is, Magneto is too lucky, because the place hidden in this relic is too remote and deep. Even if it is deliberately searched, it may not be able to find it. How much luck did the other party have to find here? Well, right in this place. I'm the temporary controller of this high-tech relic, and now I can open it in my own capacity. No one else is qualified except me. Magneto suddenly said a word in his mouth at this time. He seemed to be reminding something. Lin Yu smiled and said nothing. How could he not know what the other party meant? The reason why Magneto said this at this time was that he was afraid that Lin Yu would kill him, and he wanted to monopolize this relic and not let S.H.I.E.L.D. know. After all, Lin Yu also said before that he wanted to send Magneto to S.H.I.E.L.D., and when he got a S.H.I.E.L.D., it was impossible for Magneto not to tell S.H.I.E.L.D. about this because of his revenge mentality. Even if Magneto would guarantee it, it was obvious that Lin Yu would not believe it. Therefore, the meaning of Magneto's words is already obvious. That is, you can't kill me. I am still useful. In Lin Yu's opinion, the other party has undoubtedly exposed himself by saying this. Although depending on the other party's situation, there is really nothing wrong with the other party doing this. It is indeed protecting itself, and the other party's approach is indeed a good practice. But have you ever thought that you have to have different ways of coping with different people? Otherwise, it will only be a bad thing for you to do this. Lin Yu looked at the Magneto in front of him with a calm face, As if he did not realize the other party's words, he calmly said, "I know. You opened the ruins." Magneto panicked in his heart, although the expression on the other party's face had always been calm. But at this time, he always felt that an unusual aura was permeating around him. He always felt that what he did at this time would determine something, and he did not want to open this ruin, because he knew that by opening this ruin, his actual role would be very little. Although he just said the sentence, whether the other party would listen to it, Magneto could not guarantee, so his face had an extremely hesitant look. However, this look lasted for only a few seconds, and he chose to open the ruins, because at this time, an extremely hot piece of iron appeared on his neck. As long as the piece of iron is gently pushed forward, blood will be splashed. Obviously, Linyu made corresponding measures after sensing his hesitation. Magneto is not a strong person in physical training. His body is extremely strong. So this hot piece of iron is on his neck. He can't stand it. He doesn't feel like he wants to be roasted. If this piece of iron were inserted directly, the results can be imagined. As one of the conformists, he knows what to do at this time. The door of the boom ruins opened at this time. Magneto manipulated the opening of the gate of this ruin. His face had a touch of unwillingness. That unwillingness was hidden deeply. He already hated Linyu to the bone. After all, in such a short period of time, the other party has already blackmailed him several times. And at the same time, the other party's means are too extreme, forcing him to the road every time. If it weren't for the fact that he really had no way to resist now, he would have been desperate. It can only be said that the gap between them is too large. At the same time, he also hated the Hulk in his heart. After all, if it weren't for him, how could he collide head-on with Linyu and end up where he is now? He had obviously forgotten about it. In fact, he took the initiative to intervene in this matter. But this is also a normal thing, but no villain will blame himself. Villains like to force their mistakes on others. "What's next?" Linyu asked. After listening to it, Magneto subconsciously said a sentence in his mouth, and the content revealed in this sentence was everything he had done here. You can look for it directly inside. Where there is light is the explored field, and where there is no light is the place that has not been explored. Then after saying this sentence, Magneto was shocked at this time, because he didn't think about why he would say such a sentence. This sentence is the main reason why he can live next. "Okay, I see." Linyu nodded at this time. Then he directly stretched out his hand and hit Magneto toward his back now. That is, his shoulder. Let the other party directly fall into a coma. The reason why the other party said that sentence before was that he used some means to hint that the other party said it, so he could be sure that the other party was not lying. Therefore, now that he has all the common sense that he should have to enter this high-tech ruin, then the next step is naturally to explore, and exploration obviously cannot bring Magneto. Doing this is to leave his back to the enemy. Linyu will not be stupid, and he can't kill the other party. After all, he also said before that he would hand the other party over to S.H.I.E.L.D. to deal with, so he finally chose to knock the other party unconscious. However, unlike ordinary syncope, the means he used this time are very special. Not only can make the other party fall into a coma, do not affect what he does at this time, but also make the other party lose his memory. In this way, everything that happened today will not be remembered by the other party. Of course, specifically, it should be about what happens after the ruins. Let me see what I want in this high-tech ruin. Linyu walked towards this relic at this time, and he found that this relic was different from what he thought. This relic turned out to be a maze state, as if it was a huge and incomparable room, and there were many small houses in this room, densely packed and terrifying. Linyu walked forward. He followed what Magneto told him before, and walked toward the east. The place that Magneto had explored before was about the west, which Magneto told him. He chose to believe because he didn't think the other party would lie about it. And then according to this progress, he is going to attack the east, and in the process, he will also go to the north and south. That's pretty much what it looks like. This relic is a bit special. The general ruins are like a small world. This relic gives me a bit like an experimental place, a base. Linyu observed the surroundings as he walked among the ruins. He wanted to get as much information about this relic as possible at this time. Only then could he live longer. He knew that the danger in this relic was everywhere, and if he didn't pay attention to it, he was likely to lose his life. But no one wants to die like that. Lin Yu didn't know what was happening in the outside world. The saber-toothed tiger who had always had obvious wisdom actually took Magneto away. And if he knew, he would definitely exit here immediately, feeling wary. After all, this practice means many things. What saber-toothed tiger will appear wise? Why would the other party take Magneto away, instead of eating the other while the other party was asleep? This is a lot of articles, and combined with the particularity of this place and the words that came out of Magneto's mouth at the beginning, it is enough to explain a lot of things. It's just that he doesn't know what these things are happening, and he is still trying to explore this ruin, trying to get what he wants from this ruin. Now that he had explored 20% of the ruins, the area that Magneto had explored before, he was now looking at the place in front of him where the light did not illuminate. According to the previous meal, the place illuminated by the light is explored, and what is not illuminated is not explored. Then this place should not be explored. Lin Yu looked at this place in front of him and slowly spoke. He did not hesitate. He walked directly in. His face was full of confidence at this time. Although safety is very important, and there is nothing wrong with being cautious in such a place. If you're limited and restrained because of caution, this is not something Lin Yu wants to see, because doing so will only make you miss too many benefits. That's why Lin Yu was so generous and walked into it openly, at least in his opinion, even if 21% of the places are dangerous. But this danger is definitely not something that can kill him directly. At most, it can only threaten him. So why didn't he enter openly? Brush! Suddenly, a sharp weapon shot over. This was something that happened after Lin Yu entered this 21% unlit area, and his left ear heard a sound that seemed to break through the air on the left and remembered at this time. Almost subconsciously, he took 2 steps back at this time, and the flames in his left hand were pervasive, and he directly changed to the place where there was a sound of breaking the void and grabbed it fiercely. Snap! The touch of impact on Lin Yu's hand appeared at this time. The next second, he felt as if he was holding something in his hand. He reached out and glanced at his hand, and found that he was holding 2 iron needles on his hand. These 2 iron needles, shining in this dark environment, especially the top of this iron reel. There was even a turquoise liquid. Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and the power of the flame in his hand instantly burst out, rushing towards a higher temperature, and unexpectedly incinerated this iron needle directly in an instant. He had just sensed that the top of this iron needle was poisonous. So in order to prevent this venom from entering his body, he directly used the power of flame to incinerate it into air to protect his safety, and, at the same time, cleaned his surroundings with high temperature. This is also to prevent yourself from having small, surrounding toxins into the body. Even if his current strength is already very strong, ordinary toxins have no effect on him at all, but this is not a safe place. There must be one. It always felt like it was too simple and a little unreal. After dodging the poison needle from the side, Lin Yu found that there was no second danger around, as if everything had become extremely safe, and the surroundings were very, very calm. This made Lin Yu feel that something was not quite right. He did not feel that this place was safe and calm, and he thought that this place was dangerous and the main theme. No matter how, this is also a high-tech ruin, buried here, but I don't know which civilization's research results. Lin Yu does not believe it. When this research results are about to be destroyed, the other party will not make effective protective measures so as not to fall into the hands of others. What's more, the lights did not go on at this time, which is more telling. Everything around here seemed to be much more complicated than Lin Yu imagined, and it seemed to be very different from what Magneto told him before. Lin Yu couldn't understand a lot of things, and he always felt that there was fraud in it. In fact, he was not wrong in this idea, because what Magneto said before was indeed not false. But the relics at this time were no longer the previous ruins, and an inexplicable change forcibly descended on the ruins at this time. As for the specific reason, it is because of Magneto, who was taken away by the saber-toothed tiger. At this moment, Magneto is no longer in a coma. He has awakened, and his current location is the control center of a part of this ruin, and he can control this relic within a certain limit, the specific range is about 50%. I didn't expect that I would be able to control 50% of the ruins because of a blessing in disguise. The awakened Magneto sat in his chair. He was now in a cave deep in the forest, the control branch of the ruin, where he could control 50% of the ruins and the remaining 50% in the depths of the high-tech ruins. Thank you a lot this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get so much. Then I'll send you to die, so that you can enjoy that piece of heaven in advance. Magneto's eyes were fierce. He looked at Lin Yu reflected in the screen, and at this moment, he directly tampered with the rules of the top 50%, and he also explored 30% of the region. Let that so-called adventure mode directly become obliteration mode. Let this area be full of dangers. Every step hides murder. Magneto's purpose is very simple. That is, he wants Lin Yu to break here. However, he was not a fool. It was impossible for Lin Yu to experience a particularly dangerous scene at the beginning. In that case, if the other party did not enter the depths of this area, he would be stupid. So he just made the surroundings look very safe, and the danger was relatively small, so that he could attract the other party to a slightly deeper place. He was in full power. In that case, the other party would have no way back at all, and he could only choose to move forward. That's where the other party should really go through. Now it's just a joke. Wait a minute. Magneto turned his head and looked at the saber-toothed tiger behind him and said, "Don't worry. I will also give you what I promised you. I didn't expect that there were creatures on the island who developed wisdom and recognized me as the master. I'll find a human shell for you to get out of here." Lin Yu continued to explore. He walked toward the depths of this ruin. Since 21% of this area was not as dangerous as he thought, just a few poisonous needles appeared, then he would not give up this exploration. After all, in his opinion, even if the danger is a little greater than this, he will continue, not to mention that this one is not particularly dangerous. And the dangers he encountered next were not particularly dangerous. They were all very, very general, and the dangers were extremely limited, and Lin Yu could easily deal with them. Ordinary people should be very happy when they see such a situation. After all, the danger is less, which means that the next level can break more, and the more levels you break through, the more benefits you can naturally get, and no one does not want such a situation. It's just that Lin Yu was experiencing such a situation, but his brows frowned slightly, because he always felt that something was not quite right. The dangers around are too relaxed and unreal. If the danger here can only reach this level, then why can't Magneto break through before? It's too weak. Or is it because it's me who came here to explore this time, and there has been a change of position here? Lin Yu slowly spoke. This was the thought that was now full of his heart. I have to say that there is nothing wrong with his logic. In other words, as long as there is a little vigilance in the encounter of such a huge change, such an unreasonable plot, it is inevitable that a little strange emotions will arise in the heart. But that's all. Lin Yu did not stop moving forward. This high-tech relic was still too attractive for him, and he would not easily choose to give up. My own strength is not weak. Even if this is really a conspiracy, even if this is really a dead end, I am not qualified to break 10,000 laws with one force. A hint of firmness flashed in the depths of Lin Yu's eyes. He continued to delve deeper into this unexplored area, and because the places he encountered along the way were too simple, there was no great danger at all. So it took him about 10 minutes or so to reach almost 30% of the unexplored area, and at this time, Magneto also planned to make a move. After all, there's still 20% of all the exploration areas that he can dominate, and he can't control the next. So when will he wait if he doesn't make a move at this time? I will return to you what you did to me before, 1,000 times over. The ruins are full of danger to me, and I will let this guy die directly. A slight roar came out of Magneto's mouth, and he directly began to control the area. Then, Lin Yu's side directly changed. He felt that the originally calm surroundings had actually changed at this moment, and there was a steel cage above his head, directly covering him. That steel cage was not an ordinary steel cage. giving Lin Yu an extremely dangerous feeling. He did not hesitate to retreat 2 or 3 steps back in disguise. And the iron cage also fell directly in front of him in this situation that was almost the same as Lin Yu. Almost a little. He was directly shrouded in this steel prison. A cold sweat appeared on Lin Yu's face, because he found that this steel cage was more awesome than he thought. After all, the steel cage was present in front of his eyes at this moment. The metal used to make this steel cage turned out to be extremely precious vibranium. This metal is a priceless product that is extremely valuable and basically impossible to find, and it is strange that it is only used to make a murder weapon here. Of course, Lin Yu also had to admire the other party's boldness, because the other party did this, although there was a feeling of overkill, but the other party did not make a mistake in this approach. This thing can indeed threaten him personally. After all, although his strength is strong, the land of flames can burn all things, but it is also impossible to burn this metal directly. This kind of thing is too strong. It has already exceeded the scope of steel. Especially Lin Yu also found electricity on the top of this steel cage. His mouth couldn't help but let out an exclamation at this time. The steel that was already extremely hard and could not be destroyed, and at this time, there was also lightning to paralyze the enemy, coupled with this speed that was basically impossible to react. This is almost a sure kill. Lin Yu knew that his previous illusion was not an illusion. There is indeed a change in the surroundings, far more dangerous than before. He didn't have time to take 2 steps forward and then carefully observe the cage in front of him. And suddenly at this time, there was still a danger on the side, this time even more dangerous. Why is it said that this time is more dangerous than the last time? Well, the specific reason was that last time only a steel cage appeared above his head, and this time a huge and incomparable hole appeared under Lin Yu's feet inexplicably. At the same time, the left and right sides of the walls on both sides of it were instantly opened, and a strong corrosive liquid directly sprayed out from it. And the target was Lin Yu now. In this situation, there's quite a feeling that there is no way up to heaven and no way down to the earth. The terrifying sense of crisis reminded Lin Yu at this time that if he did nothing at this time, it would be bad. So after weighing the pros and cons, he did not hesitate to make a choice at this time. That is, to enter this deep pit that appeared. Because the corrosive liquid on the left and right sides is far more dangerous than the deep pit under his feet now, he wants to choose the less harmful to him. And he is not a retard. Lin Yu thought so in his heart. Although your approach is not wrong, do you know that no matter which path you choose, you will only die in the end, because this is a certain killing situation. Magneto sat in front of the screen, looking at Lin Yu, who was constantly escaping in the screen, with a playful smile on his face, as if he had a feeling of being playing with a cat and mouse. A sentence came out of his mouth, as if he directly judged the other party's life at this time. It's just that the saber-toothed tiger on the side is shivering at this time, because he always feels that there's a dangerous opportunity pervading the side, which is the 6th reaction from the beast. Just like when there's a natural disaster, the beast is always the first to perceive it than humans. Underscore. Dangerous. Everywhere at this time. In Lin Yu's feelings, he thinks that if at the beginning he experienced ordinary difficulty, then now it is the difficulty of the regional level. This gap is very large, so that he who suddenly adapts is a little confused at the moment. But fortunately, no matter how much he can barely adapt, at least he was not directly eliminated. After all, if he was directly eliminated, his little life would end here. If there's no one behind it, I don't believe it. Lin Yu murmured in his mouth. He knew that he was now in such a situation. It was definitely not an accident. It was really impossible to have such a situation. It was definitely someone behind it. He vowed that if he could get out unharmed, he would beat that guy to death. It is unbearable to secretly calculate him through such means. Of course, the most important situation at the moment is obviously not thinking about this. This is something he should think about after he goes out. And the thing he should think about now is how to leave here unharmed. After all, if he can't leave here unharmed, then how can he talk about revenge? Since someone is calculating me, then it is obviously impossible to escape, and he must have completely sealed me in the back. So my next choice is to rush forward. Lin Yu was thinking about what he should do next, and soon he had a general plan in his heart. That is, not to choose to retreat, but to choose to continue to explore the field until the place in front of him was completely explored. At that time, everything will naturally be solved. Anyway, he will not believe that he has a back road. And since someone has engaged him this time, then he will definitely not leave a back road for him. And there will definitely be a dead end behind. And he also guessed in his heart at this time. After all, there seems to be only one person who can engage him under such circumstances, that is Magneto, who was knocked unconscious by him before. It seems that apart from the other party, it seems that no one else can interfere in this matter. After all, Magneto and here the only two living people on this small island. I should have killed him directly before, but I didn't expect to knock him unconscious, and he woke up early. Lin Yu said with some chagrin. However, he soon eased his mind and began to face the situation in front of him seriously, and a force in his body began to rush downward, forming a similar force so that he would not fall all the way down. Yes, he is now in a deep pit. His body is still falling downward. This deep pit is deeper than expected. After Lin Yu entered it, since it has passed, it has not been completed for a minute or so. You must know that this distance is 100 meters. In order to prevent any terrifying danger from the lowest end of this deep pit, Lin Yu reduced his speed so that he could react and strain when the time came. About half a minute or so passed. Lin Yu's gaze looked down and finally saw the bottom and below, and he saw the bottom of this deep pit. Then he couldn't help but gasp in his mouth because there was such a scene in front of his eyes. At the bottom of this deep pit, there were many long thorns with sharp points buried on it. They were densely arranged, and they were contaminated with poison that was obviously bloody to seal the throat. This is killing me. Lin Yu's face turned cold. Although he already knew what the other party's purpose was just now, to tell the truth, when everything is presented in front of your eyes, it is inevitable that there is an unstoppable tyranny in his heart. Lin Yu controlled the power of frost at this time, forming a layer of cold ice under his feet, and he landed first before he completely landed here, smashing those who often insisted on directly softening one after another. And then he chose to land. After all, this is the only way now. Lin Yu did not hesitate at this time, and directly summoned a shadow. Just summon the shadow directly in front of you. Even if you know what can you do, anyway, your result is already doomed. You will definitely die. 3 figures appeared on Lin Yu's side, and Lin Yu directly called out the 3 shadows that were cultivating in the shadow system cultivation space, asking them to help themselves at this time. When his life is in danger, it is impossible to face it with a careful mind, and his current practice is simply too normal. If he chooses to go alone at this time, it would be stupid to break into this dangerous one by one. On the other side, Magneto looked at everything displayed on the screen in front of him. His brows frowned slightly, and a surprised emotion appeared in his eyes, because he did not expect that 3 people appeared next to Lin Yu. This was simply subverting his imagination at this time. He was originally one person. Why did he suddenly become 3 people at this time? Magneto had doubts in his heart, but this doubt was quickly replaced by another emotion, which was a fierce joy. It's okay. The more secrets you have, the deeper your hidden hole cards. Then for me, the higher the benefits I will get. After all, when you die, everything you have will be inherited by me. Magneto let out a laugh at this time. It seems that he has already made up the picture of the other party's death in his mind. Next, let me attack them more ferociously. Kill me. Kill them to death. Magneto ordered at this time, although he had already opened the difficulty to the maximum. But this did not deny that he could still continue to talk. You can call it a blow to cheer, although he is of no use in such a situation. There's a path to go to. Is this a way to die? Lin Yu continued to walk forward, but this time he had no choice because there was only one road in front of him, and that road was leading to the east, and there was not much difference from the direction he had taken before. Of course, if there was really a difference, it might be one on top and one below. At the same time, it should be more dangerous than the above. Of course, these are all speculations from Lin Yu, but not necessarily. Anyway, now Lin Yu, deep fear in his heart, but not at all, his heart is only moving forward. There's coveting for the high-tech relic's treasure in front of him. In addition, he has already made up his mind, seeing Magneto's determination to directly cut the other party without hesitation. Look for a way to live. Look for whatever you want. Only think that you have the possibility of living. Work hard. But the final result cruelly tells you that you don't. This is the most desperate. Magneto looked at Lin Yu, who was still looking for a way to live on the screen. He smiled. The expression on his face became more and more cruel. But this cruelty did not last long, and it was replaced by another emotion. That is, a stunned look appeared on his face. He found that at this time, Lin Yu's head suddenly aimed at him. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and he seemed to say a few words, and then the screen in front of him went black directly. This made his heart tremble, because he knew what this meant. It meant that the other party had discovered his traces, which meant that when he observed the other party next, the other party might find himself, so as to directly erase his permission to see the other party in front of himself. These cameras are extremely hidden, but do you really think I can't feel them? Directly destroying a camera in front of him. Lin Yu whistled. He could basically determine that all this he was experiencing now was indeed someone ghosting, and that person was Magneto. After all, this high-tech camera is hidden so deeply, but it can be easily discovered by him, except that idiot can manipulate to such a degree in the back. Who else? But then I won't give you another chance to see me. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing for me to control my actions. Lin Yu and they continued to move forward, this time, even if there are many dangers around, but for Lin Yu and them, there was not much obstacle. You must know that plus the 3 shadows he summoned just now, they are now 4 semi-mythical level powerhouses. Even if the relic in front of them was indeed very dangerous, but with the cooperation of the 4 of them, it was impossible to hurt them so easily. The fundamental reason why Lin Yu was attacked before, and even a little embarrassed, was because he had a person and Magneto mastered his actions. In that case, the other party makes a targeted approach. And now, this is simply impossible. The other party no longer knows their movements. Coupled with their current strength, the overall has also been greatly improved, so the previous situation cannot appear. All the way to the horizontal push is their current main theme. On the other side, Magneto's face is not very good. He knows the next situation. It must not be better, since the other party can find him as a person, then those dangers can really threaten the other party. Magneto is not very sure. After all, he had fought with the other party and suffered several losses at the hands of the other party. So the other party is already a very awesome person in his eyes, plus the series of actions of the other party, just now, the deep meaning of it. He always felt that he couldn't stop the other party. Killing the other party is simply a whimsical idea. So he now faces a new choice. That is, he does not know what the other party is going through now. In this case, he chose to wait for the other party to be killed. Or do you choose to run away and get out of here at this time? After all, the possibility of the other party leaving the ruins alive is not small. And if the other party walks out of the ruins alive, then he must be the other party's first target. Because of so many things he did before, he must definitely die. And at that time, he may not have the last advantage here, because he knows that the other party did not choose to retreat, but chose to continue to the depths of the ruins. So if the other party can finally come out of the ruins alive, it must have raided an entire ruin, and the other party's authority at that time must be higher than him. He is inferior to the other party, and if his authority is not as good as the other party, he will definitely die. But if he was allowed to leave here now, he would not be willing in his heart. He really doesn't want to get out of here. After all, this is the place where he rises, and he doesn't want to let himself become a powerful force fall into the hands of his enemies at this time. So he thought about it or planned to stay here and wait quietly for the situation. Wait until that last moment of truth to make a new decision. Magneto is now engaged in a gamble of fate. It's just that who Lady Luck will stand on. This is not necessarily, but the balance of victory is definitely tilted towards Lin Yu's side. There is no why. Probably this is strength for respect. Time passed slowly under such circumstances, and about 10 minutes or so passed. Magneto suddenly stood up from his chair, and he turned away into the distance without hesitation, because just now he got a message that made him have to leave. That was at this moment. Lin Yu had already left the top 50% of the area under his control. The 50% area I control, the other party is broken through. So wouldn't the next one be simpler? Although the more dangerous it is to the back. But before I controlled the 50% of the area, I directly gave the death. This other party can break through. What about the back? That was already very obvious. Magneto naturally couldn't continue to stay here, even if he was very unwilling and reluctant in his heart. But he still didn't do it. In his words, the most precious thing in this world is life. The saber-toothed tiger on the side let out one roar after another, and a trace of puzzlement appeared in the humanized eyes. Although he had the ability to think, but it was also extremely limited, he did not know. Now Magneto has complex emotions in his heart. So he made a voice at this time to remind the other party, and also wanted to win the attention of the other party, probably to remind the other party that you forgot that there was still me. The enemy is too strong. It can only be a dead end here. I plan to leave here first, go to find a way to survive, and then come to trouble him when I become stronger in the future. Magneto turned his head to look at the saber-toothed tiger at this time, and said, and then he turned his head and left here without any nostalgia, and did not continue to explain to the saber-toothed tiger, persuading the other party to leave with him. After all, he is now taking care of himself. How can he bring a saber-toothed tiger? If you don't kill the other party, you're already giving the right side. The saber-toothed tiger roared twice. He looked at the other party who was getting away and didn't know what to do. In his simple thoughts, it was clear that he felt that the other party should repay him. But looking at the other party's appearance like this, it seems to be for his own good. If he does not follow the other party's orders, it is likely that something very terrifying will occur, which makes him very confused. After all, no matter how smart he is, he can't change his essence. He's just a beast with wisdom, nothing more. He stood up and walked towards the distance, aiming for the depths of the ruins. He planned to look for it. He found the second human, that is, Lin Yu. Just like running away, if you fail to run for one, you will choose another. Perhaps there is a sense of etiquette and shame in human society, which is basically impossible. After all, you are running to two people who are facing each other. But in these simple thoughts of theirs, there is real and feasible. However, his results were not destined to be better, and he had just entered this ruin, entering the 21% unexplored area, and was directly pierced by a silver needle in the brain. The breath of the saber-toothed tiger was directly shattered in an instant, and it was a horizontal death on the spot. This is his best end. After all, after death, the corpse still retains the whole corpse. Compare with other beasts after death, the violent corpse wilderness, and finally divided by other beasts, I don't know how much better. Lin Yu didn't know the situation over there. He was busy with the matter at hand now. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and his whole face was full of smiles, because he found out at this time that he had finally received a reward, after many dangers. It seems that the previous experience did not give me a reward at all, only gave me danger. Let me shoot on the edge of death again and again, and this time there's finally a prize. Seeing that a treasure chest suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Yu dared to let a shadow open it, and then he found a gun inside. After he made sure that there was no psychology on this gun, he took it in his hand and played with it, and with the eyes of his weapon master, he finally synthesized the attributes of this gun. This is a gun that can compress the surrounding air. Its quality is extremely high, to a very amazing extent. Ordinary strength is simply difficult to destroy it. To be precise, mythical level powerhouses have a very difficulty in destroying it. This is a gun with unlimited bullets. This should be my gain. How does this relic look so similar to an online game? Lin Yu put this gun on his waist and couldn't help but speak. However, although he said this, the smile on his face showed that he was very happy now, and he was also encountering such a thing who was unhappy, and after experiencing danger, he had gains. Even if he was in a bad mood, he would also show a smile. In fact, Lin Yu didn't know one thing. That is, he should have received a reward a long time ago, but 50% of the area had been controlled by Magneto before, and he had only experienced danger without reward. In fact, danger and reward coexist after leaving that area, and then coming to more than 60% of the exploration area. Here Magneto cannot control. Naturally, there is everything. Lin Yu continued to explore forward, but this time he did not put on a dead face, but continued to explore very happily. After all, its exploration was rewarded. Time flickered, and almost half an hour or so passed. This road can be said to be very exciting. Lin Yu has experienced nearly 100 times or so of danger. Each time is very high. Not safe at all, if not for its own strength, is extremely strong. He may have died here. It can be that he has gained a lot because of this, reaching an amazing level. Lin Yu was carrying a bag on his back at this time, and the bag contained a large number of scientific and technological products, which he obtained from this high-tech one, and each of them was worth a lot. If S.H.I.E.L.D. saw this scene, its eyes would pop out. After all, if these things are used for scientific research experiments, they can push the current civilization forward for nearly 1,000 years. This is not a joke, it is a real thing. The collision between two civilizations will always produce some unexpected sparks. In particular, these two civilizations are still similar civilizations, which are the collision of low civilizations to high civilizations, and only a little crystallization is enough to explain too many things. According to my calculations, it's almost 90% now. While Lin Yu was exploring into the depths, he was also calculating something. And now, according to the previous exploration area, he now explored at least more than 90% of the area. He then only needs to explore 10% of the area, and he is 100% explored. I don't know what he'll get after doing all this. In this regard, Lin Yu was still very excited. He walked forward at this time, and there was a bend in front of him, which was the 10th bend he had experienced. Each of them before was extremely dangerous, and there were all kinds of killing moves hidden around the corner, and several times he almost lost his life without paying attention. So this time he was more serious than before. I don't know how many times, but what happened next surprised him a little. That is, he found that after he walked over, there was no situation in front of him, and the so-called danger did not come at this time. Could it be that the danger to me has all stopped? Lin Yu couldn't help but guess at this time. But this idea was quickly denied by him. He felt that it was very likely that this place happened to be not dangerous, and such a situation was not unexperienced by him, which was very normal. But as he walked inside, farther and farther, this thought of his gradually fell into his stomach. Because he found that the rest of the journey he had taken, there was no danger at all. It seemed that the calm could no longer be calm. He was only walking a normal road to the extreme. It wasn't until his eyes saw the last thing that he was sure that he wasn't in the wrong place. Well, the road just now was so abnormal that he wondered if he had taken a fake path. What he saw was a huge iron gate. There are special luminous patterns on the iron gate, as if to declare his extraordinary. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not a fool. How could he not feel the special of the iron gate? So he didn't hesitate at this time, and he could directly punch through. Yes, he didn't hesitate to punch over, and there was no other hesitation. After all, hesitation did he need to have? What is he going to do now? What he is going to do now is to completely occupy the high-tech ruins. So this last gate in front of him is obviously the result, and he naturally wants to push him away. But no one can guarantee whether there will be danger on this. So in order to meet together, Lin Yu directly opened it. Is there not a little problem? I think that if he becomes the inheritor of this ruin, the other party should also be happy. After all, only a person like himself who lives carefully can carry forward his inheritance. Others may die directly halfway, which is not low. Take the nosy Magneto as a comparison. The other party did not almost die. Why? It is because the other party is not vigilant and causes trouble everywhere. People like Lin Yu will not. He will just consider whether to spend one punch or spend two punches to kill the other party after determining the strength of the other party, which is what he will consider. Boom, boom. Lin Yu's fist smashed over, but he didn't really physically attack the wall, but something similar to the solidification of power, and something of an idea smashed over. This kind of thing is somewhere between real and unreal, but it's a product of reality. It is physical, which is why such a collision produces an extremely intense sound. At the same time, there was also a feeling that the ground was shaking, and the iron door made a crunching sound at this time, as if it was swaying in the wind and would collapse at any time. Lin Yu's eyes were very serious about the scene in front of him. He was waiting for this door to be completely broken so that he could enter and obtain the most core inheritance. It's just that everything that followed made Lin Yu a little disappointed. Although the iron gate looked like it was about to collapse, it was still very strong and had been crumbling, but it was not destroyed. Lin Yu glanced at the shadow on the side. His eyes signaled. The shadow understood what he meant and went straight forward, and then a terrifying power erupted in their bodies, directly changing towards that wall and hitting it. And the loud noise produced next was about dozens of times that of before. And what does that mean? It means that the collision at this time, its strength is 10 times stronger than before, or even higher. Just as the so-called emperor does not pay off, when such a terrifying attack is all blessed, this door has finally changed. He is finally no longer shaky. But at this time, as if he sensed something, it actually changed, even harder. This scene made Lin Yu instantly dumbfounded, a little confused. He felt that everything in front of him seemed to be a little bit not very according to the routine. And at this time, there was a voice, an icy to the extreme obvious voice made by artificial intelligence. He passed from the upper right corner at this time. Lin Yu saw that there was a breather there, and he suspected that a megaphone was hidden inside. Please don't attack the door of the laboratory. Please use wisdom to pass through this door. This voice probably conveys such a meaning. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched after listening to it, and he didn't know how to answer the other party. He slowly stretched out his palm at this time, and a lotus bloomed between his fingers. However, the color of this lotus flower is not white-pink. It is an extreme flame color, and he said slowly, "Do you believe that I ruined all this?" Lin Yu actually directly launched a threat at this time. If someone sees this scene at this time, they will be directly dumbfounded. After all, this is almost impossible scene, and someone actually threatens a program. The voice was also stunned for a moment, and he didn't seem to have thought of this scene. It's just that he didn't expect that his reaction really wanted to see it, because it proved that he had the ability to think, not a program in the real sense. In a more modern phrase, full-fledged artificial intelligence. This kind of thing cannot exist if it is placed on the Earth, or the world that Lin Yu originally carried. After all, that world may not even be researched by artificial intelligence. But this world is different. This world is too vast. The development of technology is the same. Lin Yu's memory still remembers that in the Avengers Series 2, the final boss is an artificial intelligence. So he directly determined the identity of the other party in front of him. You can say that he directly saw the essence of the other party at a glance. Therefore, this also has why Lin Yu Demon threatened the other party. After all, this has an extremely deep relationship with some of his previous experiences. For scientific research results, if they cannot be used for themselves, it is absolutely impossible to spread out and let others know, and they will have opportunities at the most critical time. In the face of the same race, because of the competition of interests, there will be such a situation. I'm curious. You don't belong to this civilization. How can you give it to me? Cold words came out of Lin Yu's mouth, and he could tell his own guess. Perhaps some people didn't understand his thoughts after hearing this, but Lin Yu was extremely firm in this point, because he had experienced similar things. How could he not know? The voice did not answer him, and fell completely into a dead silence. For this reason, Lin Yu actually didn't care much. He just burst out of power at this time, uniting his shadow's madness to attack that iron gate. His purpose is very clear. That is, he wants to blast this iron door open abruptly like at the beginning, and then because of his practice, the voice that he remembered before fell into dead silence, and then came out at this time. And unlike the plain and calm at the beginning, this voice at this time seems to give people a very embarrassed feeling. What is probably revealed is that you cannot continue to attack this door, or you will die. This kind of words. And this kind of words, basically Lin Yu chose to ignore. So in such a situation, after 2 or 3 minutes or so of time passed, the iron door in front of Lin Yu's eyes was directly opened, The appearance of the Iron Gate at this time is a distorted state. After all, it is not opened in a normal state. He was opened by Lin Yu with brute force. He has long been not normal and complete. The current state of the Iron Gate is a normal state of being vigorous. Lin Yu walked directly inside without hesitation. He was not afraid of the existence of danger inside, because if there was danger inside, then the artificial intelligence just now would not say, "Let them use their wisdom to enter this Iron Gate," which is definitely safer than they thought. In fact, Lin Yu's guess was not wrong. On the contrary, it was extremely correct. The back of this iron door is indeed safer than Lin Yu imagined, and even said that the degree of this security has reached a very high level, only to see Lin Yu enter it at this moment. There was such a scene in front of him. Large and small various research artifacts were placed in a room, and then there were all kinds of experimental potions, various research materials, and various books. This was the first scene that Lin Yu saw when he entered this place. Why not listen to my use of wisdom to turn it on, but use brute force? The voice of the artificial intelligence broke out at this time, and he was furious. Lin Yu did not bird him after listening to it. Because the other party originally had impure thoughts about him, he naturally would not listen to the other party, and he was not a 3-year-old little brat. How could he be deceived by others? He was just walking toward those books at this time. Because of some of his experiences, he knew that books were the most precious materials in such a research place, because there were so many things in them. These things are the most direct means that can make a civilization promote other products, even if you could bring them back. But because of the research reasons, it still takes a lot of time, and it may take tens or hundreds of years to get stuck in one place. So he knew so many things present, which things were the most important, and he naturally squeezed the most important thing in his hands. But he had not gone far at this time, and a violent force appeared in front of him, directly killing him. Lin Yu did not hesitate to explode at this time. He actually did not choose to retreat at this time, but chose to rush towards a stack of books. It seemed that he meant that he was bound to get those things, and after 5 or 6 seconds had passed, he smelled of burning. It was a crisis that appeared just now. A corrosive liquid splashed on Lin Yu's body. That liquid was too terrifying. Even if Lin Yu's body was extremely strong, it was still partially corroded, but a happy look appeared on Lin Yu's face. Because his hand was reading several books at this time, which were full of densely packed various texts, and although Lin Yu couldn't understand them, but he knows how much value is hidden in these words, and if he studies it, he will definitely get great benefits. Okay, get what you need to get, and then let me see who attacked me just now. Put these things in the backpack of your life. Lin Yu turned his body at this time, and he set his gaze to the left at this time, from which the extremely corrosive liquid flew from that side. Then he was going to see a small robot there, and that robot didn't look at it to know that it wasn't a combat type, but looked more like a domestic robot. It's just that this robot's hand is now holding a gun, and the gun has drawn a picture of everything withering after the explanation. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lin Yu can basically judge that it was because of the other party's attack just now, which caused his body to be injured. Artificial intelligence, if I'm not mistaken, it should be you, right? Lin Yu looked at him and smiled. And then in the next second, before the robot in front of him could react, the power of thunder erupted above his body. This force turned out to be centered on him. And at this time, it was now raging wildly around. All the buildings around him are made of steel, and steel, he is one of the most powerful conductors. So his thunder power pervaded the entire world in an instant. Those scientific research products, those current products, instantly filled with his thunder. A wistful voice whispered painfully in Lin Yu's ears. At this time, Lin Yu found that a TV set next to him had changed at this moment, and he actually recovered the light from the extinguished state, and a figure appeared in the light. If Lin Yu is not mistaken, the other party should be the artificial intelligence. Hello. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and said to him with a grin. After all, although he was injured physically, he was not very angry because he had gained too many benefits. This is my territory. You mess around on my territory. You're trying to make enemies with me. The voice of artificial intelligence exploded at this time. You were just a research product of the owner here at that time, and I don't know who gave you the qualifications to call yourself the master at this time. Hearing what the other party said, Lin Yu said lightly. Then in the next second, the power of thunder actually burst out again, and a thunder force that was even more powerful than before was thrown out of his body, and Lin Yu directly launched the second time to wreak havoc on everything around him. Then in the next second, everything he paid attention to was directly turned off. It was even as if the machine that was running was powered off. In fact, it is true. Lin Yu's means are like this. He directly used the terrifying current on his body to flush the electrical appliances here, so that it did not have electricity flowing for a short time. In this way, even if the other party is artificial intelligence, there are many means, but it is useless. After all, it is also placed on the human body. It could be said that the other party has fainted. It is obvious that the person who has fainted, he simply does not have the strength to continue to wreak havoc. I'm not an expert in dealing with artificial intelligence. Go back and throw it to Bruce Wayne. No, everything here can be thrown at Bruce Wayne. After all, I've already dealt with all the dangers here, and then he only needs to do some aftermath. Lin Yu gave birth to a lazy waste, thinking in his heart. As for what he plans to do in the next few days, Lin Yu thought for a while, probably to improve his strength. Now his strength is not strong enough. At the same time, he can also think about how to capture Magneto. Doc Tai sang Tak Viet, TK. Bruce Wayne is actually not happy under normal circumstances. After all, just like Lin Yu arranged for him to be the president of the Lin Group, the other party is actually a very dignified and serious person. So you can imagine how difficult it is to make him happy. Well, so when Lin Yu looked at Bruce Wayne in front of him, his face was about to smile a flower. His mood was very special. Although he knew that the products he brought out of that high-tech relic were too precious, was it necessary to be as happy as the other party? Looking at the smile on the other party's face, almost out of breath, Lin Yu was a little worried about the other party. If the other party was too emotional, would he die of laughter directly? You take this thing to study and develop it for me as soon as possible. Lin Yu ordered it this time, although he knew that the other party would not forget this matter at all, but he still had to explain it. Bruce Wayne nodded because these things were what he liked and were good at, and Lin Yu would do it if he didn't say so, not to mention that this was the other party's main purpose this time. I will give you a satisfactory answer within a year. Bruce Wayne spoke at this time, and if someone is here at this time, hearing his words, it will definitely be shocking, because scientific research is such a thing. It is normal to not get a result for decades, because no one can guarantee that they can be 100%. But Bruce Wayne actually made a military order at this time. It turned out that he said it in front of Lin Yu at this time, and he wanted to give the other party a satisfactory answer within a year, which sounded absolutely laughing at some people. Then I am very much looking forward to your performance. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, if the average person tells him so, he must feel that the other party is bragging. But it is Bruce Wayne who told him about this. In this case, he feels that it is possible. After all, the other party is not an ordinary person. That is a giant in the true sense. The other party's weight in some aspects is no less than that of some famous scientists, and it is enough to make a certain comparison with the father of gravity and Godzilla, known as God. Even in this world, Bruce Wayne is even more powerful. By the way, if you pay a little attention to that artificial intelligence, their scientific and technological civilization can also be seen to be very high, so their artificial intelligence is also extraordinary. Remember to show him to me. Don't let him make any moths. Lin Yu suddenly added something at this time. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have obtained an artificial intelligence in that place. And if the other party seemed to have been locked up in a small black room now, there would be no energy at all. Don't worry. I know this. I will definitely not let him get stormy. Bruce Wayne patted his chest. He was very confident because this is what he is good at. If he is not confident in the field he is good at, he can die and even say that he has issued the second military order at this time. I was able to make it successful in half a year with our artificial intelligence. Well, by the way, this time you give me an investigation into where that kid from Magneto is. That guy want me to die. I want all his information. Lin Yu nodded, and then he said something again at this time. Bruce Wayne's face turned cold after listening to it. Lin Yu's words exposed too much and too much content. Bruce Wayne said, "I will take out all the information about Magneto within today and personally deliver him to your eyes within 3 days." Bruce Wayne's appearance seemed to be to mobilize the power of the entire Lin group. Lin Yu did not stop the other party in this regard. After all, perhaps in the eyes of some people, doing this Lin group would have to pay a great price. And these costs, in fact, Lin Yu himself could have avoided. And Lin Yu also understood this truth, but he didn't plan to do it. After all, the Lin group is specifically for me. If I want to ensure his good, I won't let him serve me. So what do I want him to do? Lin Yu thought so in his heart. Then you'll be busy with your business next. I will go back to S.H.I.E.L.D. first. Lin Yu nodded. He had already ordered everything at this time, so he should naturally return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to hand over errands. He did not forget that he had taken a task to deal with the Hulk over there in Washington. It's just that who would have thought that so many things would happen halfway? Although there were some twists and turns in the process, the results were at least good. Well, this task can be regarded as completed. After all, although Lin Yu did not capture S.H.I.E.L.D. back, it at least succeeded in preventing the other party from continuing to destroy. What's more, what if he didn't finish it? With his current strength, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to treat him. Before the other party took out the cosmic Rubik's Cube, it has a better nature in it. Lin Yu drove the aircraft towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Bruce Wayne stood on the rooftop of the Lin group, watching the other party leave, his face accompanied by the departure of the other party, no longer maintaining the previous joy, replaced by coldness. He made a phone call on the spot. "President, is there anything you have to order?" On the other side of the phone, a voice rang respectfully at this moment. Everyone knows that although the Lin group belongs to Lin Yu, the other party does not like to control the power, but gives all of these to Bruce Wayne to manage. So in some ways, Bruce Wayne is the highest person in charge of the Lin group. "Go and investigate Magneto's information for me. I want him to die." Bruce Wayne's voice was very calm. On the other end of the phone, the person who answered was surprised, knowing that Magneto is not an ordinary person, and they have to pay a heavy price to provoke each other as a whole group. However, he could also clearly feel that Bruce Wayne was in a bad mood, and he did not dare to say anything more at this time. It would not be good if he paid some price for it. So he nodded and replied, "Knowing the president, next I will mobilize the power of the entire Lin group to search for his traces and strive to bring back the heads of others." S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. Many people gathered at this time. Lin Yu was the last to come here. After all, he had just completed the task at hand. Therefore, no one dared to say anything about him at this time. Firstly, because he was completing the task just now, and secondly, because his identity was too special. In the audience, even Tony of Stark Industries did not dare to say anything. After all, here, there is still a big difference between people. Because you did a great job this time, I didn't expect that you met the Hulk and was able to beat the other party into such a miserable situation. Wait until Lin Yu comes here and takes a seat. Nick Fury's mouth suddenly came out of such a sentence. Then in the next second, some pictures appeared on the huge screen behind him, which were some pictures captured by the satellite just now. S.H.I.E.L.D. has an independent satellite to monitor the situation on Earth. And in the picture at this moment, it was Lin Yu who was full of flames and pressed the Hulk to the ground and beat. This scene made everyone present shrink their pupils after watching it. Because the people present were not fools, after watching this video, they were naturally able to make a very normal evaluation of Lin Yu's strength and naturally knew if they were opponents of the other party. Therefore, after watching this video, they also commented and they found that the distance between themselves and Lin Yu seemed to be a little far away. Just look at the other party's eyes with more awe. Because this young man's strength is too strong. Among the many people present, the strength of the other party definitely belongs to the first and second. Although on the surface I look better than the Hulk, in fact, I don't make much cheap, I can only say that it is not Dr. Banner's. He is not as intelligent as me. Lin Yu shook his head at this time and spoke. He didn't accept this admiration from the other party, because he still had a little count in his heart, but he knew better than anyone how powerful the Hulk really was. It doesn't actually have as much advantage as it appears in the video. Everyone listened to his words, and no other emotions appeared on their faces, but they obviously cast admiring eyes at this time, probably saying that this young man was quite modest. Okay, that's not the point. Just now I just showed everyone Lin Yu's current strength. Let everyone learn more about his fighting methods. After all, at this time, we have a hard battle to fight. Nick Fury's voice has suddenly sounded. After he said this sentence, everyone's eyes turned to it, and their eyes revealed a puzzled look, as if asking why there was a tough battle to be fought recently. Sensing everyone's puzzled expressions, Nick Fury cleared his throat and said, "I'll show you a few pictures and see what I mean." Then the picture on the big screen behind him appeared, and several photos appeared. That is, giant insects with black colors on their bodies. Their height was about 1/2 meter, and their mouth parts were suckers that appeared black one after another. Is this an alien product? Lin Yu saw the photos in front of him and said at this time, "His knowledge is extremely profound, and his knowledge is extremely broad, and he has never seen the creatures in the photos in front of him on Earth, so he guesses alien creatures. Yes, this is an invasive insect from an alien species." Nick Fury generously admitted at this time. He said, "Some time ago, we found this batch of insects. I don't know why. It suddenly descended on our Earth and then wreaked havoc on our Earth. And their reproduction rate is very, very fast. So I want you to completely eradicate them. Otherwise, depending on the situation, it seems that it will not be long before they completely invade our Earth. By the way, their strength is extremely strong, and they're all impossible for ordinary people to fight against. It is even said that some of the more powerful individuals are equivalent to the Hulk." Nick Fury took out all the information he knew now. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he basically had a rough count in his heart. After listening to it, others put forward their own ideas at this time. That is, they wanted to ask them where they were, and what weaknesses they had. But Lin Yu chose to close his eyes and did not plan and listen to these things, because he knows that according to the original Marvel plot, these Zergs outside the world, they have a special purpose for this trip, and this purpose is because of the Hulk. So instead of asking, where will they appear, Lin Yu thought it was better to follow the Hulk, although the latter was also very difficult to find, but it was better to find than the guy in front, right? How long do these bugs have to be found? I have some detailed information here, and I will send it to you when I return," Nick Fury said at this time. Everyone else nodded at this time, and didn't say anything more. The words were all said about this. Could they still be explained clearly by the other party on the spot? "By the way, Lin Yu, I have something I want to ask you about." Nick Fury glanced at everyone calmly, and then he turned his head to look at Lin Yu, and he said at this time, "Didn't you go to stop the Hulk from destroying Washington before? And then after you beat the other party away, I remember that Magneto also appeared. Didn't you go after him? What is the situation now? According to your strength, it seems that the possibility of leaving it behind is very high." After Lin Yu heard this sentence, he said in his heart, he knew that the other party would definitely ask him about this matter. So he had already prepared, and he had already prepared his belly and his heart. And he said at this time, "My strength is indeed stronger than Magneto, but who knew that that guy turned out to be such a ghost, and the strength to escape was so strong, and finally let him escape?" Lin Yu replied, while saying that he also stretched out his hand to scratch his head, looking embarrassed, and Nick Fury listened to his words, although he always felt that something was wrong. But he saw that the other party had already answered him like this, and he did not get entangled again. After all, if the other party is unwilling to say it, the entangled other party will not tell you. Underscore. After Nick Fury didn't get a satisfactory reply from Lin Yu, he didn't ask anything more. He turned his head to look at the owner in front of him and said, "Because of the invasion of the sky, so I specially prepared a temporary residence for everyone next, in order to facilitate unified action in the future. I hope that everyone will live in the temporary residence I arranged for you as much as possible." Everyone nodded after listening, expressing understanding. They had experienced similar things before, naturally knew what the other party meant. The other party was obviously afraid that when they needed someone, no one was present at all, so it would be embarrassing. This is the key to your temporary residence. And within the area of Washington's Old Center is a building called the Mark 9 Courtyard. Nick Fury spoke. Others had surprised looks on their faces after listening to this. They may not understand very much why their temporary residence is in such a good place. You must know that the one building In Washington, such a place where every inch of land is worth a lot, 100,000 US dollars a square meter. The price required for that entire building is as high as $1 billion. Everyone present seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. is not like the kind of money that explodes. Otherwise, they would not be so critical of them. So what did the other party go through this time and directly arrange such an excellent place for them to live? This place was donated to us by Lin Yu. Feeling the eyes of the people around him, Nick Fury spoke lightly at this time, as if he was saying something normal. Fuck, this guy is a god. Hearing these one words from Nick Fury's mouth, almost subconsciously, everyone present, their eyes were on Lin Yu's body, because this person was too arrogant, which directly surprised everyone present, even including Iron Man Tony. After all, this is a property of more than $1 billion. Even if Starkey Industrial Group increases the industry, he simply does not dare to spend so much money to donate one building. Well, everyone present except for one person did not set their eyes on Lin Yu at this time. That is Thor, who had no concept of money at all, and now Thor had just arrived on Earth, and money was no different from waste paper for him. I just want to provide a comfortable environment for everyone to live in. Everyone has been living there for the last few days. Rest assured, I will arrange breakfast for everyone every day. Lin Yu did not expect that Nick Fury actually exposed this matter of himself, but he did not deliberately hide it, and directly admitted it generously at this time, and promised to arrange breakfast for them, and everyone present was happy after hearing this. In that case, let's go and prepare and see what luggage is to pack. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction at this time, signaling that everyone could now disperse, and then everyone present left Shenzhen in 2s and 3s. Thor went back with Lin Yu. After all, there was no place to live, plus he was only familiar with Lin Yu, and listening to the other party, he could only follow the other party. Your strength is no longer at its peak. I decided to build you a piece of equipment, so as to improve your strength. After all, you can't take the Cosmic Cube at any time to restore your strength to the peak. You have to face the enemy with your current strength. On the way back to the Lin group, the two were telling Thor about it. Thor nodded seriously after hearing this, because he also thought so. He can't say that he can recover the peak with a Rubik's Cube as soon as he encounters a strong enemy. And the most important thing for him now is to use the power he can now control to face the enemy. It's just that the power he holds now is too weak. So he needs some treasures that can increase his strength. And at this time, Lin Yu opened his mouth to create a pair of equipment for him, and he naturally nodded seriously and agreed. After all, he is not a fool. Just now in the conversation in S.H.I.E.L.D., he obviously knows that Lin Yu seems to be very rich. Money seems to be a very rare thing on the earth, and he could buy too many good things. Then he asked the other party to prepare a set for him. I will definitely give you back 10 times in the future. However, Thor still promised Lin Yu something at this time. That is, after achieving achievements in the future, he would definitely return it to Lin Yu 10 times. Lin Yu didn't say anything more after listening to it. After all, he had another idea in his heart. That is, he didn't need the other party to give him something back, because he planned to let the other party be his subordinate for the rest of his life, and be his little brother for the rest of his life. Do you need your little brother's subordinates borrow your things back? You know, he still plans to use them to fight the world for himself. I know, then you will give me back 10 times as much. However, although he thinks so in his heart, but the surface Kung Fu Lin Yu is still very good. He doesn't want the other party to detect his thoughts now, although the other party now considers him an idol to a certain extent, but if the other party knows that he thinks so in his heart. If you can't pick up Mjolnir directly at this time, give it to yourself. This is no joke. With Thor's temper, it really did it. Wait a while back to the Lin group. You go directly to Bruce Wayne. You tell him directly. Let him create a pair of armor with vibranium as the main body for you. Lin Yu added at this time, wait a minute. I have other things to do. So you just go to Bruce Wayne. I remember you saw him before, so I won't give you his photos and portraits. Thor nodded, his face extremely excited, because he was looking forward to it. He would wait to see what kind of equipment he could get. After all, he knows better than anyone how powerful Bruce Wayne's crafting technology is, and the previous war machine was created by the other party. Such a meticulous thing, the other party can forge it. So what if he asks the other party to create a pair of armor for him? So how strong will the armor be this time? and the kind of metal in Lin Yu's mouth just now. If he was not mistaken, this metal was extremely precious and rare, and it was also almost invisible in their heavenly realm. Underscore. So what's going to happen next is around the Hulk. Lin Yu returned to the Lin group. He was sitting in his own office. Thor was at his disposal at this moment, and when to find Bruce Wayne, he now had a little free time. At this time, he crossed his hands, arched his body forward, and lay on the table. His brain was in thought at this time, and there were many thoughts in his heart, which flashed one by one at this time, probably thinking about what to do next. After all, if he wants to become stronger, he needs to constantly fight, gain experience points, and let the shadow cultivate. In addition, strengthen his body through foreign objects. Lin Yu generally does not choose to use foreign objects to strengthen his body, because although this practice can improve his strength, it is inevitable that because this strength does not belong to himself, it will inevitably be crippled. Under normal circumstances, these flaws will not be revealed. But when it comes to battle, these flaws are easy to show. And at that time, if he dies because of this bankruptcy, where will Lin Yu cry and call his mother? Therefore, it is impossible for Lin Yu to use foreign objects to improve his strength. He refers to those alien energies or genetic reagents. And in this way, there are only two ways for him to improve his strength. One of these two is to kill enemies to gain experience point upgrades, and the other is to let his shadows cultivate. It is obvious that the speed of the latter exceeds the former I don't know how many times. Therefore, in this situation where the world is becoming more and more insecure, Lin Yu will definitely choose the former as his main upgrade method, and in this way, he has encountered a problem now. That is, he simply cannot find the enemy now, let himself deal with. After all, due to his current strength and positive pace, the average opponent now, even if he is slightly stronger, he cannot gain a certain amount of experience points from them. Because when your strength reaches level 100, will there be a reward for killing level 1? Therefore, Lin Yu can only get the reward of experience points and improve his strength if he kills more powerful enemies, or those whose strength is a little lower than him. And in the recent period, Lin Yu found a problem. That is, his shadow, if he wanted to upgrade the star, basically relied on the battle to improve, and his cultivation was almost unheard. So he is now faced with a very difficult conundrum. That is, in this world becoming more and more dangerous, his strength is inevitable. But for him, he does not have any enemies who can make him kill now. Therefore, he set his eyes on the Hulk at this time. After all, Lin Yu knows one thing. The universe revolves around them to a certain extent. The Hulk is one of the protagonists. As long as he keeps following him, the enemies he encounters with time will become stronger and stronger. Because the strength of the Hulk will also be in this leader. And with the improvement of his strength, the people it meets are naturally small and old. Coupled with its own particularity, some things naturally need not be said. In comparative game terms, the Hulk seems to have added a taunt to his body. It just so happened that the Outer Zerg appeared at this time, and now their target seems to be Banner, who has been irradiated by the increased rays. That is, the Hulk, this group of guys from outside the sky, can just be used as my experience for this period of strength improvement. Lin Yu muttered. At the same time, he also realized one thing at this time. That is, according to the Food Chip series, it seems that the finale of the Revenge series is coming. If you look at it this way, he will gain a wave of experience points. After all, when he watched the Avengers 1, Lin Yu was still quite shocked. So, the next thing is to look for the Hulk. After all, those guys from outside the sky, they have already found the Hulk. Lin Yu picked up the phone at this time and directly dialed Bruce Wayne, who was talking to Total, and he directly ordered the other party something on the phone. Help me find out where Banner is now. Well, Lin Yu asked the other party to look for Banner, instead of letting the other party look for the Hulk. In his words, it seems that the Hulk at this moment in his memory, he presents the state of the human Banner, so it is relatively fast to go directly to find the true identity of the place. By the way, in the archives he is dead, but he is still alive. Lin Yu added another thing at this time. Bruce Wayne nodded after listening, and he said he understood. Lin Yu also hung up the phone, because he knew that Bruce Wayne at this time was discussing with Thor the set of armor customized by the other party. Therefore, After he ordered his own affairs, he naturally would not waste more of the other party's time. Otherwise, Thor on the side might have sulked in his heart. After all, as a high-ranking heavenly god, he was ignored at this time, and he was also angry with Lin Yu, and the other party was one of his future candidates for the intended junior brother. Lin Yu said that he still had to pay a little attention to what the other party was thinking. Now go and deal with the dangers around me, or if anyone who has committed a crime will stop them for me. After hanging up the phone again, Lin Yu did another thing. He summoned all his shadows and asked them to do one thing at this moment. Go and eliminate the people hidden here by other competing companies around you. By the way, see where there are people around who need help, and try to save them at this time. As much as possible, eliminate evil and promote good. After all, basically none of the characters who dare to break the law in this kind of place are garbage. Maybe not stronger, but they can always contribute some experience points to Lin Yu. The shadows all nodded at this time, and they directly left the Lin group at this time and headed towards the surroundings of the Lin group. A few minutes had not passed, and Lin Yu found that there was a sound of the system sounding in his ears, which was the sound of the system's increasing experience points. Most of the increase in experience points here is the degree of adding +1, +2, +3. But Lin Yu doesn't mind very much because no matter how small the mosquito is, it is also a piece of meat. And in the current situation of green and yellow, he won't care about these things, especially if he is still eradicating the eyeliner of those malicious competitors. The next few days were quite relaxing for Lin Yu. Because nothing major happened during this period of time, he naturally had nothing to do and stayed at home every day to cultivate his emotions and cultivate something. After all, his status is extraordinary. It is impossible for him to make a move on every small matter, unless it is a very important thing. He may make a move, otherwise why does he raise so many little brothers? So Lin Yu is very comfortable. After all, some time ago was a little busy for him, and now being able to rest for a few days is also a kind of relaxation for him. However, this situation did not last long, and after Lin Yu stayed in this life for about 3 or 4 days, Bruce Wayne brought him a message. We found out where Banner is now. Bruce Wayne stood in front of Lin Yu at this moment and spoke, while beside him stood the interested and hurried Thor, whose faces were full of joy. Because at this moment, Thor is not wearing normal clothing, the casual clothes from the earth, but at this time, he is wearing armor made of incomparably precious metal. He's not in the US now, he's in Australia, and after my investigation, his location is not certain, but it changes every day, and he has been in Australia for a while near the Northwest River. Bruce Wayne said the news at this time. After listening to this, Lin Yu nodded and said, Okay, I know this matter. Then you will listen to my orders next and release a news. That is, our Lin group has developed a substance that can reorganize the human gene sequence code to a certain extent. Bruce Wayne's face was surprised after listening to it. He didn't know why Lin Yu let him release the news, because he knew better than anyone that this matter was extremely difficult, and the substance that could reorganize the human gene sequence code could not be studied at the current level of scientific research at 100%. Even if it is roaming the universe at this moment, its technology has reached an amazing level. It's okay, you just do as I tell you. Lin Yu didn't answer the other party. He couldn't say that his purpose was to attract the Hulk to come, right? After all, he knows better than anyone that the Marvel background is basically the United States. So this is the core of the quest in some sense, and he doesn't want to leave here and go somewhere else. After all, these are extraordinary times. If he misses some opportunities because he leaves here, he will be distressed to death. So he can only use this method to attract the other party. Even if it seemed that the other party would return to the United States if he didn't stay there for long, Lin Yu still planned to do so, because he didn't dare to guarantee how long the other party would return, and he didn't have much energy to observe the other party. So he could only use this method. I know, I'll go to things next. Since Lin Yu was unwilling to explain, Bruce Wayne naturally couldn't do it. He nodded and left here directly, intending to turn back and follow the other party's orders. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Sure enough, someone is easy to do. Like other superheroes, they are independent, either relying on S.H.I.E.L.D. to find information for them, or themselves. Lin Yu said that he could bear it. How do you feel about the armor that Bruce Wayne created for you? Bruce Wayne left here, and Lin Yu looked at Thor in front of him and smiled at this time. He could clearly sense the happiness on the other party's face, and the other party was very satisfied with this armor. The strength of this set of armor is really unimaginable, and the gap with the set of armor I wear in the celestial realm is not very big, and this set of armor is of great help to my combat effectiveness improvement. Thor was smiling happily at this time. Also, whoever laughs should be very happy, and then think that it is really difficult to find a device that can match it in the original world and the world that is very inferior to you, even if you can only see that it can be compared, but it is enough to be happy. Lin Yu nodded, also quite happy for the other party. After all, the other party is between the younger brother members who are optimistic about their future. Then he began to think about another question, which was what to let Thor do next. He didn't plan to let Thor go with him to kill the Outer Zerg. After all, it was his most popular batch of experience points now, so even he himself was not enough to kill. How could he be willing to kill others? The current Thor's strength, because of the addition of armor, has become very terrifying, several small levels stronger than before, probably beyond the world, has become a degree that can only take the world to the extreme. At least in the face of Captain America, it will definitely not lose, and the previous close match, and even being pressed can no longer appear, and it should appear only if the opponent is hanged. So if the other party chooses to help, Lin Yu thought for a while, and then in his guess, he perfectly found that the other party's strength had improved, and he killed the Zerg extremely quickly. Well, this scene is absolutely impossible and unwilling to see. So he now has to give Thor a brand new character for the other party to do, so that the place will not grab experience points with him. As for other Marvel heroes, Lin Yu does not care very much. After all, no matter how strong these guys are, they are limited. Compared to Thor in front of him, they were nothing. Even if it is the most powerful Iron Man among the heroes, Lin Yu does not pay special attention to the other party. After all, the opponent's current strength is only world-class. The opponent's Iron Man has not improved himself and is still in a relatively primitive state, and the combat effectiveness is weak. So, where exactly should Thor be sent? Lin Yu began to seriously think about this question again, and he had a little headache. However, he did not regret including Thor in his own forces. After all, the strength of the other party is extraordinary. Whether in the early stage or in the later stage, it definitely belongs to the top of the first sequence. Wait, or let Thor do that? Lin Yu pondered hard. The Emperor did not pay off, and finally had the answer. It's about Loki. He intends to let the other party contact Loki. After all, Thor's strength has improved now, and because of its particularity, even if he faces the real gods, he will not necessarily lose. The Marvel Universe is a very special world. Although he is extremely powerful, but his strength is in the depths of the universe, not in this place of the earth. In Lin Yu's memory, although the development of the Marvel Universe in the end is to a certain extent centered on the earth, after all, a group of extremely powerful people have appeared on the earth. But this is not that time period, and it takes a process. So in the world before him, there was a Marvel series, which is about such a process, and now he has crossed into the Marvel world. To a certain extent, it is also in accordance with this process. Almost the rhythm of this world should be in the Marvel Series 1. In this Series 1, the protagonists are Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki. If Lin Yu is not mistaken, it seems that it is because of these two guys that Nick Fury on this earth gave birth to the idea of wanting to establish a superhero league. That's why the Avengers come about, which is also the most central place here. After all, everyone in the Avengers has extremely extraordinary strength. They are constantly improving themselves, and the top group of strong people in the universe leaving behind a mess by them, which is the main reason why the Earth will become the core. Lin Yu's mouth murmured. This was what he thought was the truth. So to a certain extent, this is everything that is going to happen in the Avengers Series 1, and the time period they are in now is almost the Avengers Series 1. Although the world has changed drastically because of his appearance, there are still traces of certain things, such as the story of the Revenge series, and the various settings originally found in his place. For Lin Yu, these are all 100% true and reliable news, Otherwise, he would not be able to use the space gems in the cosmic cube, which had already explained too many things. So he has new ideas in his heart at this time. That is to find a way to speed up and let this Avenger end. After all, the world is a link, and a link, everything happens with a succession. When you let the timeline speed on this side speed up, the story progress changes. Naturally, there are changes, and these changes, whether good or bad, are what Lin Yu is happy to see. Because only in the chaotic world, there will be all kinds of strong people. And to a certain extent, he is hunting these strong people to improve his strength. What's more, he plans to arrange for the other party next, which is not without benefit for the other party. After all, he plans to let the other party find the way to the heavenly realm, rely on personal strength to return to the sky, and find the owner of the artifact who once created the Mjolnir for the other party. In that case, the opponent's strength will improve much faster than that. Thor, your strength is there, so there are some things I don't intend to hide from you. I now have a way to quickly restore your strength. You want? When Lin Yu thought of this, he naturally planned to do it directly. He looked at Thor in front of him and said such a sentence directly, without hesitation. Thor was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. There were not many people in this world that could make him fearful, only his supreme father at this stage. Have you ever thought of returning to Asgard? Lin Yu's eyes looked at the other party very hotly. He knew that the other party's current answer could explain too many things to a certain extent. Hearing Lin Yu's question, Thor was stunned for a moment. He didn't know how to answer the other party's question. If he saw the other party's eyes just now, he thought about it and said seriously, "There must be a mind that wants to go back. But my current strength is too weak. Going back is basically certain death, and I have no way to go back, so I plan to improve my strength and go back. And by that time, I will make the people who have calculated me pay a heavy price. Then let me tell you, the way I said before to quickly restore your strength is to return to Asgard, to find one of the people inside. Are you willing?" Lin Yu opened his mouth at this time and said, "You don't have to worry about whether you can return to Asgard. I have a way to do this. After all, you were originally opened up by people at that time. There is no absolutely perfect thing in this world. How can there be no other way to enter?" After listening to Lin Yu's words, Thor was completely stunned. He didn't expect that he just came wearing that armor, but he heard such amazing information from Lin Yu's side. Not only did he have the opportunity to return to Asgard, but he could even find a way to recover his strength in Asgard. And listen to the other party, this restoration is permanent. I should be fine. After thinking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Thor's mouth came out of this sentence, and his gaze gradually became firm. The reason why he had been thinking for so long before was not thinking about whether he dared to go back, whether he needed to pay a heavy price. What he was thinking about was what his departure was for Lin Yu. After all, he got along with the other party for a while. How could he not know what he meant? Other than that, he just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Is this called breaking orders? However, these ideas were eventually defeated by a man who came to Thor's mind, and that guy was his younger brother, Loki, the god of mischief. This set of armor can greatly improve your strength. I think Loki himself is not a battle-type god, although your strength is not at the peak, but relying on your Mjolnir, as well as some of your means, you should face him head-on and not lose, right? Lin Yu asked at this time, but his tone was very certain at this time, as if he already had an answer in his heart. I don't guarantee that I will win, but I can guarantee that I will not lose. This set of armor has a big bonus to me, and my strength has also improved during this time. Thor nodded, which was kind of acquiescence. In that case, then I will send you back directly, but I can only send half the distance, and the rest can only rely on yourself. By the way, you don't have to worry about the affairs on the shield side. I will explain it over there, and I will help you complete the amount of your task. Lin Yu looked at the other party and gave assurances at this time extremely seriously. In fact, it is extremely difficult to go to Asgard. It is not as simple as Lin Yu said on the surface. The reason why he said so simple is because he has a treasure. That is the space gem stored in the cosmic cube. As one of the most powerful fetish in this time, the space gem was born before the birth of this universe, and Lin Yu did not know what terrifying power he possessed. But he knows that in the final Marvel 4 and 5 series, a snap of a finger can destroy half of the universe's creatures, and space gems as one of the 6 gems provided by that power. Its power naturally goes without saying, especially its best area is the control of space. Coupled with the method that Asgard passed, there is definitely more than one. He dared to guarantee that he could open the way for Thor to Asgard. Otherwise, he would not dare to say so, because if he did not do so, he would be easily killed. Of course, the main reason is because at that time, Marvel made a detailed introduction to the 6 gems, which explained the usefulness of space gems. Although it is not detailed, the meaning is already very clear, but when it comes to space, gemstones are definitely the most powerful fetish. By the way, who are you looking for me to return to Asgard? Thor suddenly asked at this time. He suddenly remembered Lin Yu's previous words. Let him return to Asgard to find someone. That person can help him quickly restore his strength, but the other party has not told him the name of that person so far. Just asked how his strength was. If he ran into Loki, he couldn't fight it. That person you're much more familiar with than me. By the way, that person may not have a particularly good relationship with you, because you should be ashamed of him. Hearing Thor's inquiry at this time, Lin Yu smiled. He really forgot the other party. This matter patronized back to Asgard, looking for Loki to seek revenge. Just like the sentence he asked the other party before, he was relying on the other party's strength, although it was for the safety of the other party to a certain extent, but there was another reason. That is to determine the strength of the other party. There is no guarantee that the other party could defeat Loki, because only in this way will the other party not go to Loki for revenge. After all, you want to know the other party better than Thor imagined. The other party has not completely grown into a calm person now. The other party's heart is still restless, as if it is a god of war. There are some things that the other party will not think so much about. So he focused on mentioning this matter to the other party. That is, to make the other party realize the seriousness of this matter, rather than brainstorming Loki as soon as Asgard went back. The guy I asked you to find is Sindri. Lin, you said the name of the person that the other party wanted at this time. Then Thor's eyes flickered, and there was an incredulous look on his face, because he didn't expect that the other party would burst out such a name that he didn't reach at all. Sindri is not an unknown person. He is in Asgard, can be regarded as the foundation of high morality and fame. Although he has long disappeared millions of years ago, and many people in the outside world have inherited that he has died, and his fame has gradually ended. But Thor knew that the other party was still alive, just living in a very hidden place, because he had seen each other before and had some communication with each other. As for what reason he communicated and talked with the other party, well, this has to say the weapon in his hand. Mjolnir was created by the other party. This weapon, given to him from his father Odin, was specially crafted by Sindri. This is a thing that many people don't know about. After all, in the eyes of many people, Mjolnir was forged by Odin himself, or was born with it. Otherwise, why would it have such strong power? It can actually trigger the power of wind and clouds and the power of thunder between heaven and earth. You must know that the reason why Thor was arrogant and very strong at that time was that a large part of the reason why the thunder god in his hand was too terrifying and his strength improvement reached a terrifying level, which was the main reason for his swelling. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary people, Thor's relationship should be good with Sindri. After all, there is no one who does not want to have a good relationship with such a weapon master. In this way, there's a way to ask for the other party in the future. It's just the opposite. Their relationship is particularly bad. After all, Thor was too arrogant at that time. Even if he met Sindri again, he ignored it. So their relationship is not good at all. On the contrary, there is some hostility. After all, Sindri had long been hidden incognito in the mountains. In that time, Thor followed his father's order to visit, but he behaved like this, and no one would be happy for you. Why go to that old guy in Sindri? Thor couldn't help but say at this time, I don't think he can help me improve, not to mention if he can improve my strength, but it won't necessarily help me. After all, our relationship is not particularly good. I know, so you need his approval. After all, your relationship is not very good, but it is not particularly hostile, is it? Lin Yu said at this time. The reason why your relationship was not good before was because you were arrogant and ignored each other, making the other party think that Mjolnir followed the wrong owner. This time you just need to communicate well with the other party and get the other party's approval. Then that's it. As for how your strength has greatly improved, I can also tell you directly that Mjolnir has followed you for so long, and it already has a part of your spirit in it. As the forger of Mjolnir, Sindri can reshape and strengthen Mjolnir to the greatest extent, and this time you go, he can not only help you make Mjolnir stronger, but even stimulate the spirit you once buried in Mjolnir. This power exists. He originally belongs to you. He is different from the power that was abolished. You get them to digest again, your strength will move towards the peak. Lin Yu closed his mouth at this time. He had already said everything that needed to be said. When Thor heard what he said, his face changed, and he had an extremely tangled look on his face, as if there was a battle between heaven and man in his heart. Thor may have changed a lot, but some things still haven't changed, such as bowing his head. 2. How can the other party as a high god easily bow his head? Perhaps he now knows in his heart that his previous approach was a little wrong, and he should not do the same to Sindri. After all, the other party is the creator of Mjolnir. But his thoughts were just that. After all, he was a high god, and his proud head would not be easily lowered. It's just that Thor is now thinking about a very serious matter. That is he still him at this time? Is it still the god who looks down on all things from above? At this time, he remembered what he had done in this time. In the end, he slowly shook his head, and he looked at Lin Yu in front of him seriously and said, "Then I will try to get the approval of that old guy as much as possible, but I can't guarantee it. After all, you also know that the relationship between us is not particularly good." After thinking for a long time, Thor finally chose to give in. Also, he has experienced change. Although some things cannot be changed, but it cannot be said that there is no slightest impact. At least he now knows how to listen to the opinions of others, knows how to weigh the pros and cons at this time, and knows how to bow his head at this time. It is not said that it has reached the point of hopelessness. As long as you can get his approval, then you must return with a full load this time. Lin Yu reached out and patted the other party's shoulder and said encouragingly, he did not tell the other party that in the original plot, he successfully obtained the approval of the other party. As long as the other party is not very violent and arrogant and domineering, the other party basically has no small problems and 99% will succeed. The only hidden danger that may arise is, I'll send you directly to Asgard later, but I can't determine which location to send you to. You can only say that you take the initiative to find Sindri. That's why I said I can only send you halfway, and the other part you have to find yourself. Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, after all, he himself did not know the specific location of Sindri now, and most of the things had to be done by the other party personally. Thor nodded at this time, indicating understanding. Also, Lin Yu's ability to do this is already the limit. Asgard is not a simple place. If the other party can live more extreme and send him to the location he wants to go, then Thor can only guess. Is the other party a character of the same level as Odin? Otherwise, how could the other party do such an impossible thing? Without further ado, you hurry up. Remember, if you run into Loki, try to run for your life. After all, your strength, although the other party can't kill you, but know that your strength is not at the peak, and there's still a big difference with the other party. The second reason is that Loki is not alone. The current Asgard is controlled by him to a certain extent, and he also has a lot of power. Lin Yu slowly spoke at this time, his face filled with calm. Then he directly urged the space gem in the cosmic cube, and a huge and incomparably large, as if space was torn open in front of him. The depths of this passage mouth were filled with darkness, as if the untraceable abyss in this world. Enter this passage, and you'll be teleported directly to Asgard. But the location is random. Remember to look for that Sindri. He is an important target for you. At the same time, when you enter this passage, you need to run for a distance. Lin Yu added, a few more important points of knowledge at this time. This was the information that the space gem automatically left to him when he was urging the space gem just now. And Thor nodded after hearing him say this, indicating that he understood, and then he did not hesitate to enter the tunnel directly. And when he entered the tunnel disappeared directly, as if it had been erased in this world. Thor was sent by Lin Yu like this. If someone knows Lin Yu's true thoughts, they don't know whether to cry or laugh. After all, ordinary people really dare not agree with this practice. But Lin Yu's idea is very simple. Anyway, this matter can not only allow the other party to be tempered, but also improve his strength, and at the same time he can't annoy himself. This is simply an extremely rare 3-bird plan with 1 stone. If he didn't know, forget it. He knows now, so why not do it? It is not a joke that he can become the controller of the Lin group. And he also has an extremely terrifying talent. Although he does not know whether this talent is his current body or the talent he brought from his previous life. Or rather, it was this system that brought him. Next, just need to lead Dr. Banner to the United States, and then wait for the arrival of the Zerg, and I can start a crazy ascension. Lin Yu whispered at this time. With an excited look on his face, he knew that it would not take long for him to meet such a time, and he was naturally happy. So time passed slowly under such circumstances, and during this time period, Lin Yu did not stay quietly at home to rest. After all, he had rested enough a few days ago, so he had been making some preparations outside these days. That is to have a full concept of understanding of this Earth. After all, he got the inheritance of high-tech relics from Magneto before. That thing is extremely amazing. There is such a place on the Earth, so is there more than one place? Wouldn't it be even bigger if he could find another similar place? When he thought of this, Lin Yu was immediately moved and naturally took action. In addition, he also went to S.H.I.E.L.D. and told them about Thor. Nick Fury is naturally a little unhappy. After all, no matter how he says it, it is much bigger than their position. Let them do a thing and someone is not there. But because Lin Yu's status is relatively special, coupled with Lin Yu's good talk and evil words, he promised to finish Thor's job. Nick Fury did not sulk much in this matter. Perhaps for him, this can be regarded as the greatest tolerance. After all, during this time, he always felt that Thor could be regarded as Lin Yu's personal soldier. The time was almost a week or so, and Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was really idle during this time, and he had nothing to do. But fortunately, this time did not last long, because today, Bruce Wayne brought him the news that Banner had come to the United States. After their Lin group released the news, it took the other party a week to finally arrive in the United States, which made Lin Yu's face look happy after hearing it, because he knows that he has to be busy next. After all, the Zerg from outside the sky will continue to frantically assassinate Banner in the recent period. And can't he take this opportunity to constantly hunt those Zerg outside the sky? Isn't that all right? However, thinking of this, his brows frowned, because he suddenly remembered one thing at this time, that is, the judgment of the strength of these outer Zerg. Because in the original work, the strength of the Zerg outside these days seems to be extraordinary. It seems that each of them is extremely awesome, and even Banner's battle form Hulk is not their opponent. Or in the Hulk state, he can easily cope with a small number, but when their number gradually increases, it may not be. The gap between them is somewhat large, and even the Hulk can only choose to run away. So at what level is the comprehensive strength of these Zergs? Lin Yu fell into thought. This matter is more important. After all, with the comprehensive strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. now, if the Zerg outside these days have amazing combat effectiveness, not only can they not play any role in helping, but even help to a certain extent. After all, under the original trajectory of this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not intervene in this matter, but it may be because he came here, which produced a butterfly effect, which finally made S.H.I.E.L.D. discover and intend to intervene in this matter. Anyway, I'll just hunt those bugs as much as I can then. Shaking his head, eliminating this thought from his mind, Lin Yu muttered to himself. He didn't have much time to think about this matter, but he already has the answer in his heart at this time. It's a big deal. He does everyone's work alone. For this matter, he is very happy. After all, this is a large number of experience points. And he also has a shadow to help him, and even said that due to the high-tech ruins some time ago, Bruce Wayne has made a new discovery during this time and has created more powerful combat weapons under the blessing of his Weapon Master ability. Everything that followed seemed to be really interesting. Taking a bite of the apple in his mouth, Lin Yu's face looked out through the ceiling window above his head, and at this time the weather outside had reached dusk and a roll of sunset was about to set. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. His mobile phone ringing suddenly rang at this time. Lin Yu picked up the mobile phone smoothly, directly chose to communicate, and a voice came directly from the other end of the phone. The Zerg race has descended at this time, and they are heading north of the United States. Okay, I'll rush over to help right now. This phone is shielded specifically to transmit information. Lin Yu just connected the phone. The other party transmitted such a message. Hung up the phone. Lin Yu did not hesitate to directly break the window. Its speed at this time instantly burst out to the north. The north of the United States is a famously poor area, which is inversely proportional to the prosperity of Washington there, as if the technology here is directly behind it for more than a few years. There are all kinds of dilapidated houses of all sizes, a huge number of blacks, all kinds of murderers, and this is arguably one of the most dangerous places in the entire United States. As for why the Outer Zerg came here, Lin Yu knew better than anyone. That is, the Hulk was staying here, otherwise they would not be here. It can only be said that this guy Hulk still has some good intentions in his heart, knowing that he has been targeted recently. So he did not run to a crowded place to stay, but chose to stay in such a place so that when it triggers a big war, he will not affect here. This is Lin Yu's guess, although he knows one thing better. That is, it is not the Hulk who basically has the following behavior, but Banner under normal circumstances. Of course, it doesn't matter because he knows that after some next thing, Banner will cease to exist in a sense, and he will be completely replaced by another personality. That person is called Hulk. That should be the real identity of the other party. After all, the Hulk should be considered a real superhero. As for Dr. Banner, he is a great scientist at best. Boom! As soon as he arrived in this impoverished area in the far north of the United States, a huge and incomparable booming explosion appeared directly in the distance. And Lin Yu didn't have to think that it should be a Zerg raging area, because he could feel a special energy over there. In addition, this huge roar can also be regarded as a reminder, because although this area is very, very chaotic, it is impossible to hit the point of shelling. There's only one reason why such a huge roar can be produced here. Most likely it was made by some superhero who came here, and which superhero has the ability to fire shells at any time. Lin Yu thought about it and directly judged the identity of the other party. That is, Iron Man Tony, one of Marvel's many beliefs that huge and incomparable explosion just now, more than 99% of the possibility was created by the other party. I didn't expect his speed to be faster than me, and he deserves to be called cold and hot. Lin Yu let out a sigh in his mouth at this time. He finally knew why in his previous life. Many people's judgment of Iron Man was very, very high, because Iron Man is the purest person in the entire Avengers, except for Captain America. Just like some things that happened before, he is already able to represent the other party's mind. The other party joined S.H.I.E.L.D. without hesitation. With a Man of Steel, he will work hard to protect the entire human race. This is the one thing that the other party has done that has already made others refresh their three views on him. The owner of the top consortium in history turned out to be a superhero. Although he said that he admired Iron Man, Lin Yu's retreat did not stop, and his speed soared at this time, heading in that direction. After all, the Zerg race outside the sky is limited. The other party came here first. It must have killed a lot of Zerg, so he has to hurry up next. Otherwise, he will be killed by the other party. Although in his guess, he believes that the strength of the Outer Zerg is very strong, ordinary people are invincible, and the comprehensive level of superheroes is not an opponent. But this is only from his speculation. Guess can only be guess in the end. Everything is subject to the real thing. Iron Man came here did not fail, but fought fiercely with the other party, and there were shells to a certain extent. Too many things have been explained above. Perhaps Lin Yu's guess was not wrong. The Outer Zerg race was indeed very strong that day, but the strength was also very limited, at least not to the extent of hanging the heroes. Also, after all, every superhero is also an extraordinary existence. The rumbling sound in the distance continued, so that the dark starry sky was shining, giving people a dreamlike feeling. In the distant dilapidated house, there were figures looking up at the sky, with an emotional look in their eyes, and their mouths seemed to be whispering secretly. I haven't seen such beautiful fireworks for a long time. Lin Yu's speed was in full swing, plus the distance between them was not very far, so he quickly reached the bombing range. And then he was sure that he was not mistaken, because when he arrived here, he saw a figure standing in the void in midair, with countless cannons behind him, shooting madly at this time. In front of his eyes, there were an extremely large number of Zergs. All of them were about 1 meter tall. Their faces were extremely hideous, and their bodies exuded a strong momentum. Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly at the first glance of them, because he detected a very terrifying feeling from the bodies of these Zergs, which made him instantly determined that these Zergs were extremely not simple. His previous guess was not wrong at all. This Zerg was very terrifying. Then his thoughts also reached in an instant, knowing where he had guessed wrong before. That is, he underestimated the strength of Iron Man, and the other party's strength was stronger than he thought. Perhaps because his arrival led to the emergence of the Lin Group and Stark Industries Group as one of the most powerful groups, naturally cooperated with the Lin Group. And in the case of the high technology he brings, perhaps this is one of the reasons why the other party's strength has become stronger. Because of mutual cooperation, Stark Industries Group has mastered higher technology, and Iron Man has integrated this technology into his Iron Man, and his strength is stronger. Lin Yu? The strength of these Zergs is very strong. You have to pay a little attention. If you don't pay attention, you may be injured, and they still have terrifying toxins on their bodies. Iron Man Tony's voice reached Lin Yu's ears at this time, and he told Lin Yu some important information that he had detected here before. Lin Yu nodded. He didn't have any nonsense at this time. There was a flame power bursting out directly on his body, and I don't know why he especially liked to use this kind of power recently. Perhaps this kind of power is the most direct and the most explosive damage. He took a step at this time, and a fist was swung out fiercely in the air, and the power was compressed to the extreme at this time, and a fist shadow was formed in midair. This power is very amazing. In Lin Yu's opinion, even an iron wall in front of him can be distorted in an instant, not to mention these Zergs in front of him. Although Iron Man said that the strength of these Zergs is amazing, Lin Yu didn't believe it. His fist was so terrifying. Could it be said that he couldn't kill them? But the result gave him a mouthful of fiercely. His fist punched over. It did cause some effects. More than a dozen Zergs were swept out at this time. But that's all except for the appearance of this scene. There was no other result at all. Even those Zergs who flew out upside down quickly returned to their positions and continued to fight. The strength of these insects is much stronger than Lin Yu imagined. This can't be. Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but have this idea, because in the original plot, although the strength of these insects is terrifying, they can't reach such a level. You must know his current strength, but it has reached half of the mythical level. In addition, he is also blessed by the terrifying power of the shadow. Its combat power is definitely the most amazing one in the same level. So no matter how terrifying these insects in front of you are, how can they receive this punch without changing color? If you don't die, you will also lie on the ground and your life is in danger, jumping alive like now. And you can continue to fight, which really makes Lin Yu a little painful. He always felt that there was something unreal about all this. Wait, could it be the same reason as Iron Man's strength? Because my arrival produced a butterfly effect. Lin Yu's heart couldn't help but have this speculation. This speculation is very likely. After all, Iron Man has become stronger because of this, so why won't this Zer from outside the sky become stronger? Even if the other party is a dispensable character in the original plot, this is not the dead Marvel. This is a real world. These Zergs may have experienced something and also produce mutation, causing their strength to rise to a very terrifying level to this point. So what's next? Lin Yu began to think about such a question. You must know that the strength of these Zergs is more terrifying than he imagined. which is completely consistent with his previous guesses and even more serious. It's just that because Iron Man gave him a little surprise, the other party's strength has become stronger, and he can drag it out until now, and even barely fight. So if other superheroes appear at this time, will a random Zerg be killed alone? Lin Yu looked at the Zergs about 1 meter tall in front of him, the pitch-black outer armor and the mouthpiece. He felt that this possibility was very, very high, to the point of almost mental horror. And these guys in front of him seem to indeed have such abilities. Killing a superhero alone is not a dream, but a fact. His thoughts just fell to the bottom of his heart, and several lights were born in the distance. And then one superhero after another came, namely Hawkeye, Captain America, and Black Widow. Although their speed was slightly slow, they were not slow, and after sensing that something was happening here, they had already arrived quickly, and one of them had a look of excitement on their faces, and it was obvious that they had indeed been idle enough during this time, and they felt that their hands were a little itchy. So when they came here and saw the Zerg in front of them, they rushed up one by one without hesitation. Hawkeye directly took out his weapon, that is, the bow, and arrow shot out, although his bow and arrow penetration is not extremely fierce, but there are missiles placed on it. The power is definitely not blown. It has extremely terrifying power. Of course, that's all. Those extraterrestrial Zergs in front of him are not blown. The punch that caught Lin Yu just now and did not die, and even jumping alive can already explain too many things, so it is not too easy to resist the missile explosion on his bow and arrow. So the next scene made Hawkeye a little dumbfounded. His bow, an arrow shot out, the terrifying power erupted, the bomb seemed to be on fire like just now, and then nothing happened. Very, very calm, as if a stone fell into the sea, no response. Captain America and Black Widow see this scene with unchanged faces. No superhero will deny himself because of the failure of others, especially Captain America. As a superhero who survived World War II, he is definitely abnormal in his strength. There are not many people in the whole world who can fight him. He rushed directly in front of Zerg, and the shield in his hand swung fiercely towards the opponent's face. And in his heart, his attack this time could definitely kill the other party. After all, although his American shield is said to be a shield, the edges are extremely sharp. Even if it is diamond steel, it can be easily chopped like cutting tofu. He thinks that this Zerg in front of him, no matter how to say that his shell cannot be harder than diamond steel, right? But the result was a slap on the face. The repeated shell in front of him was indeed harder than King Kong steel, only to see that Captain America's attacked the outer Zerg on this day. But the outer Zerg did not give him any reaction this day, but his face was very cold. At this time, he ignored his shield and knocked on his own shell. Of course, at this time, he directly used his huge mouth parts, biting towards Captain America's face, and a large mouth of blood appeared directly in front of Captain America's eyes. Black Widow is also a melee hero. She saw this scene. Her face changed slightly. Captain America was slightly faster than him and fought the Zerg before her. She originally thought that these Zergs were not too easy to kill for Captain America, but everything in front of her gave her a hard slap. Without any hesitation in her heart, she directly waved the whip in her hand. Like a poisonous snake fiercely pumped away, the top over there had been smeared by her extremely violent poison. Even if it was an extremely terrifying mutant, it may not be able to survive under this poison. Her whip was pumped fiercely and hit the mouth parts of the Zerg directly. The mouth parts are the softness of the Zerg. In a way, if the human body is replaced, it is equivalent to the human mouth, so the reorganization naturally did not continue to attack, but took a few steps back. Probably this is the reaction of normal people. The mouth is attacked to definitely retreat. Captain America, therefore, took a few steps backwards and ran away into the distance. He had realized how terrifying this group of Zerg was. Naturally, he would not choose to fight senselessly at this time, but planned to open the distance first to ensure his own safety. After Black Widow did all this, she also followed Captain America into the distance. He had seen the battle in front of him just now, and therefore he knew that he was not the opponent of this group of Zerg, and he might not be able to pass a few moves in their hands. After all, although superheroes are arrogant and never think that their strength is weaker than the other party, sometimes they have to admit that they are not strong. Black Widow has known Captain America for many, many years, so he knows better than anyone how powerful Captain America really is. At least for him, he is definitely not comparable to Captain America. So it's just the two of us who really have combat effectiveness in this battle. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lin Yu opened his mouth lightly at this time, as if he was saying an insignificant little thing. Iron Man stood next to him and nodded. The scene in front of him just now, he saw it all, naturally knew what the other party meant. Your Iron Man mech is much stronger than I thought. Lin Yu said another word this time, as if he was testing something. Thanks to your technology, my Iron Man is much stronger than before, otherwise you would be fighting alone today. Iron Man suddenly turned his head to look at him at this time and smiled. Then the next moment he rushed out directly, and the target was the group of Zergs in front of him. Lin Yu also smiled because he was now able to determine that his previous guess was not wrong, and the other party's strength improvement had an extremely important factor with him. All because Stark Industries Group cooperated with the Na Lin Group, resulting in more powerful scientific and technological research on the other party's Iron Man mecha. That's why the other party's strength has improved so much. Well, he actually wants to find out why the other party's strength will increase, and whether there is a causal relationship with himself. After all, the butterfly effect is very, very serious in his opinion. But he had to use this thing to determine his profit to the Avengers series. Iron Man rushed out. Lin Yu naturally will not lag behind. After all, he knows better than anyone that his flesh and blood body is harder than Iron Man's body. Otherwise, the previous Iron Man would not have chosen to launch missiles in the distance, but would have chosen a pit and stopped to fight with them. As for why he suddenly chose progress at this time, Lin Yu's gaze glanced like the three superheroes on the side. He knew the specific reason was because of the arrival of Captain America. After all, Captain America doesn't want a bomb to come up here to destroy America. Otherwise, why do you think the other party's name is Captain America? Hawkeye, Captain America, and Black Widow were standing on the side. Their faces were not very good, and they watched Iron Man and Lin Yu rush in to fight those outer Zerg. In their words, they're probably colleagues. Why are they so powerful? In the face of such a strong enemy, they still have the power of a war, and they can't do anything? A very strange emotion arose in their hearts at this time. We can't always be on the sidelines. We have to do something at this time. Captain America suddenly said a word at this time. His face was very firm. He wanted to take on some responsibilities at this time, and Hawkeye and Black Widow next to him also nodded. The identities of the two of them were slightly different. They were originally agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they must be dutiful at this time. Otherwise, Nick Fury would definitely scold them, which is impossible for Captain America, but not necessarily for them. So they naturally have to do something at this time. After all, let's put this aside and talk about this task originally belongs to them. So they nodded at this time. But how can we help? Hawkeye suddenly said such a sentence at this time. After all, he had tried it just now, and his own attack could not break their defenses at all, so he really didn't know how he could help. For example, attract their attention and give Lin Yu as much as possible an opportunity to kill them together. Captain America was indeed not a soldier who survived World War II, and at this time he pointed out the point at a glance and said what should be done. Hawkeye nodded in understanding at this time, and then had an excited look on his face because this was what he was best at. After all, he was an archer, and harassment could not be easier for him. Black Widow's face was not very good after hearing this, because it belonged to the melee assassination department, which may be easier for others, but it was slightly more difficult for her. It's okay. I'll give you a gun later. You just put a black gun on the side. As if sensing the mood of the Black Widow at this moment, Hawkeye suddenly said at this time, and the Black Widow was stunned after listening to it, and then nodded seriously with a slight gratitude in her eyes. Captain America didn't pay attention to the two of them. He just looked at the battle situation at this moment with a pair of eyes. He felt that his strength was a little weak at this time. Just like many years ago during World War II, he was too weak to help the war at all. After many years, in the case of his ability constantly changing, he once again had such a touch. At this time, he squeezed his hands tightly together, and his eyes were fierce. He swore at this time that after this incident, he must cultivate well, strive to make his body more tough and strong. And the next time he encounters such a thing, he will have the power of an enemy, not like now. Lin Yu didn't know that Captain America on the side had such a conversation and such thoughts, and they were now fighting bloody battles with the Outer Zerg in front of them. The strength of the Outer Zerg clan these days is too strong, especially the number is quite large. There are hundreds of them, and Lin Yu and them are extremely difficult to fight. However, compared to the difficulty, Lin Yu believes that Iron Man is a little more difficult. After all, his side is difficult, but because of the flames wrapped in his body, it is slightly better than Iron Man's side, and these Zergs in front of him are decisive and killing and not afraid. However, it seems that he is still a little jealous of the flames on his body, and if he attacks, he has a little bit of a hand, and if the number is not much, it is probably 30 or 40. But on Iron Man's side, there's 60 or 70 in number, and one by one, more terrify at this time directly rush to Iron Man's body, constantly tearing and biting, seems to intend to tear the other party to pieces. If you can't do all this, you will definitely not stop. Therefore, Lin Yu can detect something at this time. For example, he feels that Iron Man's side seems to not last long, because although Iron Man's strength has improved extremely rapidly, after all, high-tech is not vegetarian, but such a short time is also limited. Especially in the face of such an enemy, they do not have any backup energy. This situation is even worse to the extreme. It is already a difficult thing to be able to barely support in such a situation, and it is almost impossible to hold out for a long time in such a situation. It seems that I have to go and help. Otherwise, more than 100 heavenly Zerg will come over, and I won't be able to eat it. At this time, he directly summoned his own shadow. Lin Yu let them directly rush over to help Iron Man, and the situation on the other side suddenly became much better. After all, those shadows of Lin Yu are not vegetarian. Their own combat effectiveness is extremely fierce, but the kind that is not afraid of death. The battle is also instinctive, plus 3 directly appeared in one breath. The situation does not change. It should be surprising and surprised. At this time, their harassment from Captain America also came, although their attack had no effect. But as Captain America said before, their attack directly distracted those Zergs who attacked Iron Man and Lin Yu, and leaked their weaknesses at this time. Lin Yu and they directly took advantage of this opportunity to kill them, and the situation changed drastically in an instant, making Lin Yu's originally state of a big headwind directly become a big tailwind. Looking at the current situation, it seems that it won't be long before everything settles. These Zerg now don't look like they're their opponents at all. Well, yes, it doesn't look like their opponent at all, which is not a 100% fact because these guys are from outside the world. God knows if they have any special means. Otherwise, how can they become so powerful? In the distance, Captain America had an emotion called worry quietly permeating his heart. Captain America's concerns weren't unfounded, and he'd seen many similar situations where you had the upper hand and suddenly ended up because of some change. The situation was exactly what he remembered. Click! The terrifying attack erupted from Lin Yu's hand, killing a Zerg in front of him. Lin Yu's face was imposing, and there was some blood on his body, which did not belong to him, but to the many Zergs killed in front of him. Unlike Captain America's deep worries, he seemed extremely calm because he knew that changes would definitely happen, so he naturally no longer worried. Do you hesitate because of a result that has already been determined? After all, in the original plot, there was a Zerg mother nest on the moon, and there was a Zerg similar to the boss level there. Lin Yu didn't believe that their gang would kill here. The other party would not react at all. He was sure that this situation would not last long, and the other party would come to the door. In fact, what he guessed was not wrong. When the situation in front of them was about to settle, and only 5 or 6 of the more than 100 Zergs had been killed, changes occurred at this time, and in the dark sky, a black shadow flashed. That figure seemed to come down from the moon, covering the sky, and the sun was very terrifying, giving people a feeling of a huge momentum that seemed to be able to crush everything. The sense of crisis in his heart was raised to the strongest at this time, and Lin Yu's heart seemed to have someone whispering softly, telling him to leave here quickly. There was an irresistible hostile factor in front of him. Lin Yu instantly knew in his heart that this guy in front of him was the strongest boss of the Zerg Mother's nest on the moon, and he did not have any hesitation, and his body fell directly backwards at this time. Although he didn't know how powerful the other party was, he knew that an ordinary Zerg was so powerful, so how weak could their boss's strength be? Therefore, he is not a fool, and naturally knows what he should do at this time. The Iron Man next to him did not have any hesitation, regressed at this time. After all, he has high-tech technology in hand. Probably the current analysis system is constantly prompting him. There's a suspected SS-level dangerous person in front of him. Leave quickly. The 4 or 5 Zerg stayed in place at this time and did not continue to attack them, but this time, the last boss in the sky now rushed over. Lin Yu did not hesitate at this time and directly ordered the Shadow to rush up to test how strong the guy who had just come here was. Because only by knowing himself and knowing the other can he know how to defeat the other party next. It's just that what happened next made him stunned, and there was a bad word in his heart. That is, his shadows had just rushed up, and there was no behavior. What a terrifying attack broke out, since the other party directly opened his mouth and devoured them. Then he burped lightly, as if he had eaten some kind of food. Lin Yu instantly determined that this shadow was not something they could deal with temporarily. So he didn't hesitate to turn around and flee at this time, leaving into the distance, because they had now encountered an existence that they couldn't fight against now. At this time, Lin Yu once thought that this guy's strength had risen to a terrifying level, and at this time, he had become a full-level, mythical-level powerhouse. A strong person at that level can only fight if Thor is fully awake now. Iron Man did not have any hesitation at this time, and also seemed to flee from afar. A terrifying roar erupted on his body, and a large amount of water vapor came out of his body, which is the limit of Iron Man's armor being run to the extreme. Obviously, he also saw the other party's bull at this time. Captain America and the 3 of them, needless to say, as professional soldiers and agents, they have some knowledge, but they are really better than Lin Yu, Iron Man. And in this process, Lin Yu glanced back. Probably he wanted to take a look. This Zerg boss who came down from the moon. Who was he chasing? Who were these people? But he didn't see the other party's choice clearly, but he saw a scene that shocked him slightly, only to see that the Zerg boss who came down from the moon actually opened his mouth in place at this time. And those Zerg who had survived from their hands before actually jumped directly into it, jumped into the mouth of the Zerg boss, and was devoured by the other party. Then this Zerg boss, his momentum actually rose sharply again. Lin Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but emit a terrifying tone in his mouth. This guy actually relies on devouring creatures to improve his strength. Thinking of this, he knew that he could not escape at this time, and he had to kill the other party while the other party's current strength was not strong. Otherwise, at the speed of the other party's devouring, the other party's strength would soon be able to increase to a very terrifying level. At that point, they really weren't opponents of each other. However, Lin Yu finally sighed. He did not turn back to fight the other party after thinking of this, because he knew that he was not the opponent of the other party at all. If he turns back, 99% of them will be killed by the other party. So he wondered if he should find a relatively strong person at this time to fight with this guy, and finally kill him. That way, he can lurk around and make up for this last sword. Although the experience points will be a lot less, look at the combat power of the Zerg boss in front of you. If it is less, it will not be less. It must still be a very rich one. But how much stronger is there on Earth than me? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask this question. He found that there were basically no powerful people like him. There was simply no one stronger than him on the Earth, at least not in the current time period. So who was he looking for at this time? Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying voice sounded at this time. A huge green block rushed out from the previous ruins at this time. His face was full of hideousness, and his iron fists were huge, as if he could crack the sky.